Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth. You have to go back to the roots. Go to the roots. Yeah, man, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Subscribe now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I'm your host, Afridamus. Please make sure you like and share this stream. I want to welcome all of you to today's edition of the Afridamus Report. As you can see, the music, clearly fits the show that, we are having here today. Because this conversation is centered around a question that many people have been asking. But you see, a lot of times people run away from the truth. How do they run away from the truth? It's by throwing words like creating division. How can you create division where division, unity never existed? So to accept that truth is not hate or dividing people. It's educational, educating people. I've always said it and I'm going to repeat it. There are two things you cannot deceive: God and nature. You see, in America, they have created this utopian world, fantasy. People read books. They think they can just be anything, you see. And nobody have adopted that more than the Black American race in America. Because we know the history. Yes, it was Africans who were brought from West and Central and Southeast Africa, who were brought into slavery to America. Many were brought from even my own region, Senegambia, into slavery. So there is no doubt we are related by DNA, but it's been a long time. They have diluted with their slave masters, different cultures. There is no shame in admitting that. But you see, many of the hypocrites, I call them the book Negroes, because they read books and they say they are educated. But what is your real experience? You can't even figure out who you are. So those are the people who would try to belittle the idea of, you being from a tribe. Because you see, a tribe wasn't created. Our tribes were not created by white people, despite I've heard some of them attempt to do that. It's ethnicity. I don't care how uncomfortable that makes you feel, but that is the truth. When you watch in Roots, for instance, remember Kunta Kinte? He was willing to take lashes to not, accept the name Toby, because Kunta is a name given to him by his father, you know. So they were stripping. When you can strip someone from, their father, because you see, the father is who carries the seed. So when you separate the man from the father, they are forever lost. This is the truth. People might not want to admit it, but we all see it. It's not our creation. We didn't create it. We found ourselves in it, in this world. But whatever circumstance or whatever lineage you see yourself coming from, all you need to do is accept who you are, accept your identity. Don't try to flip flop every few seconds. Do not attach yourselves to letterings. See, when you tell me your tribe is a letter, is based in letters, then you have no identity. And in America, that's pretty simple. You know, people, they do this. They would change their names, you know, they would change their entire race. But you notice, in Africa, I cannot just get up and be like, oh, guess what, guys? I am a Mandinka. Oh, I am a Yoruba. I cannot all of a sudden call myself that, you know. Not only will the Yorubas not accept me, but I will bring a big disgrace to my entire family for not wanting to be me. But in America, it's not a big deal. The blacks, the honest truth is, they want to be everything except African. They are ashamed of their African bloodline. This is why many would even claim that, look, we were already here. Or they would claim that they are white, like they would say they are Indians. So for those of you who have never lived in the United States, you've watched the movies, they paint the blacks. That's just entertainment. That's not reality. The blacks are not really that way. Or you see some few give speeches that is written by white people and talk about, things, gives great speech. Oh yeah, my African people. It's all baloney. This is why many people, they hate the things I say, because the things I say is truth. I want Africans to wake up. I want you to wake up. Don't let anyone make you feel ashamed of who you are. Don't let anyone deceive you into adopting second or third place. Number one, we are our own people. The white man didn't create our culture. We are not trying to be like the white man. We don't compare ourselves to white man. I'm speaking to Africans who know who they are, who have a deep root in Africa. Their name means something. Their bloodline means something. I'm not talking about those who are ashamed of who they are, those who run around and try to look for acceptance, kumbaya, those who buy into what they've written in the white man's book. And then they try to tell you, no, hold on. You are a victim too, just like me. You see, they open up the conversation, but they don't want to hear the truth. All of us have stories to tell. So, but you see, the moment you believe you're the only one with a story, only your story matter. You are everyone offended you. You've never offended anybody. You're the only good person. You're the only one that created things. You're the hardest worker. You're the most entertaining person. You are the most superior person. Now you see, you've brought yourself in dangerous territories. And the internet have helped unveil this truth. See, this is why I never waver on what I say. People say, oh man, you're creating division. Division from where? You want me to push your lies to Africans, your feel good lies. And that's what is happening. So these videos that I'm about to analyze, one of the videos is from the Diners channel, Search for Uhuru. Great topic that he brought there. And at his channel, as you know, sometimes they would have like these discussions centered around Africa, especially Nigeria, a lot. And there's never a shortage of Nigerians who would run into these channels. And for whatever reason, um, you know, they enter conversations where, their knowledge is not wide. It's all fantasy. So fantasy meeting fantasy, but the blacks want to take authority. They belittle the Africans that go into these conversations. You notice they will not take on someone like me because I'm not living in fantasy. I actually live in America and been living in America for years. They would hit you with things like, you Africans. So this is why I'm addressing it as the blacks, because it tells you, see, when somebody, their speech pattern tells you the way they think. So since they are too lazy not to specify who they are talking about, is collective African, so they are representing their collective blacks. So I will address it that way, you see, because that's how they talk. And for whatever reason, when you are here, even in America, when you go out there, you will somehow, they all mimic one another, and when you don't act that way, guess what? You are the coon. You are the one who is completely lost. But Mr. and Mrs., you told me the white man stripped you of your culture. You don't know who you are. You don't even know your name. So you are going to chastise me for not copying you? You already told me you don't know who you are. Why would I copy you? I can clearly see it. You see? Look, to live in a rich country and you being rich or making you superior are two completely different things. Nobody is superior over anyone. The blacks, they look up to the white man. I want to make this clear to the blacks. They look up to the white man. We as Africans, the white man is not superior to us. And those of you that are watching, you've heard several blacks say this, even here on my own channel. They would say things like this. So I want to make that clear. So this is why even the truth that Akon said, they've been talking about it all throughout. They are pissed off. Why are they pissed off? Because they are like, how dare Akon open his mouth and say this? Compare dirty foot Africans to us. So they are true feelings. Those of you that are outside, that never lived in America, when I speak, some of you get mad. Well, you're seeing the truth. There's nothing wrong in acknowledging the truth. It doesn't make you a bad person. It just makes you a smarter individual. It makes you a realist. Look, if somebody is trying to say to you, you observing and acknowledging what you're seeing, that makes you a bad person, that person is a devil. Run away from them because they are trying to deceive you. Because why are they trying to, change the way, change what you're seeing? Why are they trying to change it for you? But the devil can never hide its nature. It's a spirit. It's a spirit. And, I call some of these people the book niggers, right? They have no problem in lying. Because, LBJ said that the Democrats would have the blacks for 200 years. And the 200 years is not done. By looking at the way it's going, they do have them. The majority of the blacks are Democrats. They think, they speak, they talk and act like Democrats. Even the ones that say to you they're conservatives, for example, like Republican, it's all pretense. Listen to the way they talk. Most of them, it's just a trend. When you listen to, the real versus the fake. As you listen to their conversation, victimhood creeps in. You're like, oh, all right, okay, here we go. Even those, some of them that claim to be Republicans, but mentally they are Democrats. How are they Democrats? They are not true to any cause. They would find any little thing, like little, just like little excuse to, bash somebody, denounce them. Oh, why they're not gonna vote for the person? So, it's like not reliable, but only reliable for the Democrats. So therefore, mentally, that's where they're at. We have to accept that truth. I mean, think about it. The same people telling you, if you vote for that other white man and you don't vote for the white man we approve of, our white man, that makes you a racist. That makes you a coon. Both white people. But yes, I know you're thinking the same thing I'm thinking. They are both white. But the blacks have the monopoly on this. And, some of you are silly. You just go along with it. I have been speaking the truth from day one. It's nothing against anyone, but the truth shall set you free. I cannot pretend to be anything else other than myself. And that doesn't mean that that's against anyone. You can exist, I can exist, we can both live our lives, you know? I mean, you go your way, I go my way. Life is good. If you are all about B1, B12, hey, more power to you. You got beef with the white man, you compare yourself to the white man, more power to you. But why are you mad that I'm not that way? Why? So I have a video here. I mean, a couple of videos that I want to share, and I'm going to analyze it. One, before I do the diners panel, I am going to do a video from a black woman. And, one thing about the black woman, right? Because you see, the black family generally is a matriarchy, meaning the mother is a feminine, is run by the females. The female is the head. So, like in a patriarchal system where I hail from, right, is God above that, God above man, man over woman, woman over children. And amongst the children, there's a hierarchy, about your birthplace, meaning your ranking. Like if you read in the Old Testament, you would see Esau sold his birthright to Jacob. So if you read that, you will see that. So his birthright, he sold it. That's why he couldn't get the blessing. So this is what regular structured societies do. But when you come in Black America generally, what do we see? Even when you used to watch on Jerry Springer, you would think it's just Jerry Springer, but it's reality over there, because it couldn't possibly be God. Is Satan above? Is Satan grandma, mama, baby daddy, and the children? If you don't believe me, look at the dynamic. The other day I saw a video. This woman, she have 5 children by 6 different baby daddies. Don't ask me how is that possible. So therefore, I and you and everybody, in America, there's also a hierarchy in America. Let's just be honest. Because, like in America, the white man is the big dog. So anyone can just throw at him. But when it goes by the power rankings, you have the white woman, above, then followed by white kids. No, white woman, black woman, kids, dogs, the animals, all the other animals, and then the black man. Let's this. That's the truth. Those of you, just think about it. If you don't believe me, just go to the family court. Even the white man is not up there, right? But so the black woman's word means everything, because they are the ones in charge. They're the ones that raise the children. They're the ones, whatever ideology they want to be manifested out there, they're the ones that teach the kids. So when they make the video, I want you guys to hear it, okay? And then we'll go into this other one. But before I play it, let me go to our African people also, so that we understand that those of you that think Africans are begging, well, anyways, here we go.
Your brothers.
They're not our
and
brothers.
sisters.
They're not our brothers.
They are.
If you were born in America and have lived there for 300 years, you're no longer African. Those are Americans. We don't need them.
We don't need
They
them
were
to develop.
taken away, unfortunately, but they are Americans. We will develop by ourselves. Yeah, we have the capacity, we have the will, we have the resolve. We don't need them. No.
I totally agree with you. Thank you so much, sir.
So some are upset by this, but this is what how Africans think. Like, we would do it on our own. So there's no confusion. Africans, all this just, sometimes there's a couple of Nigerians running around online and some Cameroonians begging the blacks to, somehow the blacks are not interested in going to these places, but they do run around and beg, right? For whatever reason, not even seeing that the blacks themselves are over here begging the white people, like, use your common sense, okay? And, read what is happening. Look at, listen to speeches, listen to your quote unquote fake Pan-Africanists, like, listen to the things they talk about. So everything is based entirely, every value is based in material, money. So, like, me being an African, like, money is a tool, right? But it's not everything. You see what I'm saying? There is another different meaning to my life than that. But this is why, you notice, the blacks would be begging the whites, right? They will cry about being victims. But the moment they come in African circles, now all of a sudden they are great builders. They are great builders, they are warriors. Why don't, how come they don't make those arguments with the white people? With the white people is begging. But when they come to you, African, now in your circle, in our circle here, they are great builders. All of a sudden, you are the dirty foot African, even though we're the ones with the resources, we're the ones with actual country. You can say it's poor all you want, but we actually have a country. We own it. So at some point, even though some try to convince you that no, you are oppressed to the white man own it, Chinese own it. Look, it's all bollocks, like the black British would say. It's all bollocks. You see? Yes, there are some things us Africans need to put together. Let's not forget, most of this, our countries, you know, it's like none of them are even 60 years old. The concept of country. America has been around over 200 years. So, yeah, if you look at when America was around 60 years compared to where we are, I mean, we've definitely, come up. So we just got to be patient and continue to do what we do, you know? So, but this video here that I'm about to share, obviously, is not going to represent the views and ideas of all the blacks, obviously. But some of the people, majority of the things you've heard, the people you've met, let's allow a black woman to break it down for you. She's going to tell the truth, whether you like it or not. This is the way they think. Absolutely. Some are going to try to tell you she's ignorant, blah, blah, blah. They can say that all they want. But that's the ignorant you are coming across. Who is raising these people? Have you ever asked yourself this? Well, she happened to be one. Here we go. So clearly, this is, she's expressing their black culture, meaning, the second class white. So that's why they're always upset. They're trying to copy the whites. So she is exhibiting that. Okay? Because clearly, those of us from Africa and you in Africa, you want to tell me this is our culture? Is this how? So they are here, they are celebrating white holidays. Most of them, cream color. Nothing wrong with that. I love the blacks who truly stand on being black, not confused. Because those blacks are happy being American. You see? Those blacks have no time trying to, put down, they don't even compare themselves to any other country in the world. No. And this idea that Africans are comparing themselves to the blacks, that's not true. That's not true. But here we go.
Hello, this is Lady Boulay, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope your new year has gotten off to a very good start. Mine has so far. Thank you for your support.
So this video that I'm playing here was sent to me by a viewer here who thought it was like, Afridamus, I've only been to the United States one time, but the things you say on your show is big. Everything is making sense, putting two and two together and listening. I said, I understand. Look, people, they're going to try to convince you that you recognizing their behavior, you are a hater for that. It's like those people who they would say you're transphobic or homophobic. So it's like, okay, fine, you choose, you say you're a trans person, whatever. But I'm not that. Like, do I have the right to exist as me and live my life? But I see, I'm not imposing my life on you. I don't care if you acknowledge my life or not. So long you don't try to get in my way or try to put me in danger physically, then we have no problem. You can have all the thoughts about me in your head. No problem. You see? Because I'm secure with who I am. But you see, these people are insecure people, very insecure. If it's not the white man's fault, it is the Chinese's fault. If it's not the Chinese's fault, it is the African's fault. It is never their fault. Everybody is wrong about them. Nobody understands them. Only they understand who they are. But we would take it from this woman's mouth here. The reason why I'm giving this spiel is for those who would come later and try to lie to you, to psychologically manipulate you, because that's what most are good at. Guys, please make sure you hit the like, and share the video as well. Come on, the like is free. Hit the like.
Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Thank you for your thumbs up, for your comments, and thank you for sharing the videos. Thank you for all you do to support the channel. Well, for the last few days, African Americans have just been in a tizzy over this Akon person. In an interview in London, he decided to center African Americans as a part of his discussion. I believe the interviewer was Jamaican or somebody from the Caribbean. And
So she's, gonna lie by omission, which most people who are into this race thing, they are in denial about truth. They would outright lie, So Akon, she's pretending like, oh yeah, Akon wasn't asked about it. Akon just introduced it on his own, as if other people are not watching this hypocrisy. So, like, this idea, you would see, for example, even with white people, like the moment like the difference between, there are some white people who say messed up things, who also their idea is crazy, right? When you hear that, the difference versus when somebody just said speak the truth, without malice. The difference. But you would see this same group of people they would enter these debates with a white person, and the white person spits facts that all of a sudden makes the white person a racist. So us, the Africans, mind you, we were about to be the new quote unquote racist for them, because I've been telling you guys, when the rubber meets the road, you would be defined as that, because only the truth shall set us free. You see, when Meek Mill, I did a show here yesterday about Meek Mill in Ghana, the outrage that was caused by celebrating nigger culture. You see, so if people don't talk about these things, how would it change? It will not. You see, and those of you that pretend to be asleep, you have to wake up. If you really love the blacks, you would have to tell them the truth. Like, nah, look, man, if you guys still want to fight to go have hamburgers with the white people or move into the white people's neighborhood, hey, player, you do you. We are Africans. You see what I'm saying? We are not here comparing ourselves to white people or you. We are Africans. You see, we are secure with who we are. We love being us. Yeah, you can say dirty foot all you want. We love it. Because, you see, whatever the white man does, it doesn't bother me. Because this is his land. He conquered it. But now, if the white man does the things and try to stifle my freedom in my own land. Now there is a problem, you know. Now there's a problem, you see. But this is why many people, you see, most of the blacks nowadays, especially, they are not proud of America. They are only proud of America when they're talking to us Africans. Oh, yo, even now they're trying to label Africans who are born here African as if they have the power, not realizing blacks themselves became citizen in 1868. If your group there's a date put saying this date you guys became citizen, that means you're not indigenous to that land. You became citizen, naturalized, just like us. We are the new naturalized people. Yes, you guys, they granted you guys naturalization back in 1868. So people can say all these things they want, but only the truth shall set us free. So I'll let you guys hear this black woman tell you how they really think, how they see Africans. Please don't be mad. Listen, and this is the truth, because it would help you get along better with the blacks. You know, it's a gateway to start learning about one another. That's what I'm here for. Those who see people who are negative people, it doesn't matter what I say, they would interpret it as negativity. But don't you think it's important for Africans to know this? Not just the fake Hollywood thing they present. Let them hear from the real blacks. Because I'm a real person on the internet. What I speak here is not scripted. So these people too is the same thing. So here we go.
How magically African Americans are a part of their conversation. There's an African man and a woman from the Caribbean or somewhere, but they're talking about African Americans in London. So that's always confusing to me. I have noticed this quite a bit, that Africans are always doing some African versus African Americans. What Africans think about African Americans is always something that they drag African Americans into. And this is something that African Americans don't talk about, and maybe among ourselves, but we don't compare ourselves to Africans.
Did you guys hear that? All right, Becky. Becky's dying from laughter here. Becky's like, I never knew you guys were trying to copy us. Okay. So,
And I think that this is something that needs to be kind of pointed out. We don't compare ourselves to Africans. In that interview, Akon said something about African entertainers having more stage presence. First of all, stage presence is something that was crafted in the United States. I seriously doubt that the average African even knows what it means. That is an American expression.
so, like, again, I want you guys to understand the origin of the talking points that you face on the internet. Like I said, the matriarchy. Most of these people are raised by their single mom. This is the single mom's logic here. So because stage presence is known in America, so therefore, guess what? You cannot come to America and learn it and perfect it. Remember how like the Japanese, they never invented a car, but now they got Toyota, Lexus, Nissan, because they bought a couple of American and European cars and innovative. It's called innovation. but they are stuck, very stuck, because it's American, you know. So she's saying stage presence didn't exist. It's only before America. America, how long have America been in this world? So she obviously, she doesn't read, she doesn't travel, you know, and this is the type of ignorance you will always run into. So here we go. So she's showing Akon's beautiful, waves here. So don't mind the hair, but let's go.
He got that from Americans. And everything that he actually knows about music, he copied from here in America. So that's one thing. African Americans don't center their discussions or conversations about Africans. African Americans.
Guys, so it's just like, the same thing. Oh, yeah, we don't think about white people, while they talk about white people 24/7, right? So it's the same argument. Oh, we don't talk about Africans. We see the same people on the internet, talking about Africans all day, every day. The same is the same argument. So I want you to see the origin of these talking points. It's from women like her. They raise these little boys who are now, quote unquote, big boys on the internet. They are repeating their mama's talking points with some of those, pseudo historians. Like sometimes I don't even want to mention names. I've seen some who, they pretend to be African. So, like me, I've even encountered this in real life. Like they go get their dashikis and hat, because everybody in Africa wears dashiki and hat. Now, all of a sudden, that makes you an African. Like, what? Just change your name to some African sounding name, Kumbawa, some name with your hat. And, of course, white people cannot question it because that would make them a racist. So you from Africa, you talking about that makes you a tribalist and a slave trader and a hater, you see? So, why don't you just let us, the blacks, with the books, okay, where did you do your research from? I've heard one was explaining how he's a Yoruba. The way he said Yoruba, Yoruba, I was like, and he's one of their supposed to be their scholar. Say Yoruba, and making up some words, and they even try to make up some Wolof words because he's the expert. I was embarrassed for the man. You see, I was embarrassed for the man, and even with the question hour, all I did was just to confirm he was saying Yoruba. I did because I was like, what is going on here? So to be African, you have the costume Africans, and those are the ones that are going to be talking. And also the costume Africans, they annoy people like her. So since she doesn't have any filter, she gets to tell you how they think. Here we go.
Entertainers do not talk about Africans or anybody else for that matter in their interviews. Who they will talk about is other African Americans, but they're not going to talk about anybody else. And I believe the reason that they don't talk about other people is because other people don't factor into what they're doing. Africans do not impact what they're doing. Every music form that has been created by African Americans was done from the ground up. Blood, sweat, and tears, hard work.
So you see, she's showing you everything here. White music. White music. Okay. If there is Africans brought from different African countries, what did they bring? What did they put together? So if you are distincting yourself from Africans, where did you get this quote unquote music from them? Because You know, we are not Africans. We're completely separate from Africa. We built this from the sky. If you're such geniuses, you would still be building stuff today. But it's all lies, just like people are saying in the chat. Guys, remember what I said to you, that people in America like her, they have no problem lying. People like her, they would swear to you that, look, okay, Africa, there's no music there. We don't know, no stage, no music. They would swear to you, they think, because you know, like in the NFL, the American football or baseball is classified as, they would say, World Series. The whole world is not watching the baseball. They don't even know about the sport. But in America, they call it World Series. So you would see Black American who is obsessed with TV honestly believes the whole world are into them like that. Or like the football, not realizing it's them and Europe. Some parts, it's not even that popular. But the NFL is considered world, quote unquote. Now that's why they're trying to introduce it like in Germany, like Western Europe and places like that. But your average American, not white, but because white people tend to travel a lot, they read, they know the difference between reality and, you know, trying to be obsessed with themselves, right? So, like, that's why you would hear them, they would say to you, oh, who's the equivalent of Michael Jackson or James Brown? They don't even know Bob Marley. Like, Bob Marley is way more popular than those people outside of America. You go to Africa, Australia, anywhere, you see? But they don't even know Bob Marley. So to them, as far as they don't know Bob, he's not popular, but Bob is international. Even here, like you know, most blacks don't know Bob Marley. You know, inner city blacks would, but a lot of those country bumpkins, they don't know who Bob Marley is. You see? Because I go to reggae concerts, right? At the reggae concert is mostly Caribbeans, um, Africans, and white people that come to those concerts here in the States. If you watch Bob Marley's concerts in California, you look in the crowd, they show it is white people all over. You know, so the blacks are not privy to this. So they think that, okay, because this is what we are into, therefore we would want to create our own James Brown. We don't need to. We have our own people, our own music we like. Why do we have to create a James Brown? That's for you people. You know, we have our own thing, but they cannot fathom that. They can't understand it. You know, that's why they tell you we are the best blacks. Oh, because you're on TV. What do you define as being the best black? Like, what do you consider to be the best and being above? So, all this talk here, they are the ones that create it, and then they come back and try to shame you. So, peep the game.
Being exploited, all of that. And Africans weren't anywhere on the scene when all of this happened. When an African American music became a worldwide phenomenon, Africans didn't have anything to do with it. And that is how come nobody's even thinking about any Africans. What Akon could have done, which would have shown that he has had some degree of class, which he clearly does not, he could have said whatever he wanted to say about African musicians and the progress they're making and how great they are on stage. He could have done that without saying anything about African Americans.
It amazes me when people listen to you speak on something, they come back and say, oh, yeah, you could have said it this way. Well, if you want to say it that way, you can say it your way. Don't try to tell me how I should say it. So you see why you deal with a lot of those feminine men out there, because this is how it goes. They can't think for themselves. They want to police you because they cannot deal with the facts. You should have, okay, Akon, you should have just come there and praise us, the blacks. But how dare you point out how, what you've seen, you know? How dare you, Akon? We are very, very upset at you for pointing out the obvious. You know, we are so disappointed. The only thing that is pissing us off, we cannot label you a racist. We wish you were white. That's why their jealousy, finally their jealousy started coming out. Imagine some of them was celebrating, say, oh, a coin was, it dropped. Right now, most all cryptos are down. It's volatile. Okay. So their jealousy of Akon having, his own, crypto game going. The jealousy is coming out, and then they're like, oh, look at Akon, even that, his town, Wakanda in Senegal, Akon City, they said it's a scam. But if you're not African, what do you care? Who did he scam? You see, Akon is using his own money. What do you worry about if he got the money from the Chinese? You ain't no Chinese. He's not getting it from you. What do you care? But that's that jealousy. That's that jealousy. And then they started talking about how, Senegal is dusty. But hey, Akon is proud of Senegal. He's proud of Senegal. He's inviting you. So this resentment they harbor against you, the African, because they feel like they are superior to Africans. Many have said it. This is why they would say things like, oh, you don't have infrastructure. Oh, you mean you want to brag about the white man's infrastructure? That's what you want to brag about. You see what I'm saying? But I want you guys to hear more.
The fact that they don't even realize that they have African Americans on their minds too much. Let me just say this, because that might be, and I know there are African Americans who try to identify with Africans, but I think most African Americans don't. And the first thing I want to say is, we identify as African Americans because we made that term popular. African Americans, and it's because we honor our ancestors who came from the continent of Africa. But an African American is an American. The African part of that is a proper adjective describing the American. So we are Americans, and we don't compare ourselves to Africans. And that doesn't mean that we don't respect Africans, and some African Americans probably care about Africans. And I think we would all like to see the continent of Africa improve and progress and be all that it can be with all of its wealthy natural resources. But we are Americans, and we have to live with that reality, good and bad. And there's another thing that I think we need to get clear. African Americans do not feel diminished in any way because we don't have a tribe. Because we do have a tribe in our own way. We don't feel that Africans are superior to us just because they're in a tribe or they have a language. Because the language that they have is just a tribal language. It's not even regional in some cases. It's tribal. And your language, for all of your pride about your country, your language in most cases is not even your national language. The national language of just about every African country is a European language. Swahili, I believe, is the national language of Kenya and Tanzania. There are a few other countries that have their own language from their tribes.
Guys, so you would hear this type of dumb arguments. They would try to belittle our tribes and be like, oh, your national, official language is English or French. It don't matter. Like, guys, you can live in your country, like in my country, in Gambia, you don't need to know English to live your life. Majority of the people, just because it's official language and business language, doesn't mean we don't have our own language. But again, you see, it's the inferiority complex. Because like my language, I can speak it, even my tribal language, I can speak it in Gambia, Burkina Faso, Mali, Guinea Conakry. Like, even here in the States, there's other people from my tribe that I do business with. You see, other people the same way. So they will try to diminish the African language. So these people, like her, I'm telling you, like she's telling you how they truly think. They want to be with the white people. Because look at all that civil rights stuff, what we read, and what we've seen, what were they fighting for? They were fighting to be allowed to eat hamburgers with the white man in the white man's restaurant. This is what we read. And also to be allowed to live with white people, go to white people's schools. You see, if white people don't accept that, then white people are racist. So, like, to me, I'm like, okay, wow, that's wild. Like, you say you're creative, you can just make your own hamburger, you can just make your own food. Because every group that I see here, Chinese, Japanese, us, we make our own food. Like, they can literally say we ban all Africans from restaurants. Like, I would literally still survive, because, they say you can't come to this grocery store. There's African grocery stores here now. People from my country and my tribe, we have our own grocery stores, and in these grocery stores, all West Africans. The other day, I ran into some Ghanaian women and Liberians who come and shop there because we have our own stuff. But this is nothing against anyone. But she wants to belittle African culture and African language. So this is what you run into here in America. But they don't want you to say it. But that's the truth. You would deal with this if you're around more blacks than whites, to be quite honest. I'm just telling you like it is. Very few people would admit this truth. But now the internet is no longer hiding it. The internet is exposing it. And they're telling you how many think. It's the truth.
From their own language group. But most of those African countries have European languages as their official language. And as far as their tribe is concerned, they have all this tribalism. And if you were to listen to Nigerians in particular on these social media platforms, they have all kinds of atrocities going on against each other in Nigeria based on tribal affiliation. And most of
So you see how they would take like Boko Haram, Islamists, and blow it up like, yeah, it's all over Nigeria. People are fighting, tribal wars. So it's like something. It's like you hear the wishes, like when they will say, "Oh yeah, the Chinese are beating Africans." Like they will see one video. Now all of a sudden it's all Africans. It's like wishes. The person would argue and say, because they want you to feel less than. They want you to feel less than. So yeah, she's telling us about Swahili. Now Nigeria, they are fighting each other in tribal difference. You see, according to her. This is, but I'm telling you, ignorance is celebrated and accepted here in America. Despite all the technology and all the information available, yes, I know you're thinking, people are supposed to be smart. They get this info, but no, this is the thought process. Welcome to the Democratic Black Plantation. Here we go.
the immigrants and the refugees to the United States from Africa are here because you cannot get along with the people in your country. So we don't feel that we missed anything. We are proud of our ancestors and the fact that they were able to survive and sustain themselves and build an enduring culture. And we call it culture. Now, Africans can call it anything they want to. But this is what we have, and this is what we care about. And this is what we have to start gatekeeping, because everybody else will come over here and jump on our square trying to steal from what we're doing. And
So you see, Mr. P. Dip said, these types of news makes majority Black Americans to avoid visiting the continent. Those who want to visit will visit. You're not doing us a favor if you visit. It's for your own good or whatever, your own reason. But, according to this individual, he would rather me just, my channel, like I come up and do these stupid shows, kumbaya, laughing, just BSing with you guys, and just not break it down for Africans to hear this. So people should just be having this type of thought against Africans, and Africans should just go along pretending and being dumb about it. No, we have to talk about it honestly. And Africans need to know the truth, because we, the Africans, need to be able to move forward. We need to be able to move forward mentally as well. Here we go.
you don't have a culture. Yeah, we do. We do have a culture. We just don't gatekeep it well enough. And this ought to be a wake-up call for African Americans. You cannot trust everybody, and you cannot let everybody into your home and welcome you, because they are not grateful, and in the end they'll turn around and dump on you. So this ought to be a good lesson for African Americans. And on the backhanded side of Africans always saying that somebody in their country or their culture think they're better than African Americans, I just want you to think on this. There is a large segment of the African American population that feels superior to Africans in the same way that they say they feel superior. They don't have anything on African Americans, because many African Americans have a very superior attitude, and they do not.
Guys, did you hear her? She said many African Americans have a superior complex attitude. But it's the opposite, because they are comparing themselves to white people. So this is why you hear about the wealth gap and all that stuff. Because when you have a superior complex, you would always be disappointed, especially if you don't have the power. So when I said this before, people were upset. Oh, Afridamus, you're just a divider. But she's telling you herself, for you to acknowledge the truth that, yeah, they have superior complex. That's why every little thing ticks them off. They feel offended by everything because they think they are truly superior. That's the problem. She's telling you right now. Why do you think you see like a Lizzo? Imagine like a Lizzo, that singer, the big one. Where do you think she got the attitude to come out and, display that type of body and, behaving the way she behaves? It's the attitude, the belief from the culture she came from. Yeah, I'm just telling you. But when other people reject it, that's when she, breaks down. But yeah, she's saying they are superior, but they are not telling you who they are superior to. Here we go.
Identify with Africans, and they certainly do not compare themselves to Africans. We compare ourselves to white people. And the reason we do that is because those are the people that we've been with for the last 400 or 500 years.
Did you guys hear that? Let me make sure those of you in the back of the classroom to hear this again. Who they want to be with.
Africans. We compare ourselves to white people. And the reason we do that is because those are the people that we've been with for the last 400 or 500 years. We don't know anybody. Most of us can't trace any relative back to Africa. So we don't identify with Africans. We compare ourselves to white Americans. When we talk about the racial wealth gap,
Guys, did you hear that for yourself? I have to do the appropriate thing with the right music here. I have to play the right music for what she is really looking for. You know, I hate to say that. I've been telling you guys.
I can recall the time and place on the midnight walk through the old streets, trying to turn back the clock to the days of old. Back to the days when all the things we knew were made of gold.
Yeah, they want to be dancing that music. Let me let you hear why they are jealous of white people. They want to be freely dancing this music. That's why they hate on it. You see, she said they compare themselves to white people. Here we go. All right, here we go.
We're talking about Black Americans versus white Americans. When we talk about disparities in education, we're talking about Black Americans versus white Americans. When we talk about disparities in the healthcare system, we're talking about Black Americans versus white Americans. When we talk about the mass incarceration system, we're talking about Black Americans.
So guys, you're hearing this, right? She said they compare themselves to only white people. So, okay, so that if you're comparing yourself to them, that means you want to be white, right? She's letting you know, guys, they want to be white, but they don't feel much accepted by the whites. So, therefore, why not pretend to be African? That's what I'm hearing. But here we go.
Americans versus white Americans. When we talk about the wage gap, when we talk about housing discrimination, it does not matter what we're talking about. We are comparing Black Americans to white Americans. We are never comparing ourselves to Africans. Anytime we compare ourselves, we are comparing ourselves to white people because those are the people that are relevant to who we are. And I'm not going to say that African Americans are offended by Africans continuing to compare themselves to us, but I'm saying African Americans don't see the connection.
So she's just trying to make themselves look good. She's saying, you know, yeah, you Africans, you dirty foot Africans, that's what she want to say. You booty scratchers, you know, I know you dirty foots in your huts. You're not having electricity, people, no EBT card, no white man for you. You want to compare yourself to us? Yeah, go right ahead. You know, that's fine. But we don't think about y'all. You guys are beneath us. Doesn't it sound like that's what she's saying? But she is delusional. She pure delusion. But you see the ones outside of the United States. And it's like the UK Negroes. There's something about the UK Negroes. I call them the MTV Negroes. They watch too much MTV, and when you hit them with the facts here, they start losing their mind. But here we go.
Because Africans who come to the United States doing what African Americans are already doing. They're not doing anything innovative. For all of the bragging that they do, they're not doing anything that we haven't already done. The wealthiest Black people in the United States of America are African Americans. And getting back to Akon, I'm about to call BS on him. One of the signs of people with inferiority complexes is that they are always finding fault with other people. They're always trying to put themselves up over somebody else. That's a sign of Not only inferiority complex, but also a sign of jealousy. He has taken his whole look, everything he has copied after African Americans. We are often imitated but never duplicated. So he's definitely.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe this? So the jealousy,
African
guys.
American.
Did you guys hear what she said? She is totally delusional. But imagine if she have kids. This is what she's teaching her kids. They really like people like they really believe like they are superior. So what you're dealing with in public is the heartbreak. You have like all these, especially overweight, black women in America. They want to compare themselves to white women. Guys, let me tell you right now, the area where I live, the white women there, they are on, they are on the trail riding bikes, okay, running, hitting the gym, eating kale salad, okay, doing their thing. But you see, if you want to compare yourself to somebody else, you will always suffer. So she's delusional. She thinks, just like maybe most of these pro-blacks think white people are sitting there thinking about them. She's also thinking Africans are doing the same thing. But when I say it, I'm the one causing division, right? The only way they want you to unite is to shut up and sit back and let them decide to you. Like some of these Africans who come and lie. Oh, yeah, we have tribalism in Africa. Okay, speak for yourself. Yes, of course, there are people who still have that kind of mindset, but is that the dominant figure? Most of us, we are from countries where the people live in harmony and respect one another. So how can you let someone, some book intellectual guy, who don't even understand what they are reading, to tell you what is going on? You want to compare yourself to the white women? Hey, you go do that. Okay? But we are looking at the scoreboard and it's not looking good for you. I think it's time for you to be you. We Africans, we're not even saying be us. Because it's a lot of work to be us. Just be you. That's all. We'll accept you. No problem. But all this talking, this is all cap. What you're seeing here, this is a backlash, the rejection from the white man. I hope you guys know this. Because slowly the white Democratic Party are showing favoritism to the Hispanic people, and a lot more, Africans and Caribbeans, their children educated, rising to higher office, So the next coming decades, America, the face is changing, you see? So all that talk, that's just a dying, species fighting. You either have to rise with dignity or continue to beg. But you can't shame other people into accepting the victimhood you're trying to sell. That's just the truth.
Even though they keep saying he was born and raised in the United States, that does not make him an African American, and it certainly does not make him a part of our lineage.
So Akon is an African person, real African, and he's born in America, American citizen. If anyone deserves to be called African American, wouldn't it be Akon? But this self-deluding person, if you're Black American, just call yourself Black American. But if you're calling yourself African American, but you say you're not African, you're confusing yourself. What? The Europeans, white people, how come they don't have European prefix in front of European American? So you're the only one that wants it? Just if you identify by color, just say Black American. But to say Akon is cannot say he's African American, that's silly. He's the real deal, not you. If you and Akon never claimed to be FBA. He never claimed it. He is doing a genre of music that is popular in inner city America, in the East Coast especially. The Jamaicans and the Puerto Ricans brought it. Rap did not come from the plantation because you look at in the South, they came into rap later. It was more because you see in the East Coast, New York and stuff, those blacks there have interaction with international blacks. So we know, even you look at the DJs still in the rap game, the top DJs, they are all of Caribbean descent background. That shows you this is their thing. They brought this to America. You see, immigrants built this country, but that doesn't mean the blacks do not have their own thing. They got Michael Jackson. You know, they got Michael Jackson, they got Patti LaBelle, Whitney Houston. I can name plenty. But, you know, it's like the mediocre ones who come thinking if somebody speaks good of their own creativity, that diminishes you. No, the blacks have plenty of achievements, plenty of stars. Can you let other people shine too? Especially if you say we are the dirty foot Africans. You know, it's even so selfish. You guys have been in this game for so long. For so long. Now you are intimidated to allow, to give way to Africans to shine. Last time when Akon spoke, what did they do? These blacks are so petty, they went and dug up James Brown. They brought James Brown into the scene as if that was necessary. I can assure you, look, bring James Brown to Congo. You guys think James Brown can dance? Bring him to Congo. Bring him to Senegal. Okay? Let's put James Brown against the Congolese dancers. You would find out that James Brown is not all that. So just because you saw it on TV doesn't mean he is the best of the best. Maybe in America. I would put James Brown against the Congolese dancers. Let's bring him to Congo and see if he would conquer. That's all. But you know, that can never happen. What, we're going to bring his bones? No. So let's be realistic. 2023 is the era of the African. You know, let's just accept it for what it is. I'm just saying.
He is not that. He is whatever his parents were when they got off the plane coming to the United States. The only thing that African Americans have ever wanted from Africans is fellowship. We have only wanted fellowship. But they have taken this whole idea about we have our own language and we have our own tribe and all that and tried to make something big out of it when it's really not anything big. I don't care about their tribe. I am very proud of my ancestry. I am very proud of the people that I come from.
Oh, she said all that mess about Africans. We don't compare ourselves to Africans. But now you want fellowship with Africans. You know, like she's so ignorant. Like, ma'am, like these people, some of them run around trying to deny being from Africa. Look, if you say you're Indian, I'll accept it. It's your saying. But the people they brought here, original people, they were Africans. The very people she's showing us here, right here, they look African to me. You see? They look African to me. But they will tell you that these people are Cherokees. This woman here looks like, you know, anyone's auntie in Africa. East, West, Central, South. This woman she is showing, but sure they are not Africans. Imagine your auntie that look like her telling you, hey, or your grandma, we compare ourselves to white people now. You're like, what? Why are we doing that? Are we white? Are we trying to be white? Yes, that's what she's saying. But here we go.
And because of what they did here in the United States, they made a place for us. They gave us agency. They gave us skin in the game. So we don't have to run all over the world looking for a decent place to live. Some African Americans choose to live abroad, but that's their choice. And they can come back when they get ready. And they don't have to cross hell on a spider's web to get here. We don't want to get into a lot of name calling and a lot of negative energy and trying to be mean, but we do need to set down some guidelines. We need to draw. You have to draw the line with people somewhere, and it is time.
So, did I remember, guys? I told you that is a matriarch. So she thinks, yeah, we're gonna be the gatekeeper. Hey, keep your quote unquote culture. Okay, we are not trying to copy any of this. The white man gave you this culture, the black quote unquote culture. We don't identify by that. We have our own culture that we go by. When the white man tried to challenge our culture in Africa, especially West Africa, look at what happened. We kicked them out. Even South Africa, where they are, some of you think they have all that power. Sure, they have the economic power, but they cannot dominate the African cultures there. The people there in South Africa still practicing the culture. So let's not play this game. So if you want to be the gatekeeper, hey, enjoy your gatekeeping. She said they are comparing themselves to white people. That would mean, right? Then we would have to judge them according to that lens. And we choose the best, the winner, to be our friends. Who's got more money, nicer house, a lot of jobs. Because since they are the ones going neck and neck up there, right? So that gives us room to be able to compare the two and see who benefits us the most. Because now the skin color thing is out. Since they're comparing themselves to the whites, guys, in fact, I would bring the list of the companies. Let's see, who looks attractive to the Africans. Don't forget now, some of you in the village where you come from, they had to sell goats for you to come here. So don't be silly. You go where the job is because you need to replenish those goats back. They need them back for you to send money. So are you going to go to a place where they will just kill you with empty talk? Or you would find a way to replenish those goats and cows back? You know the answer to that. I don't need to tell you.
For Black Americans to draw the line. We do not compare ourselves to Africans. We are not Africans. We are African descended, but we are not Africans, and we don't compare ourselves to Africans. And it would be nice if they would stop comparing themselves to us, because at the end of the day, it's not going to make any difference. It's not going to change their situation, and it's not going to change ours.
So think about the losing situation they are in. So you're a black person, you can never change your skin color, your look whatsoever, but you're comparing yourself to people you are not the same race. How does that even make sense? So you would always be in pain. Now you see how the blacks create their own pain because they want to be white, but they can't be like the white people because you are not white. But don't listen to me, listen to her tell you who they really are.
African American culture is America's #1 export. We have earned the place that we have on the world stage. And somebody talking, running his mouth, talk is very cheap, but that is not going to change the fact that we have the place that we have on the world.
So she's showing us all the entertainment in America. Oh, African American culture. So now basketball is African American culture. Doesn't that make the blacks culture vultures? Because it was the white man in the NBA, NFL. Imagine if the white people were complaining how the blacks swooped in and take over. So the blacks are the real culture vultures. They didn't invent basketball. These rap game record labels, they did not invent those. The white man. And rap, like I said, shout out to my Jamaican yardis. Wagwan, you have to do your thing down there in the New York City. Blah blah blah. That's I gotta give a shout out to my Jamaican rude boys, for doing their thing. I've seen how they operated in New York City. And also, shout out to some of the blacks as well. They're doing their thing. People like 50 Cent, Jay-Z, all of those people learning from the Jamaicans. Because you see the way those people move. Compare the blacks in New York to the blacks, let's say, down south is different. Or because they are not this one south, they are not too exposed to, the true culture, other foreign blacks to learn. So unfortunately, they are bringing that plantation culture and making it popular. And, the real blacks are losing now. It's unfortunate, guys, but here we go.
Stage. And if they want that place, they're going to have to earn it. You can't talk your way up. You have to build your way up the way we did. And if you can do that, then do it. And here's the last thing I want to say.
And also, she exposed themselves. She said people who, always, compare them, because she is not even aware in that sentence, compare themselves to others, to bring others, find fault in others, is inferiority complex. Unfortunately, she doesn't even realize that's what Black Americans generally these days are known for. This is what they are known for. They invented everything. They built America. Nobody did anything. Everything is everyone's fault. They are everybody's victim. Everyone owes them. They don't owe anyone. They've never done anything to anyone. Perfect human beings. Perfect human beings. So you can never win. So it's everyone's fault. They can never do any wrong. Like imagine you're the judge, like you're just pointing fingers and you're shocked, like you point one finger and 10,000 fingers are pointed right back at you. And you're mad, how dare you point back? Well, you was raising, questions here. We got questions too, but here we go. Oh, sorry.
And they do not identify. And because of what they did here, and you decide that you're going to be my enemies, we are African descended people. We are not trying to take anything from Africans, and we don't go on the world stage trying to demean and degrade Africans. The reason that we don't do that is because there is a collective respect for Africans. Now, individual African Americans can be just as dumb and just as insensitive as anybody else. But as a collective, we do not endorse African Americans going on the world stage trying to embarrass, demean, or degrade Africans, because we do have that much respect for them. And we have to demand respect for ourselves. If you don't like African Americans, you don't want to deal with African Americans.
So you see the lies. So at the end of the day, it comes down to victimhood. So if you speak the truth, because truth is from love. Oh, that means, oh, if you don't love African Americans, like, so now all of a sudden this is interpreted as, Akon hates African Americans. If he hates African Americans, why would he even talk about them? This is silly. So the hate talk is the equivalence of when they say to white people they are racist. So the white people are doing good. White people have learned to ignore the blacks now. So we are their last resort. We are their last resort. Because if we ignore the blacks on the internet, who would they be? Who can they blame? Who else? Who else is left? They've blamed every group. They've even blamed the Jews. They try to steal the Jews' tribe from them. If white people right now, I'll tell you, if white people make an African tribe, let's say my tribe, Soninke, they make it, put it on TV, make it look cool. All these blacks who used to be Hebrews, Indians, they will become Soninkes. If they show the Yoruba tribe as the cool one on American TV, guess what? The Negroes are all going to be, Yorubas all of a sudden. So they're just trendy people. That's all. But here we go.
That's fine. But the smart thing to do is to keep your mouth shut, because the same thing that you're saying against us can come back on you. So I'm saying with my full chest that you have to respect us if you want us to respect you. So I thought about this video, and but I decided I'm going to upload it anyway, because as an African American woman who respects Africans and everybody else, we demand respect too. Okay, thank you for listening. Let me know what you think about.
So the mama, she wants respect. She definitely does not respect herself, low IQ, and she showed her ass. So this is the thinking pattern, right? But now let's come to the educated Negro who, he thinks he can read, he understands, but what does he know? So I have a stream from the Diners channel. I want to show you guys how in these panels, because Nigerians, guys, unfortunately like to run into these panels and notice how they talk down to Nigerians. Even Brandon was there. Brandon, right? He's a Kenyan because, he said he bought that land, but he makes it all other one. They make it sound like this land buying. Oh yeah, Africans are not doing it. Remember, when you rent Airbnbs, the places you rent at are owned by Africans in that country that built them. You can never own land more than the African people. Those of us in the diaspora, when you come on TV, you're showing all that, making it seem like you're the only one doing something. We laugh at it. We don't have to show it, but in the grand scheme of things, what you're doing is small. It's something, but it's small in the grand scheme of things. But when you try to make that sound like it's so big, bigger than what us, the people that are from there, you're doing more than us, it's laughable. You become a joke. It's not like you have your land in prime locations. It's not like you have huge lands. It's not like you're doing anything that people are not already doing there or bigger. You see? So, but on the internet, that's what it sounds like. So, let me play this video stream from Dinah's channel. Great topic. One of the arguments that the blacks like to give, which me myself I've heard. Oh, how come y'all Africans didn't come get us? Dude, I thought slavery is over, right? Like, I think I'm a little bit late. Like, I thought, slavery was over. Oh, how that argument is so stupid. How come they didn't come get you? Those Africans, because they sold those slaves. Why would they come get them? They sold them. But you see, when psychologically you convince yourself that you're important, you start thinking that way and you keep getting disappointments. Asking someone like me, why didn't you all come get us, is the dumbest question ever. We live in this era. Or the idea that all Africans were selling people into slavery. Okay, how come some of the people you're complaining to, if slavery still was going on and it was cool to enslave Africans, we could have been taken into slavery because we are Africans. So the idea to say it is Africans that conspire against you is the stupidest thing ever. It's the stupidest thing ever. Oh, you Africans didn't come get us. How would they come get you? How? You know? But now we have plans. You don't have to ask me why we didn't come get you. Ghana. Thank you, Kidola. Ghana is getting them back. But let me play this stream here because there's a guy called this fake intellectual called Lumumba. Very emotional guy. He likes to display his books in the back to try to make you think he is educated. Yeah, he's educated, all right, but he's an angry man. He is miseducated. He's a pseudo intellectual. This is why when you question him, he gets upset. I've seen his conversation with Africans. So the reason why I'm playing this, the video with the lady previously, because it's going to debunk the lies that Lumumba was trying to sell to a Nigerian guy. So let me start the video. Here we go. And please don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel for more content. Thank you.
think in the beginning when I said that myself and people who I associate with, we definitely came to the realization that we weren't being authentic and trying to find where we came from. We're trying to follow the trend of what's white society deems as acceptable. And now at this certain turning point in life, we want to be closer and connected to the continent. That's what I was saying. I only say that we're American in the sense that we have been removed from what our original culture was. And yes.
So this Lumumba guy, like I said, fake intellectual. Remember what I told you? So he read some books and now all of a sudden he is African. He would argue with you who's the real African. You're not fake African. You're not like Kwanzaa African. They try to make try to make Kwanzaa seem like it's an African holiday that they made up here in America not long ago, right? He's very arrogant. He went to the white man's school. He took, stupid degree over there. He can't invent anything. So he learned victimhood. He got victimhood degree. You see? So it's a waste of time for people like this quote unquote Lumumba, calling himself Lumumba. What they call education is not education. That's miseducation. Because it's like you are always just complaining. What is the purpose of your quote unquote education? So for me, whenever people say they're educated, the moment you mention Kwanzaa, you say Kwanzaa, I'm like, oh, okay. You are a Kwanzaa intellectual, delusional people. And if you try to argue with me to say you are an African, fine, you're an African descendant, but if you're pretending to know Africa more than me, then now I know, you don't know what you're talking about. Your arrogance. is what is talking. Most of these people have never lived in Africa. They can't speak any African language. I'm not talking blindly. See, I'm from Africa. Not only being from Africa, live in America. I've been living in America a little over 20 years in America, most of my life. So, what are you talking about? So, I can give you a real perspective on what is going on. I can interpret behaviors to you that you are not even seeing. Most of these people just have fake degrees. It's stupid degrees, basket weaving, chimpanzee studies, African studies. Like, what kind of job are you going to have? And they are not looking to start business. So they go into these quote unquote schools and teach kids this stupid knowledge. They wear dashiki and pretend to be Africans. If that's not enough, they come on the internet and argue with us, the real Africans. They try to tell us what it means to be an African because they read something from Joseph Smith, who is now Dr. Kumbwala Egule. He's Yoruba, right? He went from black to Yoruba, from Joseph Smith to Dr. Kumbwala Egule, right? So he read from Dr. Iguala. You're like, okay, wait, Doctor, where's Dr. Iguala from? Oh, Cincinnati, Ohio. He moved to Berkeley, you know. So at Berkeley, he went to the college over there. That's a liberal college over there. So he got his degree, in African studies, major in African studies, and minor in chimpanzee studies. So, you know what I'm saying? Let me let you guys hear this conversation. We're going to have our intellectual, Lumumba. Yeah, it's so easy to call yourself Lumumba, if only you know what it takes to be Lumumba. But, sitting on the internet is so convenient to say, hey, guess what? I'm Lumumba. Why don't you go do what Lumumba did? Facing the Belgian king and telling him like it is. But on the internet, you're Lumumba. Come on, you're just a joke. But here we go.
The food, the little isms and schisms we may have, the way we talk and dress, those do come from, someplace on the continent. But the fact that we don't know, essentially, the only thing we've grown to know is that we're Americans.
Well, I would like to offer a rebuttal, sister. Just because we can't pinpoint exactly where we're from doesn't mean that we are Americans. The reason why I make this argument is
so. Here's his intellectual point. Just because we cannot pinpoint where we're from in Africa doesn't mean we're not African. In fact, everything we know about ourselves, all our holidays, Thanksgiving, 4th of July, grandma, our neighborhood, it's all in America. But guess what? We're not Americans. We are Africans of that place where we know nobody there. We're not related anymore to anyone. That's who we are. We are not Africans. Go ahead, Lumumba. Tell the people, rebut this sister, quote unquote, about how she is wrong in being American. Here we go.
that if we were Americans, there'd have been no need for a 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment. If we were actually Americans, there'd have been no need for a Fair Housing Act, a Voting Act, a Civil Rights Act. These things were done for people who aren't considered Americans. Americans, white folk, they didn't need any amendments or bills passed or legislation passed to give them the rights that they were supposedly born with that are what enumerated in the Constitution of the United States.
So guys, did you see? Now you will understand why I played that video previously. So his argument, the argument he's presenting is, despite the 14th Amendment, which was created to allow blacks to become US citizens, he is saying, so therefore, This 14th Amendment was not created for white people. Wrong. What about 14th Amendment covers naturalization and all that? How many white people have naturalized in America? But again, the reason why I brought this is they compare themselves to white people. So in his head, no, I mean, they didn't do it for white people. Like white people, the people who were in charge, the people that wrote the Constitution, the amendment, they are white people. So he is pissed off by that. So if they remove the protection of the 14th Amendment, you, the blacks, you are not American and you don't have a country. Where are you going to go? You would become stateless people. So he is so stupid. He's criticizing an amendment that made his ancestors citizens. But you see, he wants to be like the white man. Not only any ordinary white man, the ruling class white man. But let's allow Lumumba to spew his ignorance.
United States of America and other foundational preambles. These things were created by people who are not considered Americans. So irrespective if I can delineate the exact place I came from in Africa or not, I know I'm not an American, I'm African. And Malcolm X even said in the Black Muslim movement, one of the things that they found was that, you know, they were actually well connected to the African origins and ties, mores and forays, etc. So I think that we have to understand that irrespective of where we are in the world, irrespective of our knowledge of where we come from, we see with even other ethnic groups around the world, Arabs, Latinos, Jewish people, so on and so forth, irrespective if they can delineate the place they come from or not, they do not. They tend to never, on a macro level, deny who they are and adopt, of course, a identity based on the nationality that they have taken on based on where they were born and raised.
I can definitely.
So, guys, he just gave, he used several words. His word salad. He used gender macro level. Look, guys, remember I told you guys how I took that class before, gender studies class. So in this gender studies class, guys, they used to hate the papers I used to write. They hated my papers because we have this thing called reactive papers. So you read it. I noticed in this gender studies class, the authors, the writers of what we're analyzing, they are homosexuals or lesbians. And when I noticed that, I make sure I pointed that out. The teacher was like, "Oh, it's not a problem." I said, but when the argument would be biased. So this is a book Negro over here. That's why he has to quote Malcolm X, other people. Malcolm X, that was in the 60s. He wasn't alive then. He wasn't around those people. He just read something. We are talking about real experience, real life. He is not an African. His name, Lumumba, is fake. Okay? He's not Congolese. Look, I don't see Gambians calling themselves Lumumba. I don't see Congolese going around calling themselves Soninke because they are not. And I'm not Lumumba. But I get it. You don't know where you come from. But he's a fake African. Because if you want to be African, he want to be Lumumba, he has to go to Congo and get initiated to become an African. But let me play more of him. You will see his arrogance trying to tell Africans off. Here we go.
I agree with that point. You know, especially with the Latinos, whether you're second, third, or fourth generation.
Sorry to remind you guys, they are obsessed with the Latino people because he's an educated Negro, right? He has to promote that idea of black and brown. But there's a difference between the Latinos, because you see, when they say Latino, that could mean the person is from Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras. They even have black, Afro Latinos. So some of these people are so ignorant, they don't understand that. Like, okay, Latino is not a race. Or they would look at some person, some white person, like let's say Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is a white person, right? But you would hear this, oh, he's a Latino, Cuban or Mexican. Like you're dumb. Those last names you're hearing, they are Spanish last names. Spaniards are Europeans. Spanish people are Europeans. So they conquered and colonized these places. So just like you, the blacks, how you have the white people last name, like Smith, Johnson, all those last names. Yeah, they also got those last names. So when people are talking about we being colonized, you have to be careful because we did not lose our last names. The white people could not even change our names. You see? So if your last name is Washington from the Washington plantation, I have nothing against you. But don't tell me that, oh, they colonized your country, I'm the same as you. No, it's not the same. The white man did not change my language, my name. I voluntarily went to the white man's school. I know how to read the white man's language and all. It's an advantage to me, in fact. I know their language. They don't know mine. So, just like you speak the white man's language, then you can't deceive them. So it's different. But educated Negroes like him, they are obsessed with the Latinos because they want to form that black and brown coalition. But Mexicans, people from Latin backgrounds, and the blacks don't mix because they are immigrants, new immigrants. Their mindset and blacks that's been here is different. It's not the same. It's not the same. Hence, you could see in how, they are progressing in this country. So it's not the same thing. But Lumumba is too educated to know that.
Mexican American, they still say they're Mexican first. So I'll agree with you on that point for sure. And a lot of the concessions were made because we weren't treated like human beings, period, point blank. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Let me read these super. Hey, everyone who super chatted, thank you so much for the super chat. What does ancestry have to do with the hospitable nature of our brothers and sisters of the continent towards us? As ADOS said, they were not a black ancestry. Connie, go ahead, Connie. Unmute yourself.
Okay. I'm Nigerian.
So, guys, Kani is a Nigerian. He came in. Watch how the conversation goes. The hostility towards Africans. Because you notice if you're African, you go to these panels, they are way more hostile to you. Because how dare you, dirty foot African, not praise us? And you are questioning us? But they are claiming to be Africans. This is what brings Africans to these channels. But because of due to most of these people, their arrogance, they want to question you. They want to question you for them talking about being you. So these are just they're Americans, but they're black Americans. Even me here that is speaking, I told you guys, if black American on its own did not exist, why would the blacks take the time, Council of Blacks, to give me this right here? You see that, right? So obviously, that's my honorary black card. There's difference between black and African, you know? No cap. But here we go.
Nigerian. Yeah. So I waited for this topic because I wanted to be a part of it. Now you guys are Americans, right? And you see the world like an American, right? I'm an African, and the
No,
way
I,
Nigerian
to
too.
answer your question, I do not see the world as an American.
okay.
So that is the fake intellectual. So he was born and raised in America, studied in America, never lived anywhere else. He is denying the fact that he sees the world through the lens of being an American. Can you trust somebody like this? He's a straight up liar. If you were born and raised in America, America educated, that's where you know. If you are not seeing the world through the lens of American, what lens are you seeing it through? Because you weren't born and raised in Africa. So that's lie number one. See this Lumumba guy as a liar. His arguments are weak. He's fake. He's a fake guy. He's talking about he's not American. Dude, you were born and raised in America. You need to, bring back your last name, Washington, Daniel Washington, instead of saying you're Lumumba. We know your name is either Daniel Washington or Jerome Johnson. Okay? You can't fool us. Daniel Washington or Jerome Johnson. Which one is it? Let us know. But here we go.
I am an African living.
Oh, Tyrone Smith. Oh, Tyrone Jefferson. One of these names. Let's just know.
In America.
But a lot of y'all see the world as American.
And I would argue that that's due to what? Miseducation and brainwashing through the American media.
Yeah. So that brings.
So he is proving the man's point. He said it's due to miseducation. And so him over here, I would say Jamal Quavers or Jamal Brown, like some of the people would say. Jamal Quavers Brown, right? So he's accusing the other blacks of being ignorant. So all the other blacks are ignorant except him. He's never lived in Africa, but he wants to make this argument. But his defense is the other blacks are ignorant and miseducated. But him, he's different. He's the smartest one. Let's let this continue. See, the Nigerian guy brought good points here. You see? So let's see what else Kani's going to ask.
Brings me to my point, right? So you see, just the way you guys see all those give a dollar for someone who is hungry. There's no water in this country, and you see horrible pictures. We see those pictures too.
Someone here said, Sean said, Afridamus, on your American job application, I guarantee you didn't put an African name. If I don't put my African name, how can I get the job? It would be fraudulent. My name is what's on my birth certificate, my passport, social security number. Everything has to match. I have never disguised my name for anyone, but I haven't filled out job applications in years since people themselves apply jobs to me. So that's a blessing. I don't have to apply for jobs, but people come looking for jobs from me. So I don't know what they do out there, but yes, when I used to apply for jobs, and even if I have to apply today, I would use my beautiful long African name mixed in with Arabic. Love it. I just, it's just a beautiful name, but here we go.
From Africa. We see those ads. We watch CNN, like early 90s. We watch Coming to America. We watch Fresh Prince of Bel Air. We see you guys, or we saw you guys much more than you guys see us, right? And just the way you feel pity when you see those pictures they show to you, we have some kind of emotion as well.
So the guy is saying, he's fixing his points. He said, we watch CNN, we watch Fresh Prince of Bel Air and all that, right? So, guys, and he said, we see you guys more than you see us, which is true. That gives us advantage. Because you see, America sells their media. So people get to study you. That gives people advantage over you. You don't get to see us. You don't study us. You just live in fantasy. You create your own fantasy about us. But is it real? It's not. Like some person might go write a book, just what they saw, but that's not the entire thing. So you're not learning. But here we go.
Right? When you feel like you relegate yourself, like you feel less than a human. And this is something that's kept happening for a long period of time. So now how you feel like you're seeing these things, and this is adding to all the other things that have already happened, or been happening, the colonialism, everything. Do you really think that we would actually remember even trying to reach out? We're feeling like you're not going to want us.
I don't understand the question.
No. The topic here is why didn't Africa reach out to? That's what I understand. Am I wrong?
Well,
Guys, why is this Nigerian over here begging, talking about? We don't think you guys are gonna, like us. What is going on here? And they think Africa is a country, like Audrey said, and they want you to accept it. Guys, in case you don't know what music is playing, that's the, because the blacks want to be white. So this is white country music in the background. Here we go.
Yeah, Dinus, please.
Right. What's your question, kind? What's your question, brother? What's your question?
No. What's the subject that we're discussing?
Well, so you have certain people who have this argument that Africa ain't reached out to us, or haven't reached out to us.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. This is the reason why we didn't reach out all this while. Right? We feel like you guys are not going to accept us. Like, we feel like we have nothing to give, nothing to offer. We feel, the whole world is.
Well, if I could,
that's how we feel.
That's
how we felt.
The topic, Africa ain't reaching out to us, is a rhetorical question based on individuals that we, in this platform, believe are politically immature, right?
So, guys, this Nigerian guy comes in. I don't know. He's claiming that because of Fresh Prince of Bel Air coming to America, Africans feel like the blacks have too much. We didn't reach out to them. I never knew that. Maybe in his village in Nigeria, they were sitting there having the meetings like, okay, how we gonna reach the black then over yonder, na Africa, America. Okay, bring the color. They brought the cola nut, they split it, they pour some for the departed ones. Maybe that's what was going on in his village. No, sir, Africans, we are not sitting there thinking about that. Fresh Prince of Bel Air, when I saw it, I said, oh man, the blacks got it going on. Living in a big house, just getting along with the white man. I'm like, damn, these Negroes are living life. You know, you got Carlton over there, all dressed up in that nice sweater. I'm like, God damn, I can't wait to get to America so I can dress like Carlton. But then I saw Will coming from Philly. I was like, okay, I'm more like Will because, you know, my area is kind of hood. So, but either way, they were living good. They looked good, shiny, dressed good. They were eating good food according to the TV. So we were over there in Africa, you know, watching it. You see, when, you know, like the, you know, electric company doesn't shut off the electricity. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, especially on Sundays, they used to make sure that we watch Fresh Prince of Bel Air and Tom and Jerry or the Roadrunner. Oh, yeah, we were watching them shows, you see? And at Video Club, I go there and watch the Indian movies and, you know, Bruce Lee, you know, Chuck Norris, all those stuff. So we were studying you guys for a long time. We studied the white man too, the Chinese. So those of you that think the Chinese are gonna come in Africa, they're taking advantage of us. You guys are certainly mistaken. If only you guys know how many Chinese movies I have watched growing up. You think I'm alone? Or how many Indian movies? I have friends. Take my friends into consideration. We had a video club group. We would go and watch these movies. So so don't sit here and try to act like we don't know what we're talking about. We know exactly what we're talking about. I never knew this whole time when I was a kid watching all this. This was all we were studying, all these people. Like Dunstan said, Afridamus, you remember Surely? Oh man, The Burning Train. Bruh, I love that movie. I even know the song. Yeah, Solinge. Amnahi Solinge. Solinge. Hampatahe. Shera Samjina Solinge. Tin, 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 tin. Where Tufan Gabarsin shows up at the scene, you know, we interpret that. In so we were always on top of things. And then on Sundays, we watch Fresh Prince of Bel Air, you know, studying the blacks. Hey, guys, I'm going to tell you a funny story here. One of my friends back in the days, right? He had a job at McDonald's. So, you know, he was on the phone one time back in the days, like to call Africa. They didn't have WhatsApp, all that. You gotta buy a phone card, like $2 or like $5, and you call Africa. So he called his friends. He was talking to them, and he's like, "Man, I got a good job." He's like, they ask him where does he work. He said McDonald's, but they don't know McDonald's. And I heard him explain to them. He said, "Remember in the movie Coming to America, the place where Eddie Murphy and his friend worked at? That kind of place." And they understood. So look, we've been studying America before we got here. So Lumumba, please put your books aside and start listening to us Africans. And so we can teach y'all how to live in America. So you don't have to have problems with the white people. You see? But here we go.
The second issue is I think it's dangerous to monolithically categorize an entire group of people, African Americans, Africans, etc. There are many African Americans who have a negative view of Africans, right? But those are individuals who are what? Ignorant, right? So we don't want to make a claim that African Americans view Africans a particular way, and then we're highlighting.
So you guys see, he's blaming the ignorant Negroes. So Lumumba, all those books you have behind you, and you're an educator, what have you been doing to try to help the blacks not be, like you said, they're ignorant most. How are you helping so they can become enlightened, so they are no longer ignorant? Well, we're about to find out how smart Lumumba himself is.
Individuals who are are politically immature and miseducated, right? The reality of the situation is we have been having cross-cultural contact across the Atlantic Ocean for centuries, right? That's why I said that the idea, the question Africa ain't reaching out to us is a misnomer, right? It's a play on words of a movement of people who are trying to disassociate themselves with Africa. So we are.
Okay, I just thought I should bring this point of view because as an African who have lived in Africa for very long, and left Africa as an adult, like this point of view might be also important for you guys to see. I know you guys, like I've listened to a lot of you. I'm always on Diana's channel. I've listened to a lot of you speak. I understand the whole slave trade. I've read a little of your history. I feel you, man. But then as Africans too, we have our own story, we have our own emotions. So
guys, remember, isn't that's what I always emphasize? As much as you think you're the only one with a story, or your story is more important, anytime you hear someone talk about their own story, you come and compare yourself to them, doesn't mean your story is more important. And I get, I noticed that, they have I think is this woman here, is she like Hispanic, or like she's not Somali? She's got the African nose. Is she Hawaiian, or but she's a one of those off-brand blacks, right? And Lumumba himself, Lumumba is an off-brand African. You see, many of these people are off-brand Africans. What do I mean by off-brand Africans? Why? Because they can choose to be African whenever they feel like it. Or they can, like today, they can say, I'm African. Next time they are Indian. Next time they are half Irish. I've seen it. So that's why I say off-brand Africans. But here we go.
I just thought I'm not saying or talking down on your point or disagreeing with you. I just came up to just bring another point of view, and I believe in all this. It was when there was social media, there was Afrobeats, there was Nollywood. You could get on Netflix and watch African content,
So guys, did you see Mr. Sean B is being a crybaby? He's like, oh, the white people Americans who own YouTube would flag him. Why will they flag me? You see, it's because the white man control people like B. Sean. He wants to be like the white man. Why? What have I said here that the white man should be upset at? And if the white man have issues, the white man can hit the link. But they worship the white man. People like B. Sean, they worship the white man. They wish the white man would flag me. Because to him, what I'm saying, since he can make the argument against me, therefore the white man should flag, Afridamus. Well, my message to the white man, and the white man knows that I'm doing good work over here. So please, the white man, do not flag Afridamus channel, okay? I'm trying to help you as well, just like I'm helping the blacks to improve your relationship with the blacks. So just chill. Here we go.
Few people around the world started to see, oh, maybe these people are not these hungry people who don't have water to drink, or that's not all about them. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, Sean, B. Sean, my bad. I agree with that one. Okay. Bishon was not crying. He was just pointing something that makes the white man cry sometimes. You're right, Bishon. Shout out to you.
Yeah, I like the music, right?
Well, once
And
again,
then some people,
you're making the assumption that the majority of African Americans felt that way before the proliferation of social media. I would make the argument that
because
it was not the case.
I'm making this assumption because it's coinciding, at the same time. Like Afrobeat is popping at the same time African Americans are traveling to Ghana or traveling to Africa. It's popping at the same time when you now have African content on Netflix. At the same, why is it happening all at the same time?
Well, I would argue that it's not. I would argue that it's not happening all at the same time because there have been every generation of African Americans that have moved to Africa, repatriated to Africa. So we don't find that this is just something that's coinciding with the social.
So you guys see how dishonest Lumumba is? So Lumumba is trying to say every generation of blacks wanted to go to Africa. This Africa thing is now popular. This is just popular now. This wasn't a thing, Even when they had Liberia, how many of the blacks went there? With Marcus Garvey, even Marcus Garvey never went, but even Liberia, there were blacks who didn't want to go. When I first came to America, most blacks you meet, literally, I'm telling you, like, this is before the internet, they know nothing about Africa. I'm talking, man. Look, I hate to tell you, man, if you want to hear ignorance, be an African among blacks. When I first came here, imagine this was before the internet. They knew nothing about Africa. Very, very few blacks. I mean, think about most blacks don't even leave their neighborhood, much more their city. They barely even know America. How would they know Africa across the ocean? They knew nothing about Africa. So a lot of what you're seeing is all new. You see? So, yeah, Lumumba is clearly lying just to win an argument. Lying to kick it. That's what he's doing.
Media.
Dinah, do you agree? Do you agree, like, to the degree at which African Americans that we're hearing on social media, of course,
And Bantu Queen is right. Art Kati introduced Africa, especially Gambia, to most of them. And we have Mamizi here as usual. She's like, Afridamus. Even now, most African Americans don't want to go. So what's your point? You should be asking Lumumba that. I don't know why Mamizi always wants to fight me. The blacks don't want to go to Cameroon. So you shouldn't even be in the argument here. The blacks are doing whatever they can, to not go to Cameroon. Okay? So I don't know what your point is, but okay, Mamizi.
Taking citizenship and how it is right now. Has he ever been like this?
No. Sorry.
Do you agree, like what the brother just said? What
I would argue.
Do you agree to
I would argue, and there is significant literature to substantiate the claim that I'm making, that African Americans, every generation of African Americans, have sought to and have repatriated to Africa in large.
He continuously lie. So the places, these African Americans, he said he read literature, he read books. So let's hear if he's going to tell us where in Africa they've moved to, because we, the Africans, did not see them. So I'll let him speak for him to tell us, where these blacks went to. The man have no shame lying. But maybe I'm misunderstanding him. Let me just let him speak, okay? I'll let him talk.
Numbers. This is nothing new.
Yes, but you're both right. The issue is that technology has made it easier for us to go ahead and reach out and see each other. I can just be walking out from Walmart like I am now, and I could be talking to a brother in Nigeria. This is that's what's happening now. You're seeing an increase, an influx, because the technology allows us to do this in such an easy and leisurely way.
So, Nulumba, do you disagree when I said the hungry children pictures give $1? Do you disagree with? Do you disagree to that? And that has no impact on the fact the on making African Americans want to actually interact or associate with Africans. Do you disagree to that?
I would argue that African Americans who are uneducated and politically unaware would believe in those images, and then of course turn away from Africa.
So do you see what this guy is doing? So he's not doing any service to the blacks. So he's saying the blacks who are uneducated are the ones who hold this sentiment or believe in those pictures they show. Well, sir, then you're saying majority of the blacks are uneducated then, because majority watch TV. So his arguments make no sense. He's trying to make argument, like his argument is entirely based in feelings. He thinks he wants to win. I don't know what he's trying to win. I gotta give it to this Nigerian guy asking these questions. Seriously.
But as I stated before, there's this. I mean, if you look at the history of Pan-Africanist movements in America, all of these Pan-African movements focus on African origins, African identity, connecting with our brothers and sisters on the continent. We're talking about from the Chief Sam movement to the African Nationalist Pioneer movement to Malcolm X's OAAU.
Guys, I just noticed a comment here. I cannot believe the haters have arrived. The haters have arrived. Now they are trying to get my black card revoked. Okay? Guys, let me make sure my black card is still intact. Give me a moment here. Let me look for it. Yeah, guys, the threat of losing my black card is very terrifying. So someone just wrote saying, Afridamus, if you continue with the good work, you're gonna lose your black card. Do you know that this same work is what gave me the black card? So I told you guys in previous show, some of these people have been writing letter to the office trying to get my black card revoked. And what did I tell you? Now, their true feelings, they are showing it in the comment section. Playing around with the words like, oh, Afridamus, if you continue with this, you might lose your black card. That's all your wishes. Just trying to throw the idea out there so that their letters can be validated by those who need to read it. But I promise the blacks, I will continue doing the good work. Think about it. Black History Month is right around the corner. Don't forget. So if you remove my honorary black card, who can do a better job than me? Who can you think of? So this is something I just want to throw out there. Those of you that are hating on me, be careful, because I worked hard for this card. So please, take your hate elsewhere. All right, let's continue.
I mean, I could go on down the line, right? The Black Liberation Army, so on and so forth. So like I said, like Brother Allen said, we're both right, but the reality of the situation is African Americans have been turned into Africa, seeking to repatriate Africa, seeking to reconnect with Africa and Africans long before the proliferation of social media.
Let me say this.
Okay.
So Lumumba lied again. He said they were connecting with Africa before social media. Okay, well, I wonder which Africans they were connecting with. It's funny to me, but let's let him continue.
I
Yeah, go
heard
ahead.
something originally that Connie said today. He said that the way they watch CNN and other things like that, the Fresh Prince of Bel Air, a sect of Africans says, what do we have to offer African Americans? We see it look like they have everything they need. So he felt that's one of the reasons a sector never reached out. And so he's going back to say that Americans are being shown the children that's always needing some food and water and things. And that's probably why they're not reaching out just to the dollar. So what I see is that there's a sect of Africans have the same mindset.
So, guys, I have dropped the link. Feel free to call in between. But let's continue with this. Supergirl, thank you for the super chat. She said, does anyone else think fake Lumumba sounds like he could be Dr. Umar's cousin? Absolutely. Probably his student. Thank you for the super chat there, Supergirl. Let's thank you properly, here.
Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through.
All right. Thank you, Supergirl, for the super chat here. Here we go.
There's a sect of some African Americans. The uneducated one just taking what's on the news that's feeded to them a narrative, and that's why they're standing back. So we got some African Americans saying, well, why Africa not reaching out to us? Because they feel they need something from Africa. But then we got a sector of Africans, per what he just said, is they see us in a light of prosperity. So what can you offer them or offer African Americans? So they're taking a narrative and what's being shown by way of to keep you separate anyway. And so each one don't reach out except for the ones that goes around and cuts through all that bull crap and know what's happening. As Lamona said, this has been going on a long time. But the more that you
Look, one thing you have to know about the blacks, they love talking. They love meetings. Like, it's so simple. If they want to be Africans, all they have to do is come and contact us, and we would initiate them culturally. We'll give them proper names, give them, if you can keep your name. If you like Tyrone, you can keep it. If you like your name, continue being Junior, Pookie, Rere, Joma Cuevas, Lexus, Levante, it's all good. But still, we would have, Cablecia. Okay, you guys think I'm making these names up, but I am not. So we can have that conversation. But they are making this so difficult. Like, we got to keep talking and talking. If they want to be Africans, all they have to do is stop trying to compete with the white people, trying to be white, and come back being Africans. And the women need to understand, they need to learn to accept polygamy, because Africans are into polygamy. That's what the Africans have been writing to me. So I just want to let you guys know that. But since they've become white, in fact, most of the women here, the blacks, they practice polygamy in reverse. Imagine a woman, 5 children by 6 baby daddies or 7 baby daddies. There's a problem somewhere. When I say 7, that means 2 was tested, 2 extra were tested, and they were not the father on Mauricio. So that's where the number comes from. So let's hear more of Lumumba. And the callers in the back, just hang tight. All right, I'll bring you in.
have social media and the main media they're going to try to always show you the negative of Africa while they enriching themselves from Africa.
Come on now, brother. Teach.
You
I
always see that. And so they get enriched, just like Donna's always said. When you fly, there's more Chinese, Indians, white folks, and everything else piling into Africa, and you still sitting back into my, I ain't going to the jungle. I ain't going to run from them lions and tigers and elephants.
See, most of the blacks think, they're doing you a favor to come to Africa instead of just wanting to come to Africa on their own. So, hold on, guys. I have few callers here. I'll bring them in. We have Kidola in the house, Mama Z in the house. Kidola, welcome to the Afridamus report again. Kidola, are you there?
Yes,
Kidola,
yes. Yeah, bro.
Kidola, what do you think? Because are you shocked and surprised by the videos I play? Because like the woman is saying that. She's confirming what I have always talked about, saying the blacks want to be like the white people. They compare themselves to white people. That's why they are always upset. You see? So, what do you think about what I'm saying here, Kidola?
I think the video play about that lady was that's where they see us to be.
Yes.
That's the way they're going to see us to be. Because look, in their mind and what they taught them or what they continue with in the past was like, we live in the hut, we live in the dirty mud, we live on the tree, we're not civilized. You people are lucky to be here, to be slave to America. These are the things they taught them, So that is not even that is not yet out of their mind. I want you to understand.
No, it's plantation talk.
Yeah,
Kidola, let me ask you. You're not living in America, right?
No.
Like the first time hearing me speak on these things and then hearing this video I played, like because maybe if you had heard me, you probably like, man, this man, what is he saying? Is everything making sense for you now?
Yeah, because of you, I start really understand. Because let's be honest, I've been to some panels. Sometimes I just try to be nice there, just to see you're able to relate with them. Let's see what is going on. But because other people were trying to have their own channel, they work as you because you are a very good storyteller.
Thank you.
You are very articulated. You explain the thing very, very well. So through you, I can, because I'm seeing things the way they play this game, the hidden agenda, the way they deny things in time, and the way they also lie in time also about a lot of things. You understand? They are very bravado, and they have just a natural hatred to Africans.
And Kidola, are you surprised that the story that was told was, oh, we are facing racism, from the white people, but now you're seeing the problem is they actually, many, not all blacks, but many they want to be like the white people. So that's what they are upset. They are jealous of the white people. Are you surprised to see that they are jealous of the white people?
I'm not surprised at all because these are the people they live with for 400 years. You
yes.
Understand?
And Kidola, I want to also make it clear. The blacks, right? I'm not discounting them even thinking that way. They are paying because we have to also take into account they've lived with the white people for a long time. So to say they are going, like most people might think I'm mocking them, but I'm not. It's just the fake intellectuals that come.
I think what you're doing is you are cutting them of their heavily abused, unnecessary, notorious abuse against us.
Thank you.
Unnecessary hatred towards us without us not even showing that towards them. Have you ever seen an African before? Even though you that come to able to encounter this, some African try to encounter it, but it didn't really work. You understand me? If not, have you ever seen an African who sit and call Black Americans monkeys and all these things? No African have ever do that.
No, Kidola, even behind closed doors, I don't know any Africans who talk like that about Black Americans. In fact, Africans support Black Americans big time. People I know in real life.
Yeah, because what we see in them is about movies, it's about music, comedy. So we enjoy these things, and we admire their achievement, but we don't see things because we enjoy these movies. We don't really see things in a slavery way, or
Mhm.
before we do see that they have problems because the way they dress in these movies, the way they smile, and the way they do other things. You understand? So we didn't really see them that they're big victim. But what you should understand is this: that not the way you see them in TV, that's what they are in real life. Because if you encounter them, they are very, very, very cold.
Mhm.
You understand me? They are very, very cold.
Because of their
And
experience.
yeah, and they're very suspicious, and they're very I can't say arrogant, but it has something to do with
No, you can say there's a lot of
no,
arrogance.
you cannot say it arrogant, but somehow the way they behave, when you try to approach them, it become almost like stupidity. Like they're not really to open up to I can say stranger, especially if you're Black and your accent doesn't sound like them, they will
Right.
just immediately know you are not one of them. But what
You're
you have to
right.
understand,
You're absolutely
what
right. Like I live
yeah,
here and I've been living here for years. And Kidola, like I've spent a lot more time here than even in Africa. So it's like you're absolutely correct.
because if you see this guy speaking called Lupemba, what they call his name Lupemba, he might be very trying to you see,
Who?
look, because this professor
Oh,
Lupemba
Lumumba. No, Lumumba.
Lupemba
He's trying to
Lupemba.
be like Patrice Lumumba.
Yeah, you can see
He's
him
a,
here
he's
very
a
nice.
fake African.
Yeah, because you can see him very nice the way he speaks. You
What
think
do
when
you
you
say he's
approach
fake
him,
African?
Mamizi, you will have your turn. Don't worry,
hold
Mamizi.
on,
Just
Mama.
hang
You
tight.
can
No, I
you
Hold
just
can
on.
want to
see him.
address what you say. Why is it fake
Hold on,
African?
hold
Because
on.
he's not
You have
from
your time.
Africa,
Leave it, leave it,
Mamizi.
leave him, leave him. You see, you can see him smiling, the way he talk, very enthusiasm, like everybody. When you approach him, it will give you that cold shoulder. And somebody said, "Go back to Africa." It's also like that. Also, you
Yeah,
understand?
here.
Because
Let me even play this for you, because they even had Brandon on the channel. He was very arrogant towards Kani, the Nigerian guy, asking genuine question. Usually some of these guys they will go on panda, but Kani did a good job. He's not living in America, but he have good questions to ask. You see? So let's hear how Brandon react to Kani here.
Powerful sister stated, it's really
Hold,
about the date
I watched the whole life, you know.
hold on,
that you
Mamizi.
how much time that you
Where's
Okay,
Brandon?
okay. So you guys just want to come to Africa, like, and don't be a part of any
once
industry?
again you're
Is that
speaking
is that,
about
is that what
African
you
Americans
is
like
that
we
what
are
you're saying?
Here,
Like you
the
don't know
true
everyone
Lumumba
listening.
would come out. Go
Okay,
ahead,
like
Kani.
you guys have stated that you come over to Africa and you see a lot of other races, Chinese, Indians, and all, right? I don't know if you guys have answers to this, but there are industries that are popping right now. For example, we all know everyone listening to African music now and African movies, and unfortunately, um, these same white companies, the bulk of the money still go to this white big record labels.
So he's talking about the record label industry, right? But I want to show you guys where this Lumumba, what Kidola is saying. You're gonna see his real
No, I
character.
agree
Here
with
we
you
go.
on that
That's my
part.
right. So it's
Wait,
question.
been
It's not
controlled by the
mystery.
global north. So
African,
that's
I
the
agree
issue that the
with you.
people who are
I
making the
just
music need.
what did you say, Mamizi?
I say I agree with you about the Lumumba's attitude towards the guy. He did not even want to give the guy a chance. But what he was saying was very much realistic and true.
Thank you,
You were making
Mamizi.
a good point there, but Lumumba did not. I don't know what he said. He was upset about something that day yesterday, and that's why he was going
That's
off.
no excuse. That's no
Yeah,
excuse.
no,
That's all
yeah,
fake.
yeah,
But
he was.
let's hear him here.
To address. Not me. If I write a book and I don't receive the royalties from the book, the sales of the book, I'm not going to ask you in Nigeria to solve that problem. That's something I got to handle.
Okay. So what? So you guys just want to come to Africa, like, and don't be a part of any
Once
industry?
again, you're
Is
speaking
that
about
what
African
you?
Americans
Is
like
that
we
what
are
you're
a broad
saying?
monolithic group. That is extremely
Right?
disrespectful.
Oh my.
That is you guys, and you can't speak about 45 million people like they're one person.
Well, here's.
But you notice they talk about whole of Africa, billion people. But he is dishonest. This guy is asking him the question directly. So he's going to try to include all African Americans into this. But let's hear what the guy is going to say.
Here's the deal, okay? When it comes to the record industry, you know, you guys actually
Developing what? Sorry, repeat.
Who are focused on developing and controlling industry on the continent in unison with our African brothers and sisters. So once again, you're making these broad monolithic characterizations of African Americans, and I take umbrage with that because that's not something I do with anyone. In fact,
so if you come and say all the blacks are talented, they're good things, they accept that. But when you speak about this reality, now all of a sudden you are just generalizing the
You do the
blacks.
same, Afridamus, to be honest.
Because Mamizi, I'm broadcasting. So when I'm broadcasting, you know what a broad is, right? I'm reaching everyone. I cannot just tell one person's story. So, who the cap fit, let them wear it. You see?
Afridamus, the truth of the matter is they are very close to the white. They will understand more to the white, to us Africans. They try to say what happened to them, to us as a story, to join them, but we're not there because we did experience that brutality they experience. But they can also collide also and become a very deep spies inside Africa.
Of course, absolutely, because they want
you cannot trust them.
Yeah, they want to be like the whites. This is my whole point.
You can never trust them because they don't have emotional. Look, I can have
The whole
emotional
world
attached
want
to.
to be like
Hold on. Nobody want to be like them.
Even yourself, you just don't know.
I don't want to be like them.
Mamizi, how long have you lived in America?
20 years.
20 years. When you came to America, how old were you?
20 something.
Okay, so you see, Mamizi, you probably came here when you were older than me, right?
Yeah, sure.
So I have studied it from a young person's point of view all the way, like just truly living the life, not like coming as this older African, being careful, just acting all nice. No, it's different. You see what I'm saying?
Ask Mamizi, have you ever had any black American come to eat dinner with her?
Yes, my classmate, yeah.
Mamizi, I don't live in America, right? But I've encountered them in Europe.
You keep talking about that experience.
No. You see the same. Hold on. I've
40 million
encountered them.
human beings.
Forget that, they're all the same. I've encountered them in
they're
Europe,
not.
right?
They're not the same.
Yeah. And hold on. And where you see them crying about white power president. If you meet them in Europe, in Western Europe, I'm telling you now, if you meet them in Europe, even in their own base, you see the way they chase after these European women. I'm telling you.
Kidola, you're not lying. Even here in the state I live in, they have big Navy bases. Yes, when the ship comes, they are chasing after white women.
Yeah,
right.
and let me just tell you the truth. And when they know you as an African who's with a woman in the club, a white woman in the club, they will come and ask that woman, "What are you doing with this jungle brother? This guy's an African. He's not a black American." They'll make it sign. Hold on, no, because they'll be making mocking sign, like two figures on top of their head. What are you doing with this jungle brother? They were kind of like Tarzan. I'm telling you. These people are not just people you just think you just come close. It's kumbaya. They are very cold. They're very discriminative. Then when you hold them on the corner, then you start hearing, say, oh brother, you my brother, man, you my brother, man, brother. They say, man, what the fuck you were doing without your fingers on your head, motherfucker? My friends have encountered them a lot. Grip them. You see that they start begging. No, man, what you say, man? I didn't do that, brother. I didn't do that, brother. What you say? I didn't do that, brother. I'm very sorry about that, brother. You know, so when I say I've encountered them, I've encountered them. I know what I'm talking about. If they see you with a very beautiful girl, even a white girl by the corner,
Oh my God.
they'll start looking at you, try to walk around. The only girls they can get inside that club is a kind of white girl who like sleeping with most
You
of
need a
all
new
them.
experience.
No
Come
new
back.
experience.
Come
No new
here.
experience for nothing.
Come here. Come stay with me.
Tariq she spoiled all my mind about new experience towards them. I've experienced them in the way old time. There's no different that I said. They talk about B1, B2, B3, B12. They don't practice it that B1, B2, B3, B12. They don't practice it. Some of the some
You know, like
some of the
you're absolutely correct.
some of the even
It's just empty talk, empty talk.
Some of them even refuse to come back to America because that's where we even understand they even suffering. So they refuse to come back to the United States. They just stay in Europe there. You understand me? So when I say I encounter them, I don't want to talk about they so that the way they behave become like stupidity. It's not even arrogant. Because they don't have their worldview is very close. Their worldview is very close. Thank you, bro.
Okay, hold on, guys. Let's hear this, and then we'll get Mamizi and Rashid. Here we go.
One of the brothers who engages in this type of work, his YouTube channel is entitled, and I hope you don't mind me giving a shout out, Brother Dynas, but it's
no problem. Go ahead. No problem. Go ahead.
Obstacles to Opportunities, right? And he actually
So this guy is clearly a hypocrite. He downplayed what Kanye, the Nigerian guy, presented, that the things he's seeing is from the YouTube, from the internet. He's like, oh, just the internet. But now the person he approve of, he's promoting their channel. Here we go.
Built a factory in, I believe, Kenya. Right?
Yeah, Kenya is always in the picture. Even though Kenya did not sell any slaves, but now Kenya have to deal with this as well. Welcome to the slave quarters, Kenya, because now you guys are slave traders too. Okay, welcome to the club.
My God.
Producing
This is what I don't
materials.
like about you, Afridamus.
Okay, Mamizi. Okay, fine, Mamizi. What is your problem with what I said? Go ahead, Mamizi.
What you say doesn't go with whatever he's saying.
Okay, what did Kenya do to be a part of this problem?
He's just giving an example of someone.
What did Kenya do? Kenya did not sell.
He never said anything about Kenya selling slaves.
Look, okay, what are you triggered by? Mamizi.
Oh my God.
I know, Mamizi. Let me ask you this. Mamizi, hold on. Let me ask you this. Mamizi, are you upset that even though in Cameroon, you guys sold a lot of the blacks too, but they don't want to come back? Mamizi, the way they love Gambia, I wish they love Cameroon like that. I will be very happy. Look at it, Kenya didn't even sell them. They want to go to Kenya.
He said nothing about Kenya selling nobody. Please be objective when you do your.
I am objective.
No,
Mamizi.
you're not. You basically have an agenda. That's
Mamizi,
what you do.
Mamizi,
Listen, hold on.
Mamizi, the Kenyan people. Wait a minute, Mamizi. Wait a minute. Hold on, Mamizi. Wait a minute, Mamizi. The Kenyans that are watching. In fact, the Kenyans want to understand what have they done wrong. They are like, we did not sell anybody. No, I'm not saying he said it, but they are trying to trick the Kenyans. They're trying to trick the Kenyans.
Of a man that created
they try. Wait a minute. Listen, they're trying to trick the Kenyans into, coming part of this slave thing. Kenya, you didn't do
Nobody's
anything.
tricking nobody.
Look,
That's the fruit of your imagination. Nobody
look.
said that you projecting. Be objective. Limit yourself to what was
Mamizi, you
said.
know, even us in Gambia, we didn't even we hardly
Okay, now
sold
you're
any
gonna go
slaves.
left, go
Mamizi,
right.
we hardly
That's
sold
Gambia.
any slaves, even
Nobody
though
said nothing about people selling slaves.
well,
This is not about
well,
selling
I'm the
slaves.
host. I can, you know what,
That's why
Mamizi,
you.
are
That's
you
why.
mad? Are you upset because they don't want to go to Cameroon? You
Listen,
guys sold
I'm
a lot of
upset
them.
because you never want to limit yourself to the facts and the truth of what we're discussing. You have
Okay,
that. You
fine. You know what,
speak
Mamizi, let's hear
your
some of the
soul.
blacks. You know what, you would have the
Propaganda.
chance. You know what, you will have the chance to hate on me, but just
I
wait.
really want you. I wish you and I can be doing your show every time, and I'm gonna put. You're gonna. I'm gonna
Wait,
be.
Mamizi, would you like to be the weekend co-host?
Yes, I'm gonna be the
Okay,
weekend co-host so that
okay,
I can
good,
return to the.
fine. You see, Mamizi, I have no problem. You can come here to defend the blacks. That's fine.
No, I'm not
But
defending the black. I'll defend reality. I don't.
okay,
A lot of stuff that you say is true. You are right,
oh,
but you
oh,
always sprinkle it with a grain of like your own uh experience, and you always generalize it and make it. It
because
I don't like that
that's what he's
propaganda.
doing. Look, I'm just
No,
trying to get Kenyans. I'm just trying to let the Kenyans know. Don't be like Ghana, okay?
let's be factual so that we can make
Look,
the right
look.
decision.
I'm just trying to help Kenya.
No, you're not
Look,
helping anybody.
hold on.
A lot
Okay,
of
let me.
Kenyans are
You know what?
married to
Okay,
Africans.
let me say it properly. Fine, Mamizi, I know you're mad. Let me fix the sentence. My people in Kenya, you owe the blacks nothing. You did not sell them into slavery. You are not related to them. If they come over there, send them to Cameroon. Let me play this video.
Um, so once again, like you're just making these broad generalizations, brother. And I just find it to be extremely problematic and disrespectful.
But it's again, these generalizations are coming from someplace, and they're coming from what is promoted. The channel you named, I got to go look up now, right? Because I was unaware of the channel. I might have seen the video.
That we can have our own platform. But also, if you register something in writing with a entity, organization, business, that is a contract that is legally enforceable. If you want to change that, you're going to have to go to court. That is a
But I
reality.
don't think that's the problem right now at that moment. The moment I think is more of because if we want to actually discuss about black empowerment, right, then we should be able to position ourselves and say, okay, this is truly black, and we are benefiting from the revenues directly, all the revenues, like it's going around.
Guys, this Nigerian guy, Kani, Kani is a smart Nigerian. I like how he thinks. He asks all the questions, but I'm gonna let the panel come in.
Yeah, I
Since
like him too.
Mamizi wanted to speak, Mamizi, okay. Are you shocked to see the video that I played of this woman saying they compare themselves to white people? They don't want to be they don't compare themselves to Africans.
Mhm. Listen,
Because Mama Z, there's a difference between Africans and European, right?
yeah.
Okay. So now okay, Mama Z, for example, me, Afridamus. I'm from Gambia, right?
Hmm.
Imagine if I start saying, oh, the white women are better, they cook better. I am comparing my Gambian women to the white women. What would you make of that? Like, would you see me as trustworthy or confused?
Self-hate, to be honest.
Okay, so now, good. So, Mamizi, now you have this woman saying they don't, in fact, comparing them to Africans, dirty foot Africans, that's an insult. What do you make of it saying they look up to being like the whites? What do you say to that?
To be honest with you, the whole world look up to be like the white. Nobody's like it looks
No,
at
no, no,
all.
no. I'm not talking about the whole world. I'm talking about this woman's video. Because
Well,
Mamizi, let me tell you, Do you honestly think me, Afridamus,
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to be white?
Afridamus, you're not trying to be white, but you're trying to be loved by white. You understand? That's how I see
Really?
that.
But
Just as
why would?
any other
Okay, wait,
African.
wait, Mamizi. If why would I? I don't want white people to hate me, but I don't want
Exactly.
blacks as well, right? So my shows is about Africa, black people, right?
No, it's not.
Really?
No, I don't.
Name the shows that I've done about
50-50.
white people.
It's 50-50. In on all your intervention, you always stand up for white people. Okay?
Really?
Yeah,
So how
you
come
always
the
defend white
Africans
people.
how come Africans love this channel then?
Because they're the same. Every single African want to be loved by white
Oh,
people.
so the Africans. So you heard the black woman, African American,
Yeah,
or the fake African, black American, Blatts, right?
yeah,
Saying they compare themselves to whites because they've lived with the whites, right?
yeah.
Me, Afridamus, growing up, I didn't live with white people, you
I
know.
understand that.
My
African.
early age, Mamizi,
Can
believe
you
it or
let me
not,
talk? You
Mamizi,
can just be the one man
I'm
show.
typical African. We have our village. I've been to my village.
Yeah, you in
We
your
have
village,
our,
right? In
we
DC,
have
you
our,
in your
Wh-
village. Or you
we
in
have
DC,
wait, we have our sheep. I go there to visit
right?
my relatives.
Right,
They come and visit in the city. So yeah,
right,
so we have our own way. You understand this?
right.
So don't you think if you say the whole world is trying to be white, I have no interest in being white. I respect what white people do, but I just want to
That's
be
what
me.
I'm saying. You in love with white people and white
No,
everything.
I'm
That's
in
what
love. I'm
white
in
people
love with
cannot
the
do
truth.
wrong with you.
Really?
Yes, that's how you are. I
What
listen
about
to you speak
what about
everything.
King Leopold? I've talked about him.
Because he was a monster. You're gonna only see whoever like just that kind of monster that you will see, right? But you, I'm sure if you continue speaking about it, you're gonna find a reason to justify why he did what he did. You capable
Really?
of it.
Are
Yes,
you kidding me?
yes.
But
From what
I've already talked about it.
maybe more and more. Keep talking, We're gonna
Okay,
get there. I know you
fine.
academics.
Mamizi,
But
do
let me
you?
say something.
Okay,
Let me
go
talk.
ahead. Go ahead.
Let me
Go
express
ahead.
my thought now.
Okay, go
Now
ahead.
that I even forgot what I was talking about. So with that lady you're speaking about, right? She's speaking for herself, first of all. Just because people want to stand up and represent a community and speak their mind in reference of the whole community, it doesn't mean it's true. It's not even realistic. That lady clearly don't want nothing to do with Africa. Okay, there's a lot of African Americans that are like that, and I respect everybody. Whatever you want to be, I respect
Okay,
you.
okay. I'm glad you said that, Mamizi. So am I wrong for analyzing this video and showing it in conjunction, like especially somebody like Kidola? He's been to the States before, but everything I'm talking about, he said my videos are educational and it's helping him wake up.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people that listen to you down in Africa, right? That have not had a chance to be around the African Americans. And whatever you say, really, they take it very they take it as the truth.
Because
They
I'm
don't
telling the
understand
truth.
nuance.
I'm telling the truth.
That's why your truth telling you should be careful in a way that you dispense your truth
What should
because
I be
you
careful
you
about?
you speak as if the whole African American community see things like that.
Come
I
on,
always
Mamizi.
I
That's not
always
what
say
I say. I always say, wait, I always say not all, but most.
you have to put it in every single sentence because I know how people perceive stuff. Kidola is over here say there. What is there?
Look, Kidola is a good man. Don't
Kidola is a good man. He's on my show all the time. I have no problem with him,
look,
but I'm just
I
saying
Kidola is defending Africa. Mamizi,
that's not defending Africa.
would you
Defending
ever
Africa
move
should be built in
back to Africa?
Of course, I wish I can go right now. Maybe
Wait,
you will help me. Maybe
wait,
you will help me build my house over there so that I can
yeah,
take
Mamizi, I have big land, like and by the water in Gambia, and I know secretly you love Gambia. if I build a
I love
house
any country.
if I build a house for the Mamizi camp, are you gonna come live there?
Yes, I'm everywhere in Africa. Everywhere in Africa, every country is home to me. Hold on, I want to. You're gonna make me not say what I was gonna say.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh my
Go
God,
ahead.
I even forgot. You make me
Okay,
forget
go
what
ahead. Go ahead.
I'm about to say. There are Africans American, right? That love Africa way better than Africans. Okay, I have seen one example. I always refer to the Back family. No Gambia can love Gambia more than the Back family.
Are you
They
serious? So wait. You think the Bag family love Gambia more than me, Afridamus?
Yes, they do. They
Really?
do. They love
Okay.
Gambia more
Okay. Explain how.
how? Because first of all, they're not even from the Gambia, okay? But they're over there going through all kind of challenges that Gambia comes with. Because I mean, it's even
But
harder.
Mamizi, I have bigger land than them and in a better
But you live in
prime
DC.
location.
You are
Huh?
in DC for a reason, right?
I'm what?
Why are you in DC?
Why am I in America?
Yeah, why are you in
Oh,
Washington
because
DC?
the white man wrote to me. They're like, Afridamus, you are so
Uh-huh.
smart. Since I was like younger, they said, come to America. We love you, and we will give you 4 Beckies at a time. Every year they give me 4. I cannot turn that down.
They give you for what?
4 Beckies.
Really?
Yeah,
I did not know that.
yeah. I mean, the white men
So,
have
so
been
that
good to
that's
me. I
that's how
cannot
much
look. I
they
cannot be.
get
I
you
cannot.
out of Gambia.
Mamizi, I cannot say anything bad about the white man because I'm not trying to stop this.
No, you
So,
cannot.
but
I have noticed that. I know
in
you.
fact, the white man told me I can mix in some blacks in between. But the Beckys have been
Afridamus.
doing good.
I
But
know
that's
your
fine.
issue with
Go
Black
ahead.
Americans. I know your
What
issue
is my issue?
because one divorce you and kick you
No,
out.
no, no. Mamizi,
You will
Black
still
American.
have that
Mamizi, let me
that
tell you,
anger.
Mamizi, Black American women, especially even the women, Black Americans love me. Let me tell you right now.
But that she
When I
divorced
go out,
you out
Mamizi,
of that
when I
house.
go out, the women that find me to be very attractive for the most part are Black American
But you're
women. And
scared of them because one show you paper, you will never
oh
forget. You
no,
know,
I'm not. No, she did not do anything. She just stole few dollars from my account. That's about it.
you're still hurting since
Few
that day.
some
That's
money,
why you
but that's
always,
about it.
yeah, that's what it is. Because you cannot be talking about Black
Because the
Americans
U.S.
and them
government gave
look
gave the women the
unfair.
right to be able to take your money.
Afridamus, do you know that there's a lot of Black Americans in Gambia doing well without being on the internet? Do you
Oh
know
no,
that?
I know, Mamizi. I was just there. I told
So
you
you have
this.
to stop this
No, in fact,
propaganda when you
no,
talk about Black
you
Americans.
know who's even doing
There are
well?
some great people that love Africa even
Mamizi,
better than me.
Mamizi,
They have love
Mamizi.
for Africa even better than
Jamaicans,
myself.
the Caribbean, the Jamaicans. There's plenty of Jamaicans in Gambia doing great. You don't hear them on the
I'm talking
internet.
about AA. I'm not talking about Jamaican. I'm talking about
Okay,
African
look,
Americans. Stop
okay,
stereotyping African American because that is not reality. That
but
is not the
Mamizi,
truth.
okay, let me ask you this, Mamizi. How come the blacks don't want to go to, Cameroon?
They're scared of the civil war or whatever that's over there. I think that's what's holding them from going to Cameroon because actually a lot of people over here say that their DNA show that they're from Cameroon. They would love to go to Cameroon. And don't forget, there's not really a big YouTuber, somebody
And
that
and
they can.
also, Mamizi, did you see what Audrey wrote here? She
What?
said 500 a month child support. Afridamus couldn't handle it. So think about it, Mamizi.
Oh my God.
You see how now you want to laugh. Audrey, can you add 300 to it?
That's why he's so bitter when it comes. And he has love for African Americans. That's the thing,
Oh, I
African.
love I love the blacks.
I know you love them, but you have a love and hate relationship with them. It
No,
just baffles
look,
me. I don't know.
look, Mamizi, here's the thing. They don't want to come to Cameroon. They want to come to Gambia
I
and,
wish
and
they can come
Kenya.
to Cameroon.
And
Please come to
but you know
Cameroon.
what? Let me allow
Please.
the other people here to talk
Okay.
also. We have Rashid and we have your brother from Cameroon, Jude. Jude is very smart. He's going to correct you. Rashid, welcome to the Afridamus report, Rashid.
Yeah, thank you, Afridamus. Can you hear
Rashid,
me?
are you I can hear you. Rashid, are you shocked, surprised to hear? I mean, you being in the States, seeing that the blacks finally admitting that they compare themselves to the whites, meaning they want to be like the whites instead of African. Are you surprised by this?
No, I'm not surprised. I think that they are not African. That's what I said, in the other show. I mean I think the last week, I think something like that when you had the other show. So
Yeah.
I think they are not. I believe that they are not African. They are American. So, but they are African descent, West African descent. Actually, that's what I think. And
What do you think? And also, what do you think about this Lumumba guy? Just because he has plenty of books,
mhm.
does that make him African? Just because you read some books?
No, you cannot be African because Africa is a continent, which is West Africa, North Africa. So when you say like you are African, that you are saying that you belong to the 54 African countries, which is actually some West African. They will say Morocco are not African, Egyptians are not African, and the North Africans are not African. So that means we're not even agree who's African, who's not African. So you can they are not, he's not African, he's an American. That's what I believe, he's an
But you
American.
see, Rashid, if you look at it, right,
Mhm.
the blacks, some of that say they're African. Do you think they should come and lecture us, the real Africans, about Africa, or we should initiate them into, our tribes? Because you cannot just get up and say, "Oh, I'm African. I read some book and I wear dashiki. Now I'm African."
No, you can
And
be
Rashid, another thing, the blacks,
Mhm.
this, they're from where I come from, West
Yes,
Africa
West Africa,
and
yes.
East Africa, right?
Mhm.
Like Central Africa and
Mhm.
Southeast Africa, like Mozambique,
That's
Angola, right?
yes, yeah, you're right,
So,
absolutely.
I'm not denying that they are our people before.
Mhm. Mhm.
That's not what I'm denying.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, even myself, I believe that they are descendant of those countries, 400 years ago. But today they are Americans, but
thank
they
you.
are African. They are African descent by origin. So even when they come to Africa, when they go to Ghana, they are not the citizen of Ghana. So
Right.
so if you are not the citizen of the country, how can you claim you are African? You are not an African by nationality. You are African by descent. You can say I'm a descent of you will find white American when they go to Europe, they know they are from Europe originally, but when they go to Germany or England, they say I'm American. They have their own citizenship. They never say I belong Germany. They don't say that. So
And
but they
Rashid,
descendant of.
another thing, right?
Mhm.
This show I want to center to rescue some of these African women. You hear how Mamizi is talking,
Yeah, Mamizi, I think she is in love with you because the way she, that African way, the girls they criticize you, so I think it's a
well,
love.
Mamizi have to realize she's
Yeah,
African.
yeah.
I am
Yeah.
100%.
Mamizi seems to not realize she's African.
Being
She's
African doesn't
Cameroonian,
mean
actually.
not be
Like we can say
realistic.
she's a
Yes.
Cameroonian, of course,
I'm
African. Yes.
objective and realistic. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter if the flaw
Because
is on my side, I can admit it. If it is on their side, I admit it. If it's on the white people's side, I admit
But
it.
Mamizi,
Are you
I'm
saying
not
that? Are you
everybody.
saying that?
Mamizi,
Mamisti,
go
I have
ahead.
a question. I have a question. You're saying that Afridamus, he has to hate white people? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I want Afridamus to be objective and factual only.
Yeah,
Leave
he lay out
emotion
everything like it
out
is.
of it.
So I think it's he's running the show. So that means
Because
he laying out
if
everything
it's
that.
not, we're not gonna have the truth. Okay, the truth is gonna be tainted by his.
So wait, Mamizi. I think Mamizi is mad because
I'm not mad.
I invited white people. Is this what this is? Just say it.
I got over you with KBM. I mean, like, it's what it is.
KBM
KBN
is
is
a
he's a
Kenyan. He's
Kenyan also.
a
He's a
Kenyan.
Kenyan.
He's a
KBM is not
Kenyan.
Kenyan. He's a
No,
white.
he is a
No, he
Kenyan.
is a
He
Kenyan.
is not.
No, he
Okay,
is a
okay.
Kenyan.
Kenya government gave him a citizenship. Are you saying
No,
he's
it
not a
doesn't
Kenyan?
matter. It's not gonna do nothing. He's not
Yeah,
Kenyan.
it is. It is. Kenyan,
It
you have
doesn't
white.
matter. He's not
No, it is.
African.
Mamizi,
No,
Mamizi, do you know that
you
white
can't
people used
define
to
who's
live
African,
in
who's
they
not.
used to live in Kenya? Did you know this?
I know Kenya is a British protector, right? Exactly.
Well,
That's the
well, white
reason.
people used to live there. So why
Doesn't,
you
but they're
but
still not
Mamizi,
Kenyan.
why are you hating on KBM? You are here, you are American person, and the white people,
It's not the
they
same
came
thing.
here. No, the white people conquered this place and they brought
Yes,
the
Oh my
yes.
God.
they brought the lazy
They give you
Africans and put
citizenship
them
here in America.
to work. They would have wasted in Africa. They put them to work to
The
build, to
the
pick
way you guys
cotton.
think
They did good
that
work
is
and build railroads. So
Right.
at least they are
Africa,
registered in the history. So
Africa is behind because of men like you
no,
guys
no, no, no. In
thinking like that.
Mamizi, we are not behind. Let me ask Kidola, who lives in Africa. Kidola,
The way is
from
Africa.
Hold on, let me ask Kidola. Kidola, hearing me speak,
We already know
I'm in
Kido.
America, I'm an African, and you're in Africa. Kidola, are we as African men, are we behind?
No.
You have
Thank
no
you.
power. You have no power
No,
as
no,
African.
Mamizi, I have plenty of power. Mamizi,
You have none.
no, we have
Please
plenty of
use your
power.
power to solve the issue of healthcare in Gambia, please. That
Mamizi, on my land,
okay.
right?
Oh my God.
On my land, I have solved that problem.
Oh my God. What about the rest of the country?
Well, that's for the government. I'm not the president.
Magmizi,
Your power.
let me give okay, let Magmizi he tried to be black America, want to be.
No, I'm not trying. I'm proud Nigerian Cameroonian.
You
Proud.
know, I
I
don't know if
stand
you're Nigerian,
tall.
you lie.
Ten
You're
feet,
not
10
Nigeria.
goes down.
You are from
Proud.
Cameroon. First, you are from French speaking one. The French have taken over your brain.
Yeah.
So
Well, yes.
now you want to be black America.
No,
McBusy,
I don't.
let me
I don't. I
let
have
me
never
be
said black
let me
American.
be honest to you. Is this no matter how you want to side with these people, I understand.
It's
But
us. I'm not siding with nobody. When they're wrong, I
these
say they're
people,
wrong. But you
they
guys
show
are
you,
wrong.
when
What
they
are
show
we
their
wrong
true color,
about,
you understand.
Mamizi?
And I have a question for Mamisi. Now, Mamisi, you live in America, right?
Yeah.
Okay, are you an American citizen?
It's personal. What does
No,
that
no.
have to
I'm
do?
just
Mamizi,
asking.
just answer. Mamizi, you see me talk about how I'm a super American. I got the
Yes.
American
Okay.
passport with
Yes.
the
Yes.
eagle. In fact, when I was in Morocco,
Hmm.
those Moroccan women were trying to get me to take them to America. They were even doing the eye thing, trying to hit on me because I'm
Absolutely.
American. So answer the question. Do you have the passport of the eagle with the
I just told
13
you it's personal.
What's
arrows? With the
personal?
It has
13
nothing to
What
do
arrows.
has
with it.
personal to do with this question? Just say I'm not or I am. Simple. Because you brought up, like the white people who are
You guys
citizens
keep
of
missing the
Kenya.
point. You guys lying.
Mamizi, would you,
You guys are lying.
Mamizi, I'm trying to connect with Paul Beer. I want to go visit
You
him in
see,
his
you
village.
bounce. You guys bounce in all. You don't even make a point and finish with
Okay, fine. I'll let Rashid and ask you. Go ahead, Rashid.
Yeah, I was asking, you see, you have, for example, Kenyans, now they have a lot of Indians who are citizens of Kenya. They are Kenyan, they are in the parliament, and they are white in the parliament in Kenya. I mean, they're not in parliament, but they are citizens of Kenyan. They came during the British, and they are holding Kenyan passports. So are you saying those are not Kenyans?
they're not Kenyans.
So now then it's hypocrisy right there. You're
So,
living in America.
Mamizi,
You're living in America.
America
You
is a
have an
white
American
country.
passport.
Mamizi, am I an American, Mamizi?
You're not. They give you.
Are you serious? Do you
They
not
give
see
you a
my
paper. They give
what?
you paper to stay in America.
Mamizi, what can an American do in America that me, Afridamus, I cannot do?
Listen, there's so much.
Name them. I'm
You
It's
listening.
can
not
be
even
a
the debate.
congressman. You
Please
can be
don't.
a congressman. You can be a senator.
Mamizi, most white people have their own company. I have my own company, my own employees. So, nothing is stopping me.
Absolutely.
Those are the things I want to do. So, what is your excuse here?
Affidavits. Continue your show. Go back to the topic.
Thank you.
Recently.
Okay, let's allow Jude the smart Cameroonian to come in. Jude, are you there?
Afridamus, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Jude,
You're
are
sleeping.
you surprised that the blacks want to compare themselves to the whites? And also, can you speak on some of the things Mamizi is saying? Go ahead, Jude.
Afridamus, I've watched you and I keep watching you. I really don't know what is actually going on, but this is the thing, right? If you guys have the concept that it's gonna be Black Americans that are gonna come to Africa to help fix you
No, we
guys.
don't have that. No, we don't
No,
have the
no, no. Let
concept.
me
I
finish.
want
Let
the
me finish.
Africans to wake up. Oh, go ahead.
Bro, let me finish. Let me finish. Yeah. Let me finish. It seems like Africans or the people that like okay, you were talking about how they are coming to the Gambia, they are coming to East. If Africans believe that it is gonna be Black Americans that are really gonna come to save Africa or take it to the next level. And then I'm gonna tell you that you guys might be getting into a problem that is never gonna be
Hold on,
fixed.
but Jude, they are our people, though.
Let me finish. They are
Okay.
our people. You claim they are our people. They might be your own people, as you claim. Stop generalizing when it comes to
Okay, fine,
things.
fine. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'm ignorant. Clear that part so I can wake up. Go
And
ahead.
the fact that you keep saying that they don't come to Cameroon, right? I've
Right.
not seen an economy in Africa escalated from zero GDP to a higher GDP because of African Americans. Cameroon, despite the situation that Cameroon is in, still have a better economy than these countries that African Americans are going to. So they are going to these countries have no impact on the continent. They are not building industries.
Wait. Are you saying Gambia don't have any impact?
They are not built. They might have an
Yeah,
impact.
wait, Jude. Wait a
Let me
minute, Jude.
finish. Let me
Jude.
finish. Let me
No, no,
let me
no,
finish,
Jude.
bro.
Jude.
Let me.
I cannot let you pass this because you're trying to say the black. Are you saying Gambia have no impact in in Africa? Are you kidding me, bro?
They might wait. You didn't I said these people that are coming to your country, right? They might have
Oh,
a
okay,
little impact. They might
okay.
have a little impact on your country, but when
Yeah,
it
yeah,
comes to
yeah.
global,
Put
when
some
it comes
respect on Gambia. The blacks are choosing right, but go ahead.
when it comes on the global stage, the impact that they are having on your country does not change the fact that your GDP is still gonna be low as well. This is
Yes.
the thing. Look, these people are not coming with huge sum of money to build industries. They are coming with hand to mouth. I was watching a video a few days ago about this YouTuber. Let me say Go Black, right? He was complaining that he went to Africa and most African
Which
people.
country?
He went to one country, and I mean Ghana, say Ghana, right? And he saw everybody doing the same kind of business, selling the same kind of food. But I came to realize that these are the same things that Black Americans are going to Africa to do. Out of a sudden, I was watching a video in Rwanda, and I kind of see that everybody is doing bed and breakfast, bed and breakfast. Everybody is having a small house and doing Airbnb. Airbnb, guess it's just the same old. Like
So Jude, are you saying they are not creative? They are not creative?
come on, man. These are the kind of people. These are the kind of so. What are the importance of them coming to your country in the first place? So you think that we give if it's giving you an impact, it's of no impact of Cameroon.
Jude, I have a
Cameroonians
question.
that are actually going home. Let
Judah,
me finish. Let me finish, man.
Judah,
You
I have
guys
a
are
question for you.
talking. Let me finish, bro. Yeah, you gonna ask question. Cameroonians that are actually going home from the diaspora are actually doing more things than these guys that are actually coming to your country. So we
Okay, Judah.
actually it's of no use to us. Let me give you that. It's of no use. I mean, like it doesn't make an impact, man. It's like throwing water on a dog's back, and you think it's gonna change the dog from to
But
give
but
him
but,
a
but
clean
Jude, you notice how the blacks they said they are not into Africa, but they love Gambia instead of Cameroon with
Bro, let me
all
tell
your
you. Let me tell
economy.
you.
Why do they love Gambia so much? The blacks really do love Gambia.
Let me tell you what is going on, right? They take advantage of people that are that are low key low in education, right?
Well,
These people
come
never.
on, Jude. Are you kidding me?
No,
Jude, Jude,
I'm giving you a truth.
Jude,
I
I
was
think
talking.
no. Jude,
No,
are you
bro,
trying to say, wait, is it because Gambia is safer and nicer?
no,
Like,
man, you cannot,
come on, you gotta come on, you
bro.
gotta give the look. If
When
anybody
you put,
knows safety, it has to be the blacks. They're from America. They know what safety looks like. Come on, Jude.
no, bro, these
But
people
go
don't know what safety looks like, because me and you live in this country. Most of their neighborhood is unsafe for me and you. Come on, man. What are you
well,
talking
because that makes them
about?
the expert. That makes them
Bro,
the expert of knowing what safety
bro,
looks like or
bro,
not.
let me tell you, right? I have studied. I've been on this YouTube. I've studied African American brains. I've come to realize that they choose countries like chicken. They follow footsteps of people that are going to certain places. They have no choice. Once an African
Okay, Judah,
American start going,
why they don't get like resettlement in Africa? Since so many Africans believe that they are Africans, why they don't get land and and give them citizenship?
who,
Because
who,
because people who believe in that they are from Africa, why they don't? Because Ghanaian president invite them to Ghana, he's supposed to give them citizenship, and
why?
he's supposed to, because he invite them. He say welcome home. I heard that from him. He said
So
welcome home.
is
So
Ghana?
he's
So
supposed to
why are
give
you asking me a question
he
in
is
Ghana? Am I
supposed to
from
give
Ghana?
him a citizenship and a land, and also give and they call them like Ibroni or Akata or all those
So
names to them. So that's
am I
not
am
fair
I
for
am
that.
I
That's
am
not
I
fair
from
on the
am I
side
from
of
Ghana? Am I from Ghana? Like, what concerns me with giving citizenship to people? I mean, if Ghana want to give them citizenship, it
not
doesn't
only
concern
Ghana,
me.
even not
The-
many of West
I
Africa.
mean, I mean, I
They're
mean,
from West Africa
I,
by
I,
descent. They are West
that's what they
African,
say.
right?
That's what they say. Like, I mean, if they are from then give them citizenship. A guy
Yes,
will
you
not
guys
come to
supposed
Ghana.
to give them citizenship, like Cameroonians
You
supposed to
guys
give them
who? I'm not
citizenship.
from Ghana, bro. I'm from
No.
Cameroon, man. What
Yes,
are you talking about?
Cameroonians supposed to give them citizenship because
Man, you
they
shut,
most of them descend
bro.
of Cameroon,
Bro, slow down. See,
and also supposed to give them land. Yes,
let
you
me
guys
ex-
supposed to give them
Well,
land, and
Jude,
also
Judah sleep inside his car.
Jude, you do realize a lot of the blacks also did come from Cameroon, their ancestors.
yeah.
Like, I mean, like you guys did sell them. I like, can they come
see,
back?
see, you guys keep talking. Let me finish my point, right? People are actually Kidola, you made a statement. What did you say?
I say you it seemed like you're inside your car relaxing.
Why?
So, Jude, what do you think about Professor Lumumba and
Yeah,
his arrogance?
yeah, Professor Lumumba, he's one of the guy that I've talked to for one-on-one. I've met with him on several stage session who I even met on him one-on-one
So,
on a
what do you
different
think about his
uh,
delusion about thinking
uh,
he is the
he, he's
authority on Africa?
he's a learned guy. He has a clue on what he's talking about. I give him a hand of applause when it comes to him being knowledgeable on a lot
About
of
what?
different
What is he
uh,
knowledgeable about?
on a lot of different. Let me explain on a lot of different things, especially when it comes to the African narrative, right? He has never been to Africa. Based on my knowledge, he talks a lot, but he has never been to Africa. But
Oh, he's never been to Africa. I'm shocked.
right, but this is the thing. There are people that they feel like they have that love for Africa, right?
Does
Um,
he? How can he love Africa if he's never been to Africa?
you don't
That's
have
fake.
to.
That's fake love, if you ask me.
Let me
He's supposed to love America first, and then
let me.
Africa.
Like Jude. I can trust somebody who he's never been to Africa. He's from He's from
Afridamus.
America. America gave him all these things. He still claimed to hate America.
Yeah.
He doesn't appreciate America. So us in Africa, we shouldn't trust him.
You have a
Don't you?
Afridamus. Afridamus. Go ahead, man. Who's talking? Go ahead. I mean,
It's your Cameroonian sister, Mamizi.
look. I'm not. Me and Mamizi is from the French part, bro. I'm not. I'm in.
Oh, Mamizi is from the French part. That
So I will.
so she's way more colonized. Okay, that makes sense. Go
You
ahead.
see, it's very disappointing that he said that. It just showed the true color of Africans. That's what the outside world see us.
But
We have
Mamizi, let me ask you, Mamizi,
theory.
since you're from the French side, how is the war going? Are you
What you
guys
mean? What is
winning?
the war going, man? So
The
look, let
Like,
me
French
are
tell
part,
you
you.
guys, is the English side winning or the
the
French
French part
gaining?
lead the country. Okay.
Okay, yeah, yeah, because Paul Biya's his village is in Switzerland. So yeah, so the French is winning.
And
Okay.
no, they're not winning nothing because they have no friends. Those leaders are there for themselves. Whether you French or English, we just will
Yeah,
speak
but French is winning. We can, like Paul Biya speaks
French,
French.
French,
He's in
baby, French.
Switzerland. He
Those
prefers
are winning
Swiss
nothing.
cheese. Hold on. In fact, did you hear what Paul Biya said when he came to the African summit, quote unquote?
What did he say?
Oh, you
I
did
don't
not know? You did not
know.
know?
What did he say?
Oh, well, America was saying they're gonna give 54 billion pledging. So Paul Biya, he said if this is the place Cameroon, he wants his Belgian village to be in place of Cameroon.
No, Afridamus, he didn't say that. Cause see, Afridamus,
Okay,
sometimes
wait, did you read the
Afridamus,
document? Did
I,
you
I
read the
read,
document?
I read the documents,
Okay,
Afridamus. This is
Jude, you are from the English side. Do you know French? Do
Afridamus.
you know French?
I should be asking you that question if you know French.
Tu parlez-vous français? Tu parlez-vous français?
I can understand it, but I don't speak it.
Oh, no, parler français, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, you see how shocked you are. You didn't. Oh.
After that, but the English side of Cameroon, they are very close to the Nigerians a lot. It will take you time to even differentiate English Cameroonians sometimes with
In fact,
with Nigeria.
Kidola, they were going to join Cameroon, Nigeria back in the days, but the betrayal came, so that's why the French are dominating them. But I don't
what
want to.
happened. What happened at that time was there was some area with the Igbo people. It was like the Igbos and some area there. So those elite at that time they agree. They don't want the Igbo to start dominating them. I think it was just disagreement at that time. But because we're so close, you can hardly differentiate an English-speaking Cameroonian, even with the Nigeria. You have to understand they also have connection to ethnic group towards those area between the Igbos and the Calabas and those areas, Port Harcourt and all those. They have kind of they say ethnic people. You understand me? They're very close, So you only could if he did tell you or if he did speak the Cameroonian broken English, that's what you could easily know. Okay, he's not from Nigeria, but without that, you can easily tell.
So Mama Z, wait.
Mamizi doesn't speak pidgin. Me and Kidola we even speak
Mama
pidgin.
Z, are you disappointed to hear him refer to you as the French side?
Yeah,
No.
I am.
Why is she in see let me tell you, Afridamus, in Cameroon, right, there are certain words that we use in Cameroon that if you get it, if you are not from Cameroon, you feel offended, because in Cameroon we don't, either you are a francophone or you are an anglophone. That's a fact. Once I meet a Cameroonian and the first thing they ask me, are you francophone, are you Cameroonian? Once you are from which one, then you know where your friend is.
The black. Honestly, the blacks. There's no way the blacks will be able to deal with that.
But that's what I'm telling you. Look,
the
Afridamus,
blacks. I see why the blacks love Gambia.
Afridamus, let me tell you something. I live in this country, right? I'm from Cameroon, but I don't have no francophone friend on my cell phone.
You don't?
I don't have no francophone friend on my cell phone. All my
How
friends
come?
are francophones.
How come?
That is so heavy food again. So this motherfucker wanted to take on me.
Afridamus is understandable. Even in my city where I am, it's hard to find a francophone friend because for years and
my
years,
music
there were
might not even have
francophone were
any
not
anglophone. And my music might not even have any anglophone friend if you ask her, and that
I
might
do.
be true.
Okay, when I go to Cameroonian meeting, who do you think I see over there? I see Gambians. What you
Right?
talking about?
No, you go to francophone meeting, maybe.
No, we
not
don't have
anglophone.
francophone. My city is so small, we don't have francophone.
So you Cameroonians, you're not ready to bring the blacks in. Now
No,
I
why
see.
should
So
we bring? See,
the blacks are smart for coming to the place where there's no
We need the
confusion.
black. We need them in
Afridamus.
Cameroon because they
No,
don't.
but they don't want to come to Cameroon. The blacks don't speak French.
Wait until I go to Cameroon. I'm gonna be the ambassador. I'm gonna bring them there.
Afridamus, do you think?
Afridamus,
What do you
Afridamus,
think Amazonia?
Afridamus.
Yes.
Let me be truthful to you. The black will not survive in Cameroon, especially if they come to the English side.
Yeah.
The English side are a little bit arrogant. They will not tolerate them at all.
That's not
You
true.
understand me?
People
that's
worship
just the truth.
Americans in Africa. What you guys talking about?
The English side will not tolerate them at all.
Everybody want to have the
You
sword
know,
of
let me
black
just tell you the truth.
Americans.
If they come to
It's just like
Cameroon and they come to the
delusional over
English
here.
side, I
Even
don't
in
think they will.
Nigeria.
I don't think I think they will behave according to the laws in those areas. You understand me? But I don't think they will treat them very specially.
No,
Even the
not
French,
at all. Not at all,
will
Kidola.
not abandon them.
They need to be humble. That's why they go to Gambia and all this. East Africans are soft, and Gambia, you cannot. I mean,
wait. What do you mean we are soft? We are because we are not.
Let me tell you, Afridamus,
Look, we are not hostile, sir. We
That's
are
what
not.
I'm telling you.
Look,
You
we
guys
are
don't
not
know.
hostile.
Sometimes we call you guys mumu.
We are civilized people,
No,
sir.
sometimes we call you guys mumu. Like you guys.
No, sir. We are civilized people.
I've seen African Americans whipping you guys with a stick, with a
Are
cane
you
in
kidding me?
the
Where?
to get your
Show
ass
me the
together.
video. Bullshit. Show me the video.
Okay, I would say
Jude,
they are becoming African Americans are becoming your masters in the Gambia and
sir.
They are whipping you guys with a stick to get things to get your hands together. When this lady, when Akati was in the Gambia, what did she do? She was whipping Gambians with a cane.
Jude, have you ever been to Gambia?
Clean up. You guys are messing this land up.
Wait, Jude. Wait,
come on,
Jude,
you don't need that kind of cheating.
Hold on, Jude, calm down, Jude. Have you ever been to Gambia?
What you mean? Have I ever been to Gambia? Gambia is like a little town. My whole village is bigger than the Gambia, bro.
Answer my question. Have you ever been to Gambia?
Bro, my whole village in Cameroon is bigger than the Gambia. Even my population.
Sir, that is not my question. Have you ever been to the Gambia?
No, I have no option of going to the Gambia, bro.
Okay, so you've never been to the Gambia, right?
Want to go to
is it? No, you're wrong, Mamizi. White people are coming to Gambia. Hold on. Wait a minute. Mamizi. We are seeing videos upon videos. The blacks, even white people, they are all coming to Gambia.
People are coming because of the beach and
they love it there because you know what
Gambia, bro.
Hold on, guys.
What has been the impact of the
impact? Hold on. I'm telling you. That's why. Hold on, Mamizi. Hold on. Jude. Wait, Jude. Hold on, Jude. How many Gambians do you have that are going to Cameroon to look for greener pasture?
Okay, let me explain. Hold on.
How many? Answer the question.
During the African Cup of Nations in Cameroon, the Gambians that came to Cameroon have not gone back to the Gambia. They are in
that's a lie. Hold on.
They are doing prostitution, bro.
Jude, hold on.
I can give you phone number.
Hold on. Jude, hold on.
Let me call. My guy in
calm down. Hold on. Jude.
About the Gambian ladies that are still in Cameroon, and guess what they are doing? They didn't go back to the Gambia.
Hold on, Jude. How many Cameroonians do you think are in Gambia for greener pasture?
No.
Wait. You've never been to Gambia, right?
Bro,
right?
Let me
Hold on. You've never been to Gambia, so I'm telling you, I'm doing it with confidence. There is way more Cameroonians in Gambia for greener pasture than there is Gambians in Cameroon.
Okay. Let me explain you something, right? This is the thing about Cameroon. Let me explain.
There's a lot of Nigerians in Gambia looking for.
Thank you. Yeah. Jude, there's way less Gambians in your country. There's a lot more of you in our country for greener pasture.
Let me talk. Hold on.
Easy to take advantage of. That's why people go.
Nah. That's not true. That's because we have a better and a viable environment for people
Afridamus,
to
you don't let
thrive.
people
Your
speak
people
on
are
your
so
panel,
free.
right? You don't
Okay,
let
go
people
ahead.
talk.
Hold on, go ahead. I'll be back. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me make a point, right? Let me tell you, Cameroon is divided into two parts. You have the Francophones and the Anglophones. The Anglophones are the minorities in Cameroon. Most Francophones in Cameroon are they say they are the majority. Francophones do not travel to mostly English countries in Africa. I'm telling you the truth. You will see them in Ivory Coast a lot. Cameroonians that are Francophones, you see them to Ivory Coast. They will hardly go to Gambia. They will probably go to Senegal. And apart from that, most of them will travel overseas to France and Belgium. When it comes to the Anglophones in Cameroon, who make up the minority, who you might think they are in the Gambia, but this is the thing. Most Anglophones in Cameroon do not actually travel to Gambia. Few will go to Ghana. Majority will be in Nigeria as we speak. Maybe few will go to East, and most of them will travel to America. Majority of Cameroonians that you find in the United States are mostly Anglophones Cameroonians. Majority Cameroonians. I'm telling you the truth. So when you say Cameroonians are in the Gambia, I'm contemplating which set of Cameroonians. Because I, from the Anglophone side, I don't have no Cameroonian guy that I know that lives in the Gambia.
Judah,
You might have one or two.
Judah, just because, hold on, Judah, just because you don't know it, right? Judah, hold on. Just because you don't know it, right? Here's the thing. Most Gambians they will not go to Cameroon. They would come to Europe or to America because Gambia's economy, in their eyes, and thriving is better than Cameroon.
Oh,
That's
man,
why.
come on. I was
That's
talking to
hold on.
Mal, right?
Look,
Mal
hold
is
on.
from
Let me
the
finish.
Gambia.
Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Let
Go
me
ahead.
finish. There's
Go
a
ahead.
reason why. There's a reason why. There's a lot more Cameroonians, despite the land size being smaller. There's Cameroonians coming to
Their
Gambia
GDP
for
is
greener
low, man.
pasture.
Cameroonians
And
eat
hold
like
on. Let me finish. The blacks. You look at the blacks going to
The type
Africa.
of reasoning that.
Hold on. The blacks are choosing, despite you say you guys got good economy, the blacks are choosing Gambia over Cameroon.
Why? Because they need people that are so soft. They will not fit in Cameroon.
But it has nothing to do with the place being more peaceful, nicer,
I was talking to your
and better.
brother, right? I was
So
talking
it
to
has
Mal.
nothing to do with being better.
Do you know Mal? Mal was on this panel. You know Mal before, the Gambian guy.
Who
I
is
was
that?
talking to Mal from Gambia. He's from Gambia. He used to be on your panel. I don't know why he doesn't come anymore or something. The guy that was military in Somalia.
So here's the
No,
thing,
let me
Judah.
finish. He
So
told me
Judah,
that they are Cameroonians. I was talking to him one-on-one. He called his brother that school in Cameroon in the English part, University of Boya. Like he was telling me how they are Gambians in Cameroon. I didn't believe. I mean, Mal on your panel. He told me how they school in Cameroon.
Judah. Cameroon is a bigger country. I'm not denying that. Right? It's bigger than Gambia, but Gambia is a better country. Cameroon is not safe.
No.
You
In
know,
terms
this
of
is
what?
hold on. Let me finish.
In terms of what?
Hold on, security, greener pasture to do your
Come on,
hustle.
greener pasture.
Like Gambia is so much better. That's why Gambians,
How can you
the
have a
only
better
place,
GDP?
when a Gambian leaves Gambia, they're not gonna go to Cameroon. They would choose a bigger country like America. Like, hold on, like America. Okay, I don't want to make this about Gambia versus Cameroon, but let's allow St. James. We have new speaker, St. James, and
I didn't
St.
want
James,
to
welcome
talk
to the
about Gambia,
Afridamus
bro.
report. Judah,
Afridamus, you made it about Gambia and Cameroon. I didn't want to, man.
Judah, just calm down. Allow
You never let people speak, Afridamus. You that's how you are.
No, I came. You know why I came, man? You know, whenever I see Mama Z, I gotta come have a conversation with Mama Z, man. You know? Mama
Go
Zay,
for it.
you know, Mama Zay got that everlasting. So we got that everlasting too, you know. So, you know, Mama Zay, you want to be the ambassador of Black Americans. So
Yes.
I want Mama Zay to walk us through, man. How you gonna
Oh,
do that?
Mamizi is not doing that. She do a lot of talking, man. You know that. She's not
No.
gonna do
I
none of
mean,
that.
I hear Mama Zay said the Bag family love Gambia more than most
More
of the
than me.
Gambians.
More than me. Yeah.
That's a big
they do.
statement, man.
Exactly. Because you know, that's how you know some of
They've
these
been
Cameroonians, some of them
everything.
are sellouts. That's why the blacks don't want to go there.
Afridamus, who is the sellout? Your people or Cameroon? Who you say some of these Cameroonians?
No, no.
No, the
Jude,
Cameroonians are the sellouts, Jude.
Jude, you
Mamizi
trying to
and
help
who?
Mama Zay,
Go,
man. This
let me
is
name
for
them. Let
Mama
me hear.
Zay. This is
Look at Mama Zay.
Mama Zay and who? You say some who and who?
And you.
Oh man, shut the fuck, man. You stay quiet, man. What the heck are you talking about? What are we selling out for? You guys want
And
African
we have wait, we have Imbolo. We have Imbolo.
But
Should I
we
take
don't need
Hold on, we have
African Americans to
Imbolo,
come.
sir, we have Imbolo.
But we don't need African Americans to bring the big stick
No,
to us
come on,
and
hold
hit
on,
us.
Mamizi. Do you guys need the blacks? Wait, hold on.
We don't need new
Jude.
masters
No,
in
wait,
Africa.
hold on. Let me ask Mamizi.
I heard you guys are calling them masters in Gambia.
Hold
You
on,
guys are
Jude.
calling Gambia
Wait,
back family
Jude.
master.
Jude, don't try to out talk me. Mamizi, do you want the blacks to come to Cameroon?
I
Hell
would
no.
love for them to come to Cameroon.
Thank you. Go ahead, St. James.
Wow, maybe
So
to the French
Jude,
side.
you say Hard Catty got a stick back then?
Cathy was using a stick on their ass, bro. Hey, clean,
Where
get
was
out of
she
here.
doing that?
Pick that,
Where was she doing that? On
Bro,
TV
they are the
or?
new masters, bro. They think like the white people, that African Americans. That's their mentality, man. They think like they are coming in with that white man mindset. They feel, they look their skin color, say they are black, but they have that white master mindset of control to control the Africans. They believe that Africans do not know what they are doing. They have to be the master to hit you with a cane, whip your ass. Hey, clean, do this white.
Look. In Gambia, we are even having problem with the
They are gonna be the
Cameroonian.
new masters. They are gonna be
We
the
have
new
a
masters in the
Cameroonian.
Gambia.
Hold
They
on,
are taking control.
Jude. We in Gambia, we give even employment to even judges, Cameroonian judges. You know, like so much for our economy
There you
being
go.
small. We
Afridamus,
employ
you are
your
right.
people. We employ your
Afridamus,
people, man. What are you
you
complaining
are right.
about?
Afridamus, now let me confirm you are right.
We give you employment.
Afridamus, you are right. I have two Cameroonian guys from. That's why I was saying you. I have two Cameroonian guys from the English side who are lawyers, who are performing in the Gambia.
How many Gambians do you see working in Cameroon?
No, you don't see that. But these guys
exactly. That's because our economy is better. We are more open.
It's not better.
We are giving you guys jobs.
No, you get
we
it.
don't. Yeah, we're giving you jobs.
No, they are there because your people cannot be loyal. They are there because your people cannot be loyal.
We have plenty of Gambian lawyers. Plus, we have Nigerians too. You know, we have Ghanaians. We give you guys, jobs. Cameroonians are mostly mumu. They are mumu.
Oh, come on, Afridamus. I don't like that.
Cameroonian na mumu, na mumu there, na mumu. You know what?
Dude, I call you mumu.
The Cameroonian na mumu. Yeah, them be mumu. You know, mumu Ebola. You know.
Kidola, yeah, your guy want call us mumu. Afridamus, you know, go call us mumu.
Audrey, we have our own judges, but because we feel bad for the Cameroonians, they are fighting each other over language. So they don't have a job. We want their war to end because those people, if we don't employ them, they would have taken up arms on either side to fight. So we give them jobs to create stability in Africa. This is the beauty of Gambia, the smiling coast. But let's allow St. James to speak. St. James,
Right.
go
Let me
ahead.
let
St.
me
James.
let me explain.
No,
Let me
no, no,
give you
Jude,
let me
wait.
just
You
give you
will.
2 lines. Let me
No,
just give you
wait.
2
You
lines,
will.
right?
Hold on. St. James, go ahead. Jude is.
But
Hey,
somehow, some way, we gotta go back to the Mumu thing, man. We gotta know who's the Mumu of Africa,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. This can.
Because
Yeah, yeah.
you know,
Gambia na mumu.
so
Look,
we gotta
look,
settle the
look. We
Mumu
even
Gambia,
topic.
okay.
Gambia,
Wait. Let me ask
Gambia
you
that
this:
they
who's
mumu, man. That's
president?
why these
You
guys
know,
from
Cameroon.
Gambia,
Cameroon
you
got
guys
a
think big.
president. Wait. Cameroonian president is living in a Swiss village. Nothing past Mumu like that.
He has a
That na
hospital.
that
He
na
has a
Mumu.
hospital over there.
Yeah, that na Mumu to the whole. You.
Afridamus,
Afridamus,
he built hospital.
why do you don't want me
But
to talk?
Jude,
Yes, Saint
on
James.
one live, you guys see the situation in the Cameroon as a problem. On another live, you guys seems to let people know that you guys are happy with the situation in Cameroon.
No,
Which
no,
is
no,
which?
no, no,
No,
Afridamus.
we're
Well,
not
you
happy.
gotta.
Nobody
No,
says
Saint
that.
James.
No,
Saint
no.
James.
No. I can give you an
Saint,
example about a particular Cameroonian who was trying to debate me over the situation in Cameroon with a
I
Paul
know the
Biya,
person you are
and
talking about.
on one panel, he was sided with me, for the same thing I was saying. I'm like, "Okay, Cameroonian, you guys have to tell us.
But
We're
that's the
talking
thing,
about
man.
Mumu. We're talking about Mumu today. So okay, let's stick to Mumu. So for
Look,
27 years,
the
man.
Cameroonian be
So I mean,
to the level. Go ahead, St.
okay,
James.
do you like the situation, and okay, or you don't like the situation?
No, why we
Which is
act like
which?
the situation, Saint James? Saint James, for
Man,
today,
hey,
let me
look,
tell you, if Cameroon,
Jude, Cameroon be mumu, but go ahead.
Okay, we are Mumu.
let me, Saint James, today, let me
Yeah.
tell you, I'm not even
Go.
fighting, I'm not a Pan African. If Cameroon has to separate today, I will want Cameroon to separate between the East, because the East are the people that speak French, and the West are the people that speak English. So in Cameroon, so we say the
What
East
you talking
and the
about? I'm
West.
from the West. What you talking about?
Uh,
I'm by the West.
No, no, no. See, Mamizi, let me explain. The West is what was a new region that was given unto you guys. But based on what was before, it used to be East Cameroon, which is
So
French speaking.
Mamizi's people, they were refugees. You guys gave them that.
No, no, no. Okay. Afidemus, let me tell you, right? When
I'm
Cameroon
just
became together,
asking good
yeah.
questions.
Let me finish. When Cameroon became together, they decided to create regions, and now there was a new West that was given to where Mamizi is from. That a new West. But before, it used to be two Cameroons. One was called West because it was in the West, which is the English speakers, and the one was called East because it was East Cameroon. It was on the East, so it was East, the French speakers. But because Cameroon became together, so the word West that was supposed to be for the English speakers now became a region where Mamizi is from. And then they now call us Southwest and Northwest. So now she is saying she's from the West, talking about the present region, but I'm talking about what it was before, which was the East and the West, which means French and English.
No,
So I
nothing's gonna
want,
change. So just
okay, nothing is going to change, but this is my point,
Look,
right? That's why most of
look.
the time I have to come to this.
Jude, do you speak Nigerian pidgin?
Of course, us from the English side speak
All
pidgin.
right,
Mamizi does not speak
Jude.
pidgin.
Before I move on to have somebody speak, I want to say one thing. Please don't
Yeah.
try to argue. Unabi mumu,
Na
mumu
mumu
10
bina.
times.
I know,
Okay,
no, na true. Na mumu.
let's have Jay Washington to speak.
Na
Unabi
mumu bina.
mumu.
Everybody said na
Yeah,
mumu.
unabi mumu.
Kidola,
let's
everybody na mumu that understand that.
No, let's have Jay Washington. Jay Washington, welcome to the Afridamus report. Jay Washington, what do you want to add onto the show? Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Jay Washington, are you Cameroonian or you are from America?
I am born and raised in the continent of North America.
Okay,
I am
perfect.
American. If
Perfect.
I was born in South America, I would still be American. If I was in Central America, I would still be American. If I was in Canada, I would still be America. These are the Americas. And anyone born in this region is American.
Perfect. Okay, Jay Washington, Now, welcome to the show. Are you so you've clarified it? So the black people who get offended, like pretend to say we are Africans, but in another word, they say they compare themselves to white people. Did you hear the video?
Yeah,
What do
it's
you think
sad,
about that?
Afridamus. It's sad, Afridamus. The people here, unlike the people on the continent of Africa, all those different people and all those different cultures, I do not understand or know. I do not state that I understand all of them. I do
I
not
like your
know.
honesty.
Because the people who are classified as black here in America think they know about the 53 countries on the continent and they know
54.
nothing about it. As I've been listening, I'm learning so much what he was saying about the East, Cameroons,
Oh
and
yeah,
the West.
do you believe that here in that Cameroon, in fact, you heard the man just say, these guys are fighting over who's, English versus French. They are fighting like the black French and the black English. They are fighting with each other.
Yeah.
You see?
And do
So
you, I so respect your content, Afrodamus, because you get to the heart of the thing. I want to cut away a lot of the conversation and then I'm gonna leave because what I'm going to say might be provocative. But
go for it.
but from what I'm hearing, the people um in the different countries in Africa, the mindset of them and the people in the Americas who are also dark skinned have the same problem. We identify ourselves through the white lens. The gentleman earlier was
That's
talking about
exactly it.
how the East spoke English and I think the West spoke French. I'm not sure. I may have it confused.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
the
But
West
those
spoke,
Cameroon,
are,
the West spoke English and the East spoke French. Yeah.
yeah,
but do
that's
you
the
realize,
Mumu part of Africa, but go ahead.
but Aphrodamus, I know you will hone in on this. These are European influences.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. But
And
that's why we are
and
speaking colonial languages on this panel.
yes, sir. And the people in America who are dark skinned are in the same boat. We are influenced by Europeans. So we are no longer our whatever our true selves were in the beginning before the knowledge of the European. We are not that any longer. That's why I can't say that I am African. I am American. Why? Because my culture is American, and I dare say that the people in Africa, because of all the colonization, are no longer what they were. Uh, I even wonder what it would. Afrodamus, this is something I like. If just like a 5-minute conversation between you and your panelists to answer this question. What would people who are dark skinned on the planet do if the European decided to put them back in slavery? Could they stop it?
Ooh, man, that's a you know, oh man, you are asking a good question here. Panel.
It's
Yes, if the
provocative,
Europeans
and
choose to put
I
black
don't,
people in chains, what would you do?
I don't
I don't
ask
think.
it to be hyperbolic or
Look,
provocative,
look, look,
That's
look,
a rhetorical
What do you
look.
question.
think?
That's
but
a rhetorical
Afrodamus,
I
Yeah.
want to get the
Afrodamus.
attention of people who are dark skinned all over the planet to understand the things that you're arguing over the east and the west of Cameroon or Nigeria or Ghana or wherever this issue is. Do you understand that you are still um under the European influence as we are here in the United States? We're still
exactly.
under the Euro. So what is the argument? The only true argument, Afrodamus, is purpose? Are you purposeful? What is your purpose? What is your goal? What is your, because the purpose is no longer about me being in sync with the person in Cameroon or Ghana or Nigeria or Chad or any of these places. It's not about that anymore. It's about
Are you Cherokee? Are you Indian?
you know the history about
Are
the
you
people.
Cherokee? Are you Cherokee or are you Indian? I just
You
saying it.
you
Are you
know the
Cherokee
people. You
or
know
are
the
you
dark
Choctaw?
skinned
Where are
people.
you?
The dark skinned people in America do not know their what do you call it,
No,
heritage.
no. Don't beat around. Are you Cherokee or are you Choctaw? Where do you belong to in America? You're not
In
African
America,
American. Yeah. Are you Choctaw? Are you Cherokee? Are you from Turtle Island?
the
Where are you
Choctaw,
from?
the Choctaw what is in now Arkansas and Missouri
Okay,
and
which part? Okay,
Louisiana
which part? Okay, which
and
part of
and
the Indians are you from? Which part of the?
and
Which part of the? Forget all this you're talking around, bitter. Which part of the Indians are you from? I want to know which part of the India you belong to.
okay, this is not Afridamus, correct?
No. I want
No,
to
this is
know. I want to
Kidola.
know.
Kidola is
I want
asking.
to know which part of the Choctaw you are, or which part of the Turtle Island are you from, or
I
are you Cherokee? Just don't beat
I
around.
never
Don't beat
I
around this
never
black of a thing. Where do you belong to? Choctaw, Cherokee, or Turtle Island? We want to know this is what you where belong to.
I want to answer when you finish speaking.
Okay, answer.
Okay. The dark skinned people in America whom you call black do not know their heritage.
Okay, what is your
Majority
heritage?
do not the majority do not
Oh
know their
look,
heritage.
But what
my
about
brother.
you? What is their own heritage? What is
What
your
is your
own?
heritage?
If I had to choose, it would be
Uh-huh.
American. But that's
No,
not your
what is your
question.
heritage? You lie. Where is your heritage? Look, my brother. No, you're not my brother. Look, you people, you look. You people come. This is a typical way you people come around that shock we Africans. You can see yourself in the mirror and see that you are fucking black with a big nose like West African person. Your female have huge, have wide waist and looking like somewhere West Africa. You see why the white people will never respect you people? You see why the white people will never see you people as people that are intelligent, intellectuals. Why the white people will just look at people, they use one hand, they will never pay people whatever they want to pay people, that reparation, whatever you people call it. You see why? You come here, be beating around, singing all kind of music, hidden agenda. Why you try to hide who you are and try to say, "Oh, I'm black, but I'm Americans." You are Choctaw person believe you are Indians. No problem about that. We Africans doesn't want you to say, "Come and claim Africa evil." You understand? And if you talk about the second slave trade, if person like you exist in Africa, I'm sorry for you. What those kings will do at that time, I cannot promise you it will not happen again. For you especially, who are Indians, be very careful. You know
I'm
what I mean?
not
So
Afridamus. I'm not
this your
sure.
It's Kidola.
No,
Afridamus, I'm not sure.
You're talking to Kidola.
I know, but I need to talk to Afridamus because I
Okay,
can
come here.
understand him. Afridamus, I'm not sure I quite understood the gentleman because I'm not
No,
used to.
he's speaking on
So
the
can
fact,
you?
like, you know how some black people would say they're black American, or they would say they're Indian or other things. So he's saying
Yes.
this is what they say this to Africans. So he's saying this is what confuses African, and also other people cannot respect it because one minute you say you're black African, another minute you say you're Cherokee or another, like. So
Yes.
he's saying if you
Yes.
say you are
Now I
American,
can.
if you're saying
Now
you're
I can hear you
American,
clearly.
what kind of American are you?
Now,
What do you
now
classify? Classic,
Now
because yeah,
I can hear you clearly, and if that's what the gentleman was speaking about, I can answer. I can understand you, Afridamus.
okay,
Okay, Afridamus, as you know, because you live in the United States, correct?
that's correct.
You know, a lot of these people who call themselves black do not know anything about their heritage, right?
Right.
They do not know. So when you ask, or when you say that some black people say they're Indian and some people say they're this and they're that, they don't know, beloved. They don't. And I'm being honest, and I'm grateful to the person who said, that I was being honest. We don't know who we are. That's why Malcolm X eventually put the X beside his name.
For how many years? How you
The
don't know who
X,
you are?
let me finish.
For how many
Gentlemen,
Guys,
years?
let her finish. Let her finish.
It's funny how for how many
Gentlemen,
years you still don't know who
I
you are.
don't,
That's crazy though.
I,
I said
I,
that's crazy.
gentlemen, I believe it's
Who is
disrespectful to
gonna
argue
tell
with
you who you
men.
are?
Judah, let her
I
finish.
mean,
Let her finish.
who is gonna tell her who she is? I mean,
Well, let her finish. You can ask her afterwards. Let her
but
just
that's
finish.
crazy, man.
Yeah, let her finish. Go ahead.
Gentlemen, I sincerely believe it's disrespectful to argue with men. And so if you have a question for me, I want to answer it, but I will not argue with you. I was raised by a single so-called black man by himself, and I would never disrespect a so-called black man. So if you have a question for me, allow me to answer. But if you start to speak, I'm going to be silent.
Go ahead,
So,
Jay
Afridamus,
Washington. Go ahead, Jay.
so can you ask me the question? I think what he wants to know is, why do we all don't, why do we claim different things? Majority of people don't know who they are. But what I do know, Afridamus, is that by law, wherever you are born, that is your nationality. If it is a country, if you are born in a
That's
country,
correct.
that is your nationality. Okay, this is what I do know, and I might be an outlier. I may be one of the 1 in a million people who may be so-called black who will say, I don't know. And I'm okay with saying I don't know. But what I do know is that I was born in America. My nationality, I have a nationality, it's American. I am not
Exactly.
so-called black. Black
Exactly.
is a ambiguous figment of the European imagination.
Exactly. And I
It
accept
means
that.
it actually means, gentlemen, one who does not have a nationality, one who doesn't know who they come from, so they black it out.
Exactly.
Can I ask a
Okay,
question?
so
Can I ask you?
yes,
Can I ask
sir.
a question? Can I ask a question? Why are you counting your words? You're not real yourself. Why are you
Donna,
counting
she's
your
not
words?
African. She's American.
No, no,
She was
no,
born on this
no,
country.
no. America don't speak like the way she speak. Are you a
What you
he or
talking
she?
about?
Are you she? I want to know. Are you she, he, or he, she, or she?
What's Afridamus? What's wrong with the way that I speak?
You counting your words. Are you for righteousness? Who are you? You know, because look, the way you speak, you counting your words. You counting your words. You
Afridamus,
counting your.
I can't understand what he's saying.
You
What is
count
he
your words.
asking me?
Can I ask you a question? Let me just ask her a question.
She's American, bro. It's like a
Clearly,
white person born in Africa. That white
let
person
me
is
ask a
African as
question,
well.
Judy. Let me just get the question out. We all have multiple identities. We all know that.
No, you cannot
So,
have multiple identities, bro. How
well,
can you have
Tunaja,
multiple
Tunaja,
identities?
speak for
okay.
you. Tunaja, you have multiple
Can you let me
identities, sir.
How
finish?
can
Can
you
you
have
let me
multiple
finish?
identities?
Okay, let me explain that to you. You have your family identity, you have your national identity, you have your university identity, you have your driver's license identity. We all
No, man.
have different
Those
identities.
are not
You like
identities,
it
bro.
or not, you have your ethnic identity, you have your racial identity.
Afridamus,
Stop
this is gonna
pretending
get funky again,
otherwise. You
man.
don't
It's
own
gonna
that
get
fact.
funky.
It's just the truth of the
This
situation.
is gonna
Okay.
get funky, man.
Let me, you see, now I'm not going to be allowed to ask a question again. Everybody has been asking
Well,
questions.
go ahead, Tunaja. He will
Okay.
respond later. Go ahead.
So No matter how we like to bury our head in the sand, people have multiple identities. So the question is, do you accept that your parent, your ancestors, maybe 200-300 years ago, were descendants from Africa?
There's nothing as ancestors, bro. You are who
No,
you are.
Judah, he's asking,
You are you.
Judah, he's asking
Nobody
her,
counts on
Judah,
ancestors,
Can you just
man.
shut up?
This thing, you want to force people to accept that they are African.
Judah,
They are not.
Judah,
Stop
Can you
forcing
just
people to
shut
believe that
up?
they are
hold
African.
on, Judah, the question,
This fool,
Judah,
can you just shut up?
he's asking Jay Washington. So let Tunaja have his conversation with her.
But why do you have to
leave her
force
alone
them?
with her identity,
I'm
please?
trying to
Let's
ask
go
a
back to the
question.
question.
Don't be foolish.
Okay, Tunaja, let's go back to the topic, please. Leave her identity alone. She asked if the white people want to enslave Africans now. What can we do?
Why are you not allowing my question to be answered? That is not your question.
Yeah,
No.
Mamizi, let Tunaja ask his question.
My God, you guys gonna turn it into
Tunaja is talking.
Yes.
He's talking. Wait, Tunaja have the opportunity. He listened to everybody. He chose to ask Jay Washington question. So no, he's asking Jay Washington. Allow him to talk to Jay Washington. Go ahead.
Washington ask you a question.
No, Tunaja is asking Jay Washington, right, Tunaja?
Yes.
Okay,
the
go ahead.
question is clear.
Go ahead.
Do you accept that your forefathers 300-400 years ago were descendants from the African continent?
That is a theory that people who look like you and I say this loosely. I know you and I do not look alike. We all do not look alike, but I think you understand what I mean when I say that. People who are dark skinned, it is a theory that we come from the continent of Africa. It is now, majority of our historical facts come from the Europeans, so I'm going to grab this from the European. The European came to North America. Hold on. The European, when he came to North America, the Spanish, who are Europeans, when they came to North America, they documented that there were people already on this continent who look like you and I, who look like Africans.
Exactly.
And when they were and when they were able to communicate with the people here, the people here told the Spanish, who are European, because people need to understand that Spanish is European. People keep thinking Spanish is brown people. Yes, their nationality is brown, but the European brought Spain to the Americas, their language, their culture, their everything. Everything about the American Spanish is European, just like everything about the Black American is a European construct. Now, going back, my point is when the European came to the Americas, which was not United States, but when he came, they communicated with the natives, and the natives told them that these people who are brown skinned, darker than me, brought gold, brought yams, brought collard greens, brought all kinds of food, brought certain spears of gold, were already living in this continent, in this hemisphere. So when you ask me, don't I understand that people who look like me evolved from Africa? No, I don't know that. Even the European doesn't know that. What the European has stated is that the human being originated on the continent of Africa.
Okay. Afridamus, let this guy go. Afridamus, let this guy go. This guy,
Tunaja, wait just a second. Hold on, Tunaja.
to the
Nice.
Afridamus. This guy is neither is he
Afridamus,
she.
Afridamus, my point,
Hold on.
Afridamus,
Let
my
me
point,
finish. He
Hold
my
on,
she.
one mic,
He
guys,
she.
one mic,
He she.
one
I
mic.
haven't finished. One mic.
Afridamus, quit
Hold
this
on,
guy
hold
away
on,
from this place.
J. William, just a sec. Go ahead,
This guy,
Kidola.
this
My,
he
my,
she. This
I
he
just
she.
want to say this, Afridamus,
Shut up.
Hold
Let me
Afridamus. I
finish.
just want to say that
hold on, guys. J. Williams, just a sec, just a sec.
Stop being abusive.
This he she or she he
Afridamus.
whatever he is. Quit. Take this guy away from this point. Let's go to this topic. These are
my point
schizophrenic.
is that dark skinned people.
Stop being abusive, Kidola.
These are crazy people. These are what we experience with these fake black Americans or this so-called
Hold on, guys.
If you allow me question her, I will
Hold
pin
on,
her
guys.
down
Guys,
so that she will not wiggle out.
hold on, guys. Let me read
Afridamus.
this super chat. Hold on. I have a super chat here. Hold on a sec. Let me read this super chat. Super chat. Thank you, Chris O. Chris O said, Afridamus, guys, wait a minute, guys. I don't want you guys to interrupt. It looks like Chris O is asking Jay Williams, and please allow Jay Williams to speak, okay? Chris is saying, Afridamus, can you ask her if she believes in the transatlantic slave trade? Jay Williams, thank you for the super chat. And sorry, that would be Chris O.
Okay.
Jay Williams, he's asking, he said, do you believe in
God.
the transatlantic slave trade?
Can you go back to the topic, please?
Okay.
We will in a sec here. It's the same topic, Mamizi, but
not.
you know.
They would rather have a stony discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Afridamus, and thank you for the super chat going to
Mamizi,
Afridamus
go
to
to your
support his
channel and
channel.
create your own
Hold
channel.
on, hold on, Judah. Let Jay. Don't interrupt Jay Williams.
I
Let
know.
her
I want
answer.
to talk. I was talking to Mamizi to stop telling people to go back to the topic. She should go on her own channel and create her own topic.
No, I'm
talk about
co-host. I'm gonna keep
All right.
it out. So
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna be quiet.
Hold on. Let her speak. Go ahead, Jay Williams.
And I'm just gonna give one more minute, and I'll let you all have it, and I'm gonna listen. But to answer the super chat, before I answer the super chat, I need to say this: that people who look like us on this panel, people who are dark skinned, it's almost, I don't know the right word, Afridamus, to say this, but I think the word is futile. It makes no sense to try to regulate people who look like us to Africa. We were all over the planet. God created us first. We were everywhere.
So you don't believe.
So let me
So do you
finish.
believe?
So let me
Do you
finish,
believe?
because I know you have questions.
Do you believe in the transatlantic slave trade? That's what he's asking.
I know you have questions. Just be patient. Just be patient, and you're going to hear it. Just be patient. Calm down.
Quite quick about
Calm
it.
down. People who look like
Guys, let her finish.
People who look like us originated on every corner of the planet. So there is no such thing as 400 million years ago or 100,000 years ago that we were in Africa. We were everywhere that the European went. He found us. Everywhere that the European went.
Afridamus, can you just
Hold on, guys. So Tuneja asked this question. There's a reason why he asked. So she's answering. So if next speaker, please allow Tuneja to
I'm going to answer.
complete what he is saying. Allow Tuneja to listen and so he can
Do I
follow up.
believe in the transatlantic slave trade? It occurred. Yes, it happened. But simultaneously, there was a slave trade that went from North America through Central America down to South America and up back from South America through Central America up to North America, where I am. There was another slave trade that there were people going. They were people going from South. Listen. Just listen.
No, it's
There were
too
people.
long. The answer is like taking the
We know
whole day.
slaves moved up and
Apologize,
down
sister.
from
So,
Haiti
I
so
to
apologize,
America,
teenager,
from
sister.
America
Shut
down
up and
again.
stay quiet, mommy. Go to your channel and stop talking nonsense. Let her
hold
talk.
on, hold on.
Go ahead,
I'm the
Jay.
So Jay Williams,
Afridamus,
you are
can I
saying,
get you out
wait,
of
wait,
To the
hold on,
Jay
sister.
Washington, not
hold
Jay
To
on,
the
Williams.
guys.
sister.
Jay
Yes,
Washington.
sir. Yes, sir.
So what I'm hearing you say is, because this is tied into Two Niger's question too, because I think Two Niger, correct me if I'm wrong. Two Niger wants to know, to confirm if you believe that the blacks here did come to America through the transatlantic slave trade. So
Not all.
you're saying blacks were everywhere, so the white people found them even here in
Blacks were
America.
everywhere. That was where the
Okay,
Hold on,
tectonic plate
no,
now,
came from.
Jude.
Blacks
This
were
is for her.
everywhere.
Hold on, Jude. You would have your
man,
opportunity. This
Jude.
is for
But
her.
you are not letting me
So,
talk.
Control
Now, let
yourself.
me go with the second question, please, so that she will understand precisely my point. Now, you said that your people are from this land, and somehow they forgot that they are from this land. Name me one people that has ever been standing on the land that they buried their ancestors and have managed to forget that they are from there. That's one.
What are you
Secondly,
talking about?
genetic. Can you finish? Because the Jews were expelled from this in Jerusalem 2,000 years ago, and they never forgot whom they were. But these people are claiming that they are from America, but somehow because of slavery, they forgot everything where they were from. Then secondly, the genetic evidence clearly points to where they are from. And if these people keep claiming this about things, even Europeans claim that the Vikings made it to America, but yet they didn't procreate enough to leave a genetic footprint. Even if Africans made it to America, they didn't procreate enough to leave a genetic footprint. All the genetics data that they have of African Americans is clearly tied to the continent. I know
So
a
the Europeans
Nigerian.
that have ties to
Hold on. Let me finish. I know a Nigerian that lost
the
seven
Americans
members
that have
of their
ties to
family.
Jordan. Why are
Can
you
I
not going
finish?
back
Can
to
I finish
Jordan?
my point?
Jude, let him speak.
I know a Nigerian that his grandfather's
Come on,
grandfather.
you keep making the
Can
same
you just
statement,
shut
bro.
up, Jude? Can you just
Every
shut
day,
up,
Jude,
Jude?
nothing and often.
You are an
Jude, let him
idiot.
speak. Go ahead.
What is wrong with this?
Go ahead to Niger.
Okay,
Go ahead to Niger.
I know a Nigerian that his grandfather's grandfather lost 7 members of their family. So this is quite real. And I don't understand what is wrong with Judy that just seems to have a stupid
You
agenda
keep
that
making the
hasn't.
same
Can you
statement,
just shut
bro.
up? Let me just finish my point. That just has an agenda that doesn't want to elevate any conversation other than to get stunted in one location. Just stop it. You don't own the conversation. Allow me to express myself.
Okay,
If
calm down.
you have time, carry on with your own expression in your own stunted way. I want to truly listen, get where she's coming from, because I've never seen a people in this world
Okay, calm
that are standing
down.
on the land that they buried their forefathers and forgot where they are from, and at the same time, their genetic data is not real. Can you explain that to me, Jay Washington? Do you know any people that have forgotten where they are from while standing on the land that they buried their forefathers? And do you agree with genetic data that clearly ties almost all African Americans to the continent of Africa?
Okay. And I need everyone on the panel to help me to see if I understood the gentleman. I think he was asking, how could, if the European already established that the so-called black woman or black man was the first person on the continent, and that continent or on the planet, and that person was found in Africa. I agree with that. I agree with that. I don't know if that's
That is
part
not
of
my
your
point. The
anger.
one I asked, first question was, what people do you know on this earth while standing on the land that they buried their ancestors forget where they are from? Because that is what you are implying, that the
Okay.
black Americans that are from
Okay.
America,
I think I
that's the
understand
first one
you.
here. So that you are
I
implying that the black Americans from America forgot where they are from. That's what you are
I think
implying. Then
I
secondly,
think
do you agree with the
hold
genetic data
on.
that
Let me deal with the first. Let me deal with the
okay,
first. Let me deal with the first because
okay,
I'll
one
get
at a time.
confused.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Bless you. Thank you. Okay. I am not a victim. I do not believe in victimhood.
Exactly. Perfect.
But it
Shut
is
up,
of
Judy.
record. But it is of record that at least 2 to 3 million people were enslaved in what we call the United States. Okay. And in this culture, the people were not allowed to read. The people were not allowed to think for themselves. After a generation is 20 years. They subjected the children, they subjected the elderly. The elderly died off and the children grew up and they had babies. When they had babies, everything was lost. So when you ask, how can a group of people lose connection with who they are or memory of who they are, it's through slavery. And it didn't just happen in the United States. There was slavery, and I can't name them, but I'm sure you all can attest to different slaveries that occurred on your continent in different countries of your
Hold on, hold
53
on.
different countries.
The question was,
Jay
do
William.
any people
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me read this super chat. Flexed up, he said Anjarama. Maube, Anjarama flexed up. He said, Afridamus asked her, why did they quote unquote lie about the black aborigines in Americas, but not lie about them in Australia? So I think his point is, he's saying, you're saying that they lied to say the blacks were not, the blacks in America, they lied about them. But also Jamaica, Haiti, all these places, it's clear they are from Africa, they accept it. But somehow all these other islands did not have black people. They had to import them from Africa. But this continent, North America, has blacks, and Canada don't have blacks. But
We actually don't know if the blacks were imported from Africa or Jamaicans actually.
Wait, Judah, don't interrupt. Let me thank, flexed up, Anjara Mamaube.
Baby girl love my bop and unlike me too. No roof on my top and my.
All right, thank you, flexed up. All right, let's go ahead. So we had Jay Washington. Actually, St. James had question for Jay Washington, I believe. So
Oh my God.
Jay Washington, go ahead, and then St. James will speak, and then
When St.
we'll
James
have
speak, can I speak? Can I go next?
No, you're not gonna
Sure.
speak.
Okay, thanks. Mamizi, this is not a panel. Stay quiet.
No, Judah. Mamizi is the co-host, so try to get along with her, please.
Thank
Okay.
you for
All right.
demanding.
All right.
No,
Go ahead,
you notice that she
Jay
didn't answer
Washington.
the question. She didn't answer the question.
Okay,
There's
go
no
ahead,
other
Tunaja.
people.
Clear your question,
Yeah, she didn't
Tunaja.
answer the question. Name any other people in this world that are standing on the land that they buried their forefathers and forgot where they were from. Because the Jews for 2,000 years never forgot where they were from. So how do you think, because of slavery, because the Jews were subjected to slavery too, I forgot. The Aboriginals were subjected to the same thing, they never forgot. And that gentleman asked another critical question. Why would they choose to lie only about the Black Americans? So it's some of that's just one. And the second one, she didn't want to answer two times. So I will let her answer the straight question that I asked. Name one other group that forgot where they were from while they were still standing their land.
Well, I'm not sure if I can name another group who forgot who they are, where they are from. When you mentioned the Jews are a amalgamation. They are Semite, which means an amalgamation, a group of different ethnicities to come to one faith. It's not a race. It's a faith, and they move around. Okay. The other question about, again, I go to slavery. People have forgotten who they were on this continent. I don't know about your continent.
What language did they speak, the blacks up here back then?
See, again, I don't think you mean to embarrass me or humiliate me.
No,
I'm being
just
open
asking.
and
I'm just curious what you were told.
I'm being open and honest when I say that the so-called black in the United States does not know. That's why I said Malcolm.
No, ma'am.
When
Ma'am,
natives
ma'am,
What
know
you
that,
cannot
Malcolm?
negate.
This is what
If
Malcolm.
you get
This
a
is
no, ma'am.
but natives know
If you
this
their
is
get a
what
direct
language.
Malcolm
answer,
X's.
if
This
you
is
get
what
a if you
Malcolm
get a
X's
direct
point.
answer, you gotta respond with a direct. You have to have a response to the question because these are honest questions that the Africans are asking. On our side, don't look at it like we are trying to belittle you. These are the questions that the
We're just
Africans
curious.
have.
Yeah.
You want to know why we say, you want to know why I say that some of us were already here on the American
No, you try to
continent.
negate. You try to negate everything by saying that you lost it through slavery, and at the same time, you are saying that the people were already here. So,
Yeah.
which is which?
The people were already here and they were enslaved. Do you understand? I didn't get to finish my
No,
statements because a lot of
no.
people started to speak.
Okay,
My
go ahead.
point was that
There was. If you said they were
see, you're
already
doing it
here,
again.
you
You're
see
doing it
why you
again. I'm
can't
trying to
listen and you get
answer.
tired. If you said they were here, that means you should be able to point out those things that Afridamus is asking, like the language, which is one. Because you cannot say, okay, because of slavery, we forgot the language. That's not true.
Or you
Well,
forget that you're actually from that land. You don't know where you think
because
that
because
you're
the
actually from that
natives.
land. It's
Ask white
impossible.
Americans that same question.
No,
Will you ask white
because
Americans that same question that you're
Judah,
asking right
Judah,
now?
hold on, Judah,
What,
Judah.
I mean, white
Hold on, we
Americans
all
are
know.
not
Hold on, guys, hold
Americans.
on, Judah. Wait,
Go
Judah.
ahead.
Judah, the reason why it's relevant because Native Americans, people they call Native Americans, right?
Native Americans are Indian Americans. You know
They
that.
speak. Hold
And
on,
Indian Americans are
wait a minute, wait a minute. They have their own language, despite the Europeans being here for so long.
Exactly.
They still have their own
but they don't
language.
speak it. Even in
They
Africa,
do.
most of us have lost our
Bullshit,
traditional
bro.
languages. You know that.
No, Judah, that's a lie. They speak it. What are
No,
you
what you
talking about?
mean is a lie.
Have you been to
In my country, in
reservations?
Cameroon, let me tell you. Let me
No,
tell
we
you what is
speaking
going on between.
Judah. Speaking
My
about
God, when
Now
are
you're
you
going to
talking
mute
like
me.
this?
Judah, we're speaking about the Native Americans. I've been to, several reservations. I've been to states with a lot of, natives.
You have been to reservations,
They have their own language,
but the
even though
ones that don't live in.
they have their own language. Do you get that? So we're asking the question:
The ones that don't live.
the blacks, how come they don't have their own language?
That's what I'm telling you. The ones that do not live in reservation do not. The language has been wiped out. That was the same thing they do. Come on, man. What are you?
Judah, but the language
Even
still
in
exists.
Judah,
The language exists though.
they still have a recollection over certain things that can point out to the
no,
fact
they are
that they
not
were
going to
here.
have.
They
Still
do.
have
They
those
do, Judah.
recollections. No, I mean, like you said, certain things were wiped out. Yes, I live in Colorado here. I talk to Native American here. I know exactly what they went through, but they will always tell you this is where our people come from.
Afridamus
They
is not
haven't
letting me
forgotten
talk,
that.
man. Come on.
Because you're interrupting people. You gotta
You
let people
doing this
finish their
because
point.
we live in a reservation here, Colorado and everywhere. We live here. We ask those questions. It's not like we click the link and lie about it. Those are questions we ask and we get those answers. I have Native American friends. I know what they told me about their existence here in America. They told me everything. So there was never a situation where they told me, oh, we have forgotten everything, like what the Black Americans are doing.
So, St. James, let me
single
ask you
one of
this.
them
St. James, do you think Jay Washington is distancing herself from African, like, because most Africans and Black Americans, they would do whatever it takes to not associate themselves with Africa.
If she's doing that, believe me, I don't care. I don't really care. But
I
it's
disagree,
gonna be a hard sell.
Afridamus. Most Black Americans,
It's gonna be
It's a
a hard
most
question.
sell.
Black Americans wholeheartedly.
Tell me, Afridamus, it's gonna be a hard sell for anybody to come here and tell me every single one of us forgot. You see what I'm saying about the past? It's gonna be a hard sell.
Afridamus, may I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Afridamus, may I speak?
Go ahead.
The gentleman just said something that is untrue. Most so-called blacks in the United States wholeheartedly believe that they have been transported here from Africa.
But are they
Okay,
wrong?
so
Are they wrong? Do you, because again, you know, the general consensus, majority of the blacks, right, believe and know their ancestors were brought from Africa. So are
No,
you
man.
saying these blacks? Are you saying they are wrong? They were misled,
no,
miseducated to believe that their
no,
ancestors
and
came
that's
from
what
Africa?
no, and that's why it's important. People keep saying you're talking too long, but you're not willing to listen. Not everyone came on a slave ship. Some of
Exactly.
them did.
We're already in
Some
America.
see, you're doing it again. I'm talking and other people are speaking, but then when I keep speaking, they say I'm talking too long. Just let me get this out and you will understand clearly. Not every so-called black person came through slavery from
Well,
Africa.
are you saying? Oh
Let
wait,
me finish.
but are you saying because
It
okay,
is
if you
not.
say
It,
they were born here because you know America, the blacks we see are a mixture of Europeans, natives, you know, but
yes.
an African, you know, they are definitely Africans. The people they call black here, like we cannot deny that they definitely did come from Africa. That's where their origin is, and that's very recent origin.
But what
Very
is the point
recent.
of accepting that they come from Africa? What do you
Well,
stand
but
for,
because
man?
that's the
What
reality.
is
If
the
it's
point
a,
of
if what
that?
is wrong with you there? If
That's
it's
the
only
reality,
anything
Jude.
matters, what is wrong with you there?
Jude,
Hold on,
You
Can
cannot avoid
let me
the truth.
read this. Hold on, let me read this super chat. Hold on,
can I
guys.
make a point?
Jude, wait,
Okay,
let me
go
read
ahead.
this super chat. Sam Seals, thank you for the super chat. He said, Black Americans are a mixed group of different African tribes, Europeans, and Native Americans. How hard is that to believe? Sam Seals, thank you. And Sam Seals is 100% correct. The blacks here did, in fact, come from Africa, like Sam Seals said. Over time, they mixed, but they did, in fact, come from Africa. Like we have the stories even back home in our countries how the slavery happened. So people can try to deny it. Like in in our oral history, it matches what the Europeans wrote. This slavery did
Come on.
happen. It did take place. So let me
It
thank
did take
Sam Seals.
place.
Hold on, let me thank Sam Seals here.
Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through.
Thank you, Sam Seals. Okay, go ahead.
I think that's exactly what the lady is saying. That there were some people here, but also some other one were.
No, they did not. They did not have blacks here. There's no proof of that.
Oh
Mama
man,
Z,
come on,
Mama
Afridamus.
Z, Mama
How
Z,
can you say they did
Mama
not
Z.
have blacks in
Okay,
America?
you
What are
see,
you talking
You
about?
tell me, you
even if they
can you
had
go
black
to Africa, right?
Americans,
Can
even
you
if
go
they
to
had black
Africa and see the
Americans,
group
so
of
let
people
me just
you
say
don't even know
something.
where they come from?
See, even if they had black Americans, they didn't have them in significant number for the Indians to even recognize them. Or maybe they were also,
Have you ever
hold on
asked a
now,
white
maybe they were
American that
also
question?
part of the first group that was wiped out. Remember, a lot of Indians were wiped out too. Maybe they were also part of the group that were wiped out.
Tunaja, you're right.
I keep saying
Tunaja, there are tribes who no longer even exist.
they wiped out a lot. And there are Europeans that arrived in America that they have evidence for. They even
Well,
have physical evidence for
some
them.
of them were darker skin, but they are not Africans. They are darker skin, but they were not, because the
Have you
Aborigines
ever
in
asked a white
Australia. Wait,
American that same question?
hold on. The Aborigines in Australia, they have darker skin. They are, but they are not Africans. They are different kind of black from us.
How can
Thank
you say they are different
you.
kind of black? Right.
Yeah,
If you know that the white enslaved African
no,
Americans are not.
because in America they had darker skinned natives, and those people are not Africans. They don't look African,
Have
guy.
you done DNA in Aborigines in Australia? Have you do their DNA?
Really? So are you trying to tell me
Aboriginals
Aborigines
are
are
actually
Africans?
like
If
Aboriginals
you are
are
claiming,
actually
if
like
you are claiming
see
African Americans as
see.
African, then you should be claiming Aborigines in Australia as Africans as well.
No. See, Aboriginals are actually like the Indians and Europeans that left
Mm,
Africa.
Okay,
Let's just
now you
realize.
are calling them Indians, but you are not calling
Hold on
African
now.
Americans
Let me
No,
finish
they
my
are
point
mixed.
now.
there,
Let me
bro.
finish my point. They reacquired their African features. The features that
Can-
you see in Africa today may not be the first one. We just change when we are
It's
mutating.
not about
That's what
feature, bro.
Hold
It's
on,
not
this is
hold
about
what
on.
has been
African.
Afridamus,
It's not
scientifically
about skin
Afridamus.
color.
okay.
This
Can I make a
this
statement? Can I
conversation
talk?
is taking us. This
Hold on.
conversation is taking us nowhere, man.
Yes,
I'm being honest. It's
You
taking us nowhere.
continue the discussion.
hold on, guys.
You guys
We've been
messed
here.
up the
We've been
show.
here 4 hours.
The show wasn't about identity.
Let's do our closing statements here and focus on the
Can I?
topic.
Can I?
But
Can I?
we
But
need
that's
Can
to.
I start?
you gotta give us an hour, man, because we were
No,
ready.
okay, really, okay. Let's go. You know what? Let's go for it.
Yes,
Okay.
Thank
we have
you.
Can I
It's a
finish my
Saturday.
we had
statement?
a
And
good show
Hamas is
going.
here.
You guys messed it up with
Hamas
identity.
Can
is
we
here.
let Jude to express himself? Because you see, it looks like we have been shutting him down. Let's hear the wisdom he's going to share, please.
You guys should keep shutting me down, man. I don't know, man. You guys have a problem with me,
Afridamus,
bro.
before Jude
Like,
go, right? Before Jude go, Jude, I'm gonna ask you a question. You can respond. Take all your time, right? Jude, you never explained to us why you doing this 360. 2 years ago, you were not talking like this. Now you turn around and you talking about you are not a Pan-Africanist. And yesterday you were the mouthpiece. You know, I respect you and I like you, but you
Are you
never.
a Pan-Africanist?
Hold on.
Because the way you are
You never
talking today
explained.
seems like you
No.
want blacks to come to
Today,
Africa.
right? Today, no. Today you gotta please, man, break it down for us, man. Because at 180, I get it, but this
No,
is a
I'm not talking
360.
about what I
This is
did
a 360.
yesterday. I'm talking about today. Today, are you a
No, Jude.
Pan-Africanist? Because the way you are talking,
Me?
are you a Pan-Africanist
Me?
today? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad you asked that question. By the way I speak, you know where I stand, bro. I
So you're
care
a
less about
Pan-Africanist.
Pan-Africanism. No. I can't be Pan-African, although I believe
No, you are talking.
it's a good
I mean, today,
movement.
because when you are talking today, it seems like you want them to be African, and that's a
One
Pan-African
who?
statement.
One who?
No, but he stated
African
fact.
Americans be African.
I am
Hold
just stating the
on.
facts.
Hold on.
I want
I
you.
think
Okay, go ahead.
Jude just is talking for the sake of argument. But here is WM West Africa. Thank you for the super chat. What he said here. He said if the black people was indigenous to America, then you would see a large population of blacks in Canada and Alaska and black Eskimos, which is 100%
Oh man, come
true.
on,
Hold on.
come
And this part of the world, America here, most of it is cold and icy.
So what?
The blacks are not indigenous to this. The
Oh man,
reality is,
no man, that's
Jude,
crazy.
can you stop interrupting me, please?
We're gonna kick him out.
The truth is, if they were blacks, how come the black is only concentrated in where we call United States, but not Canada or the other
There are
places?
actually blacks in Canada, bro. Black Canadians.
Dude,
Oh my
dude,
God.
Jude, please, can you let me finish this? WM West Africa, thank you for the super chat. Let me thank the man properly. Okay? Let me thank him with my black card. Let me make sure it's still there. Thank you very much. The black card is still there. It's intact. All right, let's continue.
Can I finish? Can I finish
Can
with
I
Jude?
go ahead?
And then let him speak.
St. James, go ahead, St.
I'm the
James.
one going. Let me
Sentence,
answer
man.
St.
Jude,
James'
you're
question,
gonna
man.
have the floor.
Jude, St. James
You're
was
gonna have the
talking,
floor.
please.
He
Yeah.
asked me a question.
Jude, I'm not finished with my question though. You see, I said, although I believe Pan-Africanism is a good thing, what I'm showing is a fufu Pan-Africanism, and I believe Africans are not ready for that. There is major things that Africans need to do before they get to Pan-Africanism. So if you see African jump straight to Pan-Africanism, no, they're trying to sell something that's not
So
going to
you
sell
believe
well
that
on the
African
continent.
Americans are Africans?
Jude, Africans,
I
Americans are
asked you a
anything they
question. You
want to be.
believe that they are
African
African?
American
Yes.
are anything they want to be. It's not my position to tell them, hey, you are African or you're Indian or you are whatever
But
they
you are
believe.
telling her here that she is African. That's what you are telling her.
Okay, listen, Jude, that was a different conversation we're having.
Oh
because she
man,
came
come
here
on,
and
what
she
difference
said,
you come?
she
You are
came here,
you are
she said,
forcing her
when
to
I
accept
asked,
that she is African, bro.
no, when I asked the question and she
Nobody
doesn't
is
have an
forcing
answer
her.
and she
If the
said they
facts is
forgot
pointing to
about
it,
everything, then we have to move on because we
But
don't
you
have
don't
something
believe
to
that
stand on.
she's American. You don't believe it. You don't believe
She
that she
could be
has no
something
ties
of
to
else.
course she's a
Africa.
too.
She could be.
Jude, your brain, I don't know how it works. When I told you can have multiple identity, you said no, it's
No,
impossible.
Naija, let
But
me make a
you
statement,
don't
right?
own
Let me
that
finish.
fact. You
You
can.
Naija, let me talk. Let me make a
Hold
small
on,
statement.
Jude.
One
Before
of
you
the
talk,
things, right?
Jude. Let me
Oh
read
man, come on.
this. I want to read this super chat. Atticus, now, thank you. He said, "Here is some reparation. Here is some of my reparations, Afridamus. Thank you very much." Like guys. In fact, I support the blacks too to get reparation because I don't know if this reparation, this is a trick. They are like Afridamus, since you are a slave trader. Maybe they are reparating this because we perfected the slave trade. You took my slaves from me. You got to pay me back. I want to thank you. All right, guys, continue. Go ahead.
I'm
Right.
against
Afridamus, let me
reparations. I'm against reparations for so-called blacks in America.
Well, I'm getting my
exactly.
reparation. In fact,
And
guys,
that
hold on. I forgot to thank him. Hold on. Let me thank the man. Let me thank him properly, please. Sorry, guys. You guys know what this show is about. All right. Thank you for the super chat. All right. Let's
right.
continue.
Afridamus, did you know why she refused? Because she's American. Most
Who?
Black Americans believe that reparations are for slave people, but she's not slave. So she's
Who
American.
do you
So
think?
she's. But let me make a statement, right? Let me
Oh,
make a
no.
statement. This is the thing.
So, do you see any slave in America today, sir?
No, there are no slave in America. So
Okay,
why is she
then what are you
asking
talking
reparations
about? What
if
are
there
you
are no
talking
slaves in
about?
America?
You walk in contradiction. If the U.S. government said we got 10 million for each Black American today, everybody will be from Africa. 10 million. You will see a
Yes.
line.
St. James, what are you
Every
St. James,
all
are you a
listen.
Pan-African? But you keep talking like
Tariq
you're a
Nasheed will be
Pan-African, man.
first in the
Let me
line.
make a
It
statement.
will be the first in line. Listen, it will be the first in line. Next, followed by that guy, that Native American dude on YouTube, the guy who
Man.
claimed that they are native. It will be second behind
Okay,
Tariq, trying
let
to
me
claim
make
that
a
10
statement.
million.
Affidavits, I came on your panel one time, right? I said blacks were already in America before slavery.
No, you
And
said
you guys,
the tectonic. You said the
the
tectonic
tectonic,
shift
yeah,
brought them.
I mentioned how
Yes.
because there were blacks on every continent as we speak. It wasn't just
So
Every
black.
continent.
wait. Hold on, Judah. What you said
Black.
was let me phrase it. Judah said it was the tectonic shift, and it
That shifted.
shifted and brought. Wait. You said it brought the blacks, Africans. They found themselves. The tectonic shifted, and they found the whites standing here, ready to enslave them.
Human
No,
beings were not around during that time.
But let me thank. Hold on. Let me thank Chris. Oh, hold on,
Affidavits,
Judah.
oh man,
Wait,
come on,
Judah.
man, I'm
Judah.
done, man. You
Judah.
guys are just.
Judah. Wait,
You don't
Judah.
understand my point. My point is,
Wait,
people
Judah,
do not believe.
Judah. We gotta respect the sponsors of the show. Come on, let's respect the sponsors, okay? Chris O, thank you for the super chat. He said, if there were indigenous blacks, how come DNA tests always go back to Africa? Papuans have no genetic ties to modern day Africans. Ooh, that's a Chris O. Chris O got a point. Those
I
Papuans,
have a I
those
have a
Papuans.
response, Afridamus.
Yeah, wait, we'll get those Papuans do look very African, but their DNA doesn't send them to Sierra Leone,
Papuans
Nigeria.
have ties to Africa, bro.
Hold
In the
on, hold on.
Americans
Judah,
have ties.
Judah, Judah,
Man, you are not
Judah,
letting me talk,
Judah,
man. Come on, bro.
hold on, Judah. Would I have to assign my music to kick you off? Please calm down, my friend. Can I please finish, doing my duties as a host? You would have the time to talk, okay? But let me thank Chris O properly. All right. Very much. That's for the other ones that were sent to the Spanish colonies who were enslaved the Africans, some of our Bamaleke brothers, the Mandinkas, the Sereres, the Wolofs, the Yorubas. That music was for you. All right, let's go.
All right, Afridamus, what I said before, right? I said people, everybody used to live on the same platform, like on the same landmass.
Yes, and you talked about the
And
tectonic shift.
right,
Don't
right.
forget to mention it.
Let me
Okay, go ahead.
explain. Let me
Go ahead.
explain. I said people were mixed together. There wasn't. You could actually walk from Morocco in North Africa into Europe. You could actually walk from Cameroon or Gambian into Brazil, into or into what they call
And
America today.
how do you know this, Jude?
I'm telling you because the world was all connected. The world that you call the whole before we
No,
have
I
this
know, but
continent.
how did you where? How did you know this?
I've checked it out. I've studied it. This is the thing. There was
The white
mixed
man
people.
told us.
But let me finish, man. Oh man, come on. You could actually cross from one part of the continent that you call continent today. People were mixed up. So when the tectonic plate happened, people separated. Where people were located, they separated the tectonic plate. The actually know the tectonic, it was a crack that happened. That people shifted. The earth shifted. And
Oh my
people
God,
shifted with
human beings were not around during that time. Did you actually read the document properly, Jude?
Let me finish. You could
Jesus Christ.
actually have black. You could actually
Homo
have black.
erectus was not around during the time the tectonic plates were
Let me finish,
shifting.
man. Let me finish. You
Oh
could
God.
actually have blacks that shifted on the continent that became North
But
America.
Jude, where
And
did
you
you
also have
find this?
white.
Where did you find this? Was like
These are findings that we are doing.
was
You
this
guys are
during
not actually doing
was this
anything.
during the dinosaur era?
Nope, it wasn't doing it. The white man is
It
telling you that
happened
this thing
before the
existed long ago, but
dinosaurs.
it didn't.
So a long
No,
time
that's what the
ago.
white man is telling you. That's what the white man is telling you.
Okay,
So you
Jude,
are aware
where
of
is
But
your
who
lab?
did you
Where
get
is
it from?
Jude's lab? Where is Jude's lab that he's got this information from? Where is
I have
your source?
we have personal. Let me finish. Come on, man. The thing is, you guys don't let people talk. We are still developing a history for black people because what we are realizing
Based
is
on
that
what?
the black Americans are. Let me finish too, Niger. The black Americans today were not actually from Africa. They were already in
Thank
America.
you.
They existed in America before the slave
Based
trade.
on what?
Even if they based on what word? We are talking about facts here, based on their nationality.
What
Their
information?
nationality is
Oh my God, this guy is
Hold
so.
on. You know what? I think only Mamizi would understand this part. Mamizi, you're from Cameroon. Mamizi is saying Mamizi is accepting blacks are from Africa. Mamizi, what are you thinking hearing what Judah is saying?
Well, talking
But
about the
Jay Washington just confirmed it.
Hold on, Judah.
What do you
Judah,
want
let Mamizi speak. Hold on, because I want to hear what she
Jay
Mamizi.
Washington confirmed it. So you want Mamizi
Hold
to say
on.
what?
Okay, all right, that's fine. Okay, Jay Washington confirm. I want to hear Mamizi's point, maybe in French
which about
Cameroon,
what this
about the blacks already being here. They are not from Africa. The tectonic plate shifted them to America, and the
you know
white man enslaved them.
okay, me when it comes to black Americans, I
Not
believe
every black American was enslaved. Put that in mind. Not every black
Thank
American was
you.
enslaved.
okay.
Not
That's a
all
fact.
of
That's
us
a
were
fact.
enslaved.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh, all right.
Okay.
Okay.
That proved the
Let
point
me
that
make
you
my
shouldn't be
point. Jude,
forgetting if you
control
were not a
yourself. Let
slave.
me
That
speak.
proved the point. If you were not a
So
slave,
90%
then then
where?
then
you know,
then you
I
should
don't
have
have
kept
the headache to
the
try to
evidence that you can't
prove
disclose
I
today, right?
understand whatever. I believe people for what they say they are. If you believe that you are from America, you have nothing to do with Africa, good for you. I go with it. I roll with it. But what I don't understand is why people that claim being from American and all that have nothing to do with Africa are always on African channel. I don't understand. One of them
What
is
you mean?
called Black Righteous. I don't understand. If
I
it
can
doesn't
answer.
if
I
it
can
doesn't
answer.
have anything to do with you, well, we're not talking to you. We're not talking about you. We're talking to the
Mama say
Americans
you're the reason why this is happening. You
that
one of
feel
the
the
reason this
link
is
to us.
happening.
Jude, I have a very, very
I'm
incontrovertible
American.
theory.
Then James
I'm
is
See,
not a
American.
South
And
African. Wow.
Jude, do you know why there are black people in America?
I discovered that there were aliens that came to the earth, and they decided to create this geographical expression because it's the way their fingerprints are. Then they use it to create the tectonic plates
Oh
on
my God,
earth. Then
shut
they
up.
just
Oh my God. Have you
put black
asked a
people
white person
everywhere.
that same question?
No, Jude, you need to
Have
stop
you asked a
it
white
now
person
because
why
that
is
is a
have
fact.
you asked a
That is
white
a
person
fact of
why is he
history, Jude.
American?
Can you just stop it? Can you not
Have you
believe what I'm
asked a
saying right
white
now?
person
It's a
why is he
fact.
American?
Should
You
I
will call a
Look,
white
respond to
today,
person
her?
an
today
American, an
aliens
American,
created
but you will
us.
not call a black person an American. Why? You will call
Judy,
a white
aliens
person an
created us.
American.
Why is he? This is the thing. Judy, aliens created us. Why would you not accept that?
Why
Can
will
you
you
just
Should
call
I
a
res-
white person
say
an
should I
that
American, but you
respond
it
to
wouldn't
is
call
her?
a
in
black person
the
an
book of the
American?
Bible that we are created in
Yeah,
the image of
I'm
God?
the only
Alien.
American. Should I respond to her?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. If I clearly heard you, if you ask if Black Americans say, and see, I'm not speaking for Black Americans, but your questions was if Black Americans do not believe that they're from Africa, why do they get on African channels to speak? Correct? Is
No, to
that your
even
question?
listen to us, to even listen to Africans and learn about Africa,
Yes,
what's going on in
yes.
Africa. I mean, it's
I
individual. I think,
understand. Don't go too long. I'm trying to answer. Don't go
okay,
too long.
but you
And also, Jay Washington, don't forget, she's got a point because the natives are not in the African channels. So
The
she's
two
right.
you
She's
guys
got a
speaking
point.
speaking.
based on
I'm
European history.
speaking
The white man told
No,
you
individually.
about
look,
tectonic plates. How many years ago? You believe it.
Mamizi got a point. She got
Oh,
she
man,
got a
you
good
guys.
question. Go
And
ahead, Jay Washington.
I want to mention that I'm speaking individually. I'm talking about the group because I believe Black Americans believe different stuff. They're not like him.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, you are on the right path when you said the last thing you said, Black Americans. We're on different paths. We're not the
Right.
same people over here. We
Exactly.
don't it's not like when you're in Cameroon and you all have this one culture and you kind of believe the same things, or you're in Nigeria and you have this one culture and you believe the same things.
But it's not like
Um,
that in these countries,
it's
Jay.
not
I
like
hate to
that.
tell.
And
It's not. That's
it's
why
not
you see in Cameroon they're
Okay, answer
fighting.
my question. You guys going somewhere else now. Answer the
Yeah.
question and we move on.
you're so impatient, but yes, ma'am. To answer your question, I came here for myself as an American who happens to be so-called Black because I was scrolling through the feed and I'm subscribed to Afridamus and I heard him speaking about African Americans. So I stopped to listen. I'm already subscribed to him.
Why did you
So
subscribe to him?
I heard Afridamus on a so-called Black Americans channel called Chaotic Truth. It's an amazing channel. He's an amazing content creator, likewise as Afridamus. And Afridamus blew me away with what he was telling Black Americans about being victims. Excuse me, about being victims and complaining about America, and that was exactly the point that I am on now. I am alone in that. A majority of the people that I grew up with who are so-called Black do not think like me. There's people in my family who do not think like me. Okay, so you're right when you say we're not a monolith. We don't all think alike. So it's very difficult for me to hear people say Black Americans do this or think this. No, we don't. There's Black Americans we are at war actually over here in America with each other. Black Americans, we are at war. It's a weird war. It's not on TV. It's not on the news. It's mostly on Facebook. There's a war between people who are pro-Black, and there's people who are pro-nationality. I'm a national. I have a nationality. I'm American. But there's people here who so-called Black who are just African, and you can't talk to them about anything. Those are the people that you probably would appreciate. And I appreciate you but you would probably appreciate them more than from what I'm saying. What I'm saying is all the people that look like me, my avatar, that is me, my brown face, my teeth, my hat, that is me. I am born in America. I am American. Not all people think like me. My mother, my father does not think like me. So don't put us all in the same boat.
Jay Washington, you have to join my school of thought. I'm organizing a group that I want you to get involved in. Yep.
Man, school is it's an
And
interesting
Judah,
term
what
to
is
use.
this? What is this school of
Don't use
thought?
that word
The school
school
of thought
Hold
is
on,
to
let me
research.
hold on.
logic.
Tunaja, this might be for you. Tunaja, Southern
The
Creole
school,
flavor. Thank you
the
for the
school
super
of thought,
chat.
the school of thought.
Hold on, Judah. Let's support the sponsors. He said the colonizers found black folks in the Americas, Australia, North Africa, and South Africa, but colonizers failed to whiten South Africa and change their history. Man, these colonizers are powerful.
They are really powerful.
They are really powerful. But thank you, Southern Flavor, for the super
They
chat.
have the men in black wand that they bring
Yes.
to wherever they go, then they wipe memories of the people.
Yes, let me thank him. Let me thank him. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through.
All right, thank you very much. All right, guys.
Afridamus,
I
I
wanted
was
to tell you
expecting,
that.
I was expecting,
One mic, please. One mic.
I was expecting that she say she likes you, like I like Africans. That would be nice. That's all Africans needed. If you love us, come close to us so we can have a conversation. It's not too hard to say those things.
Come on, St. James. Are
Just
you
say
a
it
Pan
because
African? Why you keep talking
it's
about
not,
not being?
man.
Come on.
Judah,
What is wrong with Judy,
Judah,
man? This guy is completely crazy right
What's going
now.
on with St. James today, man? You sound Pan
Judah,
African, bro.
I asked
Why
you
are
a
you Pan
question. You
African?
never
Stop
answered the
panicking, bro.
question.
Where did
I
Judy
asked
fall?
you,
You
Judah
fall
never,
from the wrong side of the bed or something?
listen.
What's wrong with Judy? He's not even
Judah
making
never
sense
answered
anymore.
questions. This is a direct question. You never answered, but I let it fly because I know you have no answer, right? I let it go. You have no answer. I just said, sometimes like if you see for me, right? If I go to your house, that means I like what you're doing. So for certain people who are not Africans, right? It's sometimes you feel like just be honest with Africans. You like the conversation, you like to be around Africans, and this is much appreciated. Don't create a reason. I heard him talk about Black American and then I plugged in. Just be honest. We are having a good conversation. We love your company. You love our company. Let's be honest with one another for once.
I have never denied that I love the people on the continent of Africa. I have
Okay, that's much
never,
appreciated.
I mean,
never,
this woman, she's right. She's not.
I would never speak negatively against anyone. And you've not heard me speak negatively against
But
anyone.
you did say that we do not share a common this thing, that we should not have to share this and share something about not sharing common agenda or not anything. We should not relate to each other. In other words, keep everything separate. You did
We
say
should
that.
not relate to Nigeria. Of
That's
course.
not negative.
Why?
It's not
Okay, hold
negative,
on.
bro.
Why is it not negative?
What you mean? Must they be part of you?
Can you allow the lady to answer, Mister?
Come on, but you sound. Must
She said
she
she
be
doesn't like
part
to
of you?
interrupt people, and which is a very, very good behavior. I
Man,
must
you
say,
guys are.
she's quite cultured, probably more than you, Jude, from the continent. Sorry, go ahead.
It's not negative because just like someone just spoke, you have a house, I have a house. There's no reason for me to speak negatively on your house, and just because you have a house doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with it just because I want to live in my house.
Exactly.
Do you understand that?
Let me make this point, right?
I get what you
Let
mean
me
there.
make this
However,
point. Niger, hold on, let me talk too.
Go ahead.
These guys are keeping what they learn is still the European history. The European men told them, oh, this happened this year. They confirmed it. They still go with it. The white men told them, oh, this happened this year. Your people got sold. They took them from here. They accept it.
When you say these people,
Let me
which
finish.
people? Which
When
people?
black people want to write their own history,
Wow.
you guys don't want to. You keep believing what the white
Our
men
own
told
people
you.
were involved in it, and you're telling me white people were telling us.
Black
What is
people
it? Are
are
you
telling you.
mad?
Hold on to
I'm
Nigeria.
telling you, I know somebody that have lost people. My own people were involved in it, and you are telling us it's not a white man, it's not what we were involved in.
No,
What
the
is
white
wrong
man,
with
you are going by the white man's book. That's what you are
No,
going
it's
with.
the white
You are
man's
going
book.
with the white
It's
man's
what our
book.
own forefathers did.
I'm giving you my own book that you should read. You are refusing to read.
Jesus
You
Christ,
say,
God,
no, my own
if you
book
write
does
a
not
book.
match. I'm giving you my
Yeah,
own book to read.
I really fear if you write
I'm
a book.
giving you my
this
own
is
book to
what
read.
Pan-Africanism do
Today,
to
you
you.
should not go near a book.
If you don't
I'm
follow
giving
through,
you
that's
my
what
own book
happened
to
to you.
read that blacks were
Yeah.
already in America before slavery. You are refusing. Come on, man.
Oh my
But
God.
you want to believe the
What did I
white man.
say? I said they may be there, but they definitely didn't survive to make it into the genetic
How
pool.
they did not? So you will confirm a white
Hold on,
person
hold on,
living
hold
in
on,
America,
guys,
a white person that came from Europe.
Wait,
You
Judah,
will call
Judah,
him an
one
American.
mic, Judah,
You wouldn't.
Judah.
No,
Wait,
my
Judah.
question is, you will call a white person that came from Europe and invaded America. You will call him an American, but you wouldn't call a black person an American. Why?
Because they are black American. Hold on, let me answer this. Let me ask you this. Judah,
okay.
Judah, here's the thing. So, Judah, and everybody, tonight, I want to ask you, and St. James, Rashid, all of you, before, we get towards the end. So, do you guys believe in the tectonic slave trade that Judah talked about? The tectonic, I can't even say the Atlantic because the whole Atlantic shifted. So, do you guys believe in the tectonic shifting slave trade? I
How will
want to
they
hear.
believe when they believe in the white man's
No,
book?
let them
They
answer.
believe in the white man years. The white man told them tectonic play happen how many years? They're gonna confirm it.
Judah, where did you get your source from? Is it from the
We have
aliens
been
or
doing
the?
a research, and I've met so many African Americans.
Okay,
They are
Jude,
on my
I think
research team, and they told me the
let me
same thing.
explode.
Okay, I'll
Jude,
do not get to answer.
calm down. Jude, let me just give you reasons why I think what you are saying is complete nonsense. In
Oh,
the last 100 years,
the white
can
man's
I
knowledge.
finish? Can I finish my
Judah,
statement?
let the man talk. That
In
question
the
was for
last
them.
100 years ago, the last 100 years alone, look at the advancement the world seen. Just 100 years alone. Not to mention going back millions of years that you are advocating. And I think the tectonic plate stuff you're talking about,
No,
we're talking about
you get
probably
it right.
billions of years.
No, Tunaya, it's called the transtectonic slave trade. Transtectonic slave trade. Go ahead.
Okay.
It seems like you guys don't even know what tectonic
if you
is.
Look,
You guys don't even know
Judah, please do not interrupt the man. He's speaking on the transtectonic slave trade. Go ahead, Tunaya.
There are two concepts here. I think he will decide which one he is actually talking about. If he's talking about the Pangea idea, whereby human beings will
No, he's speaking about the transtectonic slave
okay, that's
trade.
so we're moving one tectonic this in
The one that shifted the blacks over. That's the one we
continent
want to
another.
talk about.
Yes, there are times where the continents are actually touching each other, like Middle East is touching Africa now. Other continents were touching each other. Then even the Antarctica was doing the same. Yes, people move from one continent to another. But during that timeline, we're talking about 200,000. No, it's not up to 200,000 years, about 40,000, 60,000 years ago, if you go back, deeply enough. There's no evidence that shows that it went anywhere near this thing, somewhere around the major tectonic shifts that happen in the world. But in terms of moving to the Americas that we're talking about, it's just one group that left the continent, the L3 gene that left the continent, that has evidence all over the world, including the Australian Aboriginals. The only evidence they have of us being in those areas now are the ones that left now. If we were there before, our ancestors will still be buried there. They will be finding them 700 years ago. They will find them. Oh, this one was buried 700 years ago. The other one was buried 1,000 years ago. Where are they?
Good question. Now, okay, let's hear Rashid. Rashid, what do you think about the transtectonic, slave trade, the one that shifted the blacks over to America into slavery?
Yeah,
what do you think of?
Yes, Afridamus, thank you very much. That the Atlantic slavery is
No, it's not Atlantic. It's transtectonic. It was the tectonic shift.
Just let him
No,
talk,
correct.
man. Let him
The
have
transatlantic one did not happen. It was tectonic. Go ahead.
Yes, sure. Okay, this what her name is William. Miss William. What she was head.
J. Washington.
Washington. Yeah, her. I can see that there is a ship came before Columbus from Africa, sent by Mansa Musa.
No,
He showed
Mansa Musa's brother, Mansa
yeah, Mansa
Abubakar,
Musa's
according
brother.
to
Yes, yeah, thank you. Mansa Musa's brother.
1312.
Uh,
1312 sent
yeah, that
200
is
ships.
yeah. So they came from Mali, from West Africa.
So
Actually,
these are still
they
Africans,
came.
right?
Yes,
From the
yes,
Sahel.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
how
They
shocker.
came to
Okay. So
America.
these Africans, they were not shifted by the tectonic. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, they. I
Okay.
mean,
Yes.
yeah. So they came to
Well, maybe
America.
they had tectonic wheels on the ships, but go ahead.
Okay, so
Just
when they came
700
to
years ago.
America, then that was still Africans. They were West Africans who came to America before Columbus. That's the. Before Columbus, yes. So that was the Africans that the lady she's referring to, that they were already here, but they were not native blacks who were in this continent,
Oh,
but
you
they
mean
were
those people came from West Africa? So, wow.
yes.
So those people are not American. They are West Africans, still the same people.
Yes, yes. So
Oh.
they were from West Africa. So they came. The Mansa Musa's brother sent it here to so that is the fact of the history.
But Mansa
But
Musa ship never made it. Most
They
people in the
never.
Mansa
There's no
Musa ship,
evidence that they arrived here.
there's
That's
no,
the problem. The
yeah, they
device
there's
is
arrived.
no
not.
Yes,
The
yes,
evidence they
they
evidence.
arrived
arrived,
here.
man.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
So,
Come
so
on, bro.
did those ships even make it?
No,
Maybe
they
they made
Yes.
never
it
made
to
it, man.
island. For all we
There were
know.
little boats that never made
Afridamus,
it.
there is
They
a
was,
professor
come
from
on.
Gambia. His name
I
was
told him
Suleiman
he said
Yang.
they wasn't
He
even, it was canoes.
There was a professor from Gambia. His name was Suleiman Yang. You can check on
I
YouTube.
know him, Sleman
Yeah,
Yan. Yes.
yeah. So he made a whole lecture on this
Man,
African
those things
Americans.
were canoes, man.
He made a whole lecture. So
Those things were
they were
canoes.
Africans came with Columbus.
Wow.
Yes, before Columbus, They already came here, but they were from West Africa. They came
You
here.
know, I'm seeing in the chat the Nigerians, in fact, are claiming Judah. They want Judah to be a Nigerian because of the knowledge he's, spewing
Oh,
here.
Judah,
Oh my
Judah,
God.
he's running the show
So,
tonight.
so they
Even
want to take
skeptical
Judah
of this one.
from the
But
Cameroonians
you know,
and
I
take
have
but you
him.
know
a research,
Afrodamus,
group that is
the
made of
Black American, right?
several
You
The
guys
Black
African
just
American.
can
Americans
take
in that
him.
research group.
Yeah, you guys can have him.
Yeah,
See,
so
I have a
Mamizi,
research
wait,
group
wait,
that
wait,
we are
Mamizi,
working
I
on.
have a
Mamizi,
question.
Mamizi, why you give him
Mamisi,
that quick?
I
Mamisi,
have a question. I have
Mrs.
a
Miss
question.
Africa. Now we're gonna call her Miss
okay.
Afridamus. Miss Afridamus.
May I ask a question?
So
Please
the
go
Black
ahead.
Americans are
Can
not
you
Africans.
allow the most cultured person actually to ask a question?
Wait, did you guys know that Mansa Musa had Kenyan grandchildren too?
Oh,
Mansa Musa
no.
was a rolling stone. He was all over. He was all
It's
like,
not a lot
I
of
mean,
money now.
I'm seeing Kenyans in the chat, claiming they've done their DNA. They are related to Mansa Musa. So I'm
Mansa
Man,
just,
that's all fake,
I have
bro.
a
Even
question.
DNA is all fake,
he
bro.
was, he
DNA is
was a
controlled by the
tectonic
white man.
shifter. He was a
DNA is
tectonic
controlled.
shifter.
Everything that is controlled by the white man, don't believe. Why are Africans so myopic? Everybody
Oh
believe
my
what the white
God.
man has created. DNA
I have a
this, DNA is
question.
pure, this and
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Come on, man.
Let
Jude,
the
don't
lady
go
answer.
hospital
Shut up.
anymore since you
Shut
don't
up.
believe. Don't go to
All
hospital
right,
You
anymore.
the
guys,
white man
guys,
put
guys,
get his white man education. Get him
I
guys,
have a
this is,
question.
Why is Jude
but
on YouTube?
hold on.
It's one
Hold on,
stuff.
guys.
I
Hold
don't
on,
know what he's
guys.
doing on YouTube.
Guys. It's been over 5 hours. I might have to log out and do a special call-in show, so I don't want it to be super long. But I need to go eat. Let's do our closing
I think the lady
statements.
had a question, to be fair.
Yes,
Let
go
her.
ahead, Jay Washington, and then I'll have to do a separate call-in show so we can finish this. Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Jay.
Yeah, we can.
And I want to be notified when part 2 comes. But let me ask everyone on the panel. Close your eyes and think to yourself, from wherever you are in the world, if you moved to someplace else, Ireland, India, wherever on the planet, and you have a child, if you move to Ireland, what is the nationality of your child that is born in Ireland?
Exactly.
African.
Irish.
African.
Nope. Irish. Nationality
African.
is Irish. There's no. Come on, man. What are you saying, African?
It's clearly
African. To what
Irish. The
extent? Wherever the
nationality,
African men go,
if in terms
those
The
of the
nationality
citizenship,
will
is
be
African
Irish,
is
bro.
Irish. So what
now.
is the point?
What is
All
the
the
point? I
blacks that were
mean,
born in France are they not
okay,
French? What are you
Jude,
talking about?
you are in
The
America,
point,
right?
the
You are
gentleman,
African in
he,
America.
he asked me what is the point because people are saying, okay, well, Mansa Musa sent 200 ships to America. Well, he didn't know where he was sending the ships. He just sent the
No,
ships out.
it wasn't even
He
Mansa
didn't.
Musa. He wasn't even on the throne.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
Right.
speaking of 1312. I
you
can't
did well done
pronounce the
because last
man's
time when
name.
I cut, they
They
were
probably
Mansa
arrived
Abu
in
Bakr.
Fiji or
was not
something
well done.
because they
In
probably
But
arrived
you
in
13,
know,
other islands.
yeah, I heard that their ships made it, around, didn't go past Morocco area.
they and came
Look,
to
Oh
and
God.
came to them and
look.
came
Here's the
Oh
thing.
God.
ships.
Those were the
Oh
first
my God! I
Africans.
cannot
Those
speak.
were the first
Oh my God!
Africans who tried to do the, crossing through the Mediterranean and
Is
stuff.
it is
And
it
the
is it
and
is
the
it
and the Barbers, the
is it?
Barbers are like, these guys are illegals. They can't make it.
Past
The
Morocco.
point.
What is what
The,
are you talking about? That's a lot of
the,
ships. There was a lot of vessels that went there. So, but they said something happened
the
in them or
point,
something like that.
the
Go ahead.
point,
Go ahead.
the point that I'm making is once those people, wherever they came from in Africa, landed somewhere else, and those people had children, those people were different. They were changed. They were no longer African.
No, I go.
Yeah,
No, they
Exactly.
see Europeans remain
And
Europeans
that's why
today,
the
even if they are in
Europeans, the
America.
blacks playing for France are
Oh
French.
my
They
yeah,
are
we
God.
not
agree.
African.
Biden
I
is
agree.
They,
I agree.
Irish. Biden is
Yeah, for
Irish.
me,
Trump is Scottish. Let's
yes,
not
I
make a
agree.
mistake there.
so why
We
are
Africa,
they
all
not
know
going back
where
home to
everybody is coming
Nigeria?
from.
Why is Iola not
Why do
claiming them?
they don't need to go back home? They have NATO. They are protecting their
Good
people.
night.
Don't be silly.
Thank you, Afridamus. Good night.
Thank you,
Thank
thank
you.
you,
Tinaja,
thank you.
you
Hey,
shut up and get
Jay,
off the
hey,
make
my
sure
panel.
you
black
come back,
American
okay?
sister,
All
black
right.
American
So
sister.
yeah, she's leaving. She left. So Mamizi, being the only Cameroonian on the panel, also Mamizi have approved this trade. Nigeria now owns Judah,
No
for
way.
his knowledge.
Yes, you guys can
No
claim him.
way. I think we have enough. We
Tunaja,
have
why you
enough Juliets
Tunaja?
in Nigeria. We don't need more.
Tunaja.
we don't need people like we don't need more people like Jude in Nigeria. We have enough of them already.
What is this nonsense? This white people's kiss history. You wanna learn? You guys are following the European
Hold on,
history.
Judah, which
So
school?
bad.
Like the school you went to, like what kind of, like, was it a Bamaleke language school or is like European language? I'm just
Bro,
curious.
I went to
Yeah.
school here, bro. I went to. What are you talking about?
Oh, wait.
What
Okay,
are you
I
talking
heard.
about, man?
I heard in Utah. Do they teach like
No,
Bamal?
I told you before,
Like, do they teach like some of the tribal Cameroonian languages there?
bro. I did not go to school in Utah State, man. I told you before, Michigan, man. What are you talking about?
Like what kind of language do
Man, I
you
don't.
guys?
But this is the thing. This is the
Hold
thing
on,
about.
no. Wait. What
Wait.
language? What language did they? Is it European language or is like, maybe I'm
Bro,
just
everything
trying to.
that you
I heard,
study
I
in
heard,
school.
I heard in Michigan they used some Bamaleke or
But
Cameroonian
you don't let
languages.
people talk. People trying to respond. You want to keep talking. This is the
But you're
thing,
not
right?
answering. You're
But
dancing around.
everything that you learn from. That's why we have a research group, and we are
Oh,
inviting people to
who
that
is
research
we?
group.
Who is
I,
we?
I, and a couple of African Americans, even some on Dinah's channel. We
Actually
are on
do
that same
research,
group.
Jude.
And you say what?
You actually do research. That scares me.
To Nigeria, you shut up because you follow the European history. You just believe that every black person is
But
African.
nothing you
You
said
dumb
is
as fuck,
based on
man.
research.
Judah,
That's the
And
problem.
you
these
deny your.
Africans in Europe, you guys are dumb. You believe that every black person is African. That's not true.
No.
That's not.
Nobody said that. I never said any
No,
such thing.
that's what you say. You and St.
No,
James
no, no,
are
no,
saying
no.
you want to force people to accept
See,
Africans.
if your
Even
genetics
Mamizi, that's not.
say you are African, you are African. If you look African and
Yeah.
your genetic, there are multiple things that have to align. You have to look African. Your genetics say
But
you're
you are going
African,
by the
and you are
picture. You
from
are going by the
certain
skin color.
descendants.
Just
Come
because
on,
people look the
it's
same
not
skin
just by.
color,
I
you
would
think they
say
are African.
otherwise we are going to say that
Oh,
that Indians
hold on.
are Africans too. Now we are
Hold
not
on.
that
Let me
Indians
let me
are
let me
Africans.
ask Judah something. Judah, one quick question. So Judah, do you think you know Michael Jordan, right? The basketball player.
Exactly. Yeah.
So would you like, you know, his ancestors? Do you think they are possibly from, you know, one of our dusty countries, like, in West Africa, or like, was he already here? Like, do you think his ancestors were like, like one
No,
of
man.
our?
See, this is the thing, right? You
No,
guys
just
do a
answer
lot
the
of things.
question.
No.
Was his ancestor?
No.
So they're Indians, huh?
Okay. Let me ask you a same question, right? Why
No,
we
no,
were
no, no. Answer my question. No.
Why we
Answer,
why
then you
would
can
a
ask
European
me.
person be claiming a white American?
No, no, no,
Why
no,
would
no.
a
Jude,
European person be
Jude,
claiming a white American?
Jude.
No, I'm asking you
Answer.
a question.
No, 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 no. Answer my question, then you can ask me.
He's not okay. He's not African. He's not.
No, no. I mean his ancestors. Where do you think
I
they?
don't know. I don't know where his ancestors come from. He might
You
be
don't think
Indian. I don't
they are
know.
not from? They are not from West or Central
I
Africa.
don't know. I don't know. I can't tell you
No,
that.
no, no, no. But you being a smart, intelligent man, understanding how the
You
world
can be who
works.
you are. You can be who you are. I've seen black
No,
people.
no,
They
no,
call
no, no.
themselves.
Okay, I'm not saying like I'm not talking about the fantasy. I'm talking. Okay, for instance, like me, Afridamus, right? Right? I can say, guess what? I'm a Eskimo. I feel like an Eskimo now.
Of course.
But okay, but if we truly you look at me and you go and look at the zoning case, you're gonna be like, Afridamus is from Africa.
No, I've seen a lot of people in America. Guys call themselves females, and they go with
Okay,
it.
hold on. Let me let me ask. Hold
You
on.
go
Two
by
Niger.
what you are.
Wait,
You call
two
yourself who
Niger.
you are.
Two
Affidavit.
Niger. Two Niger.
Yep.
Two Niger. If you look at me, two Niger, would you ever be confused by where I come from? I mean, you might not know the exact country. Hold on. You might not know the exact country, but two Niger, would you even be confused by? Wait. Two Niger, would you even be confused by which region of Africa I possibly came from?
Nobody confused. Anybody that's confused doesn't have eyes to see.
Even if I say I'm Eskimo, does that make me an Eskimo?
No, not at all.
Okay, so Jude,
if you look at Afridamus, it could be from Cameroon, it could be from Nigeria, it could be from Ghana, it could be from anywhere.
Exactly.
Have you ever
Exactly.
seen an
It could be from
African? Have you
anywhere.
ever seen an African American? Have you ever seen an African like from the continent of Africa who migrated here in America, and you said, "Hey, you from Jamaica or you from Trinidad?" Did you ever?
Yeah.
No, I don't ask them that. No,
I don't ask, because if you see an African, I know it's from Africa.
Oh, hold
I
on. Let me
know
respond to
the
someone
way they
over
move.
here.
I know they're Africans.
Someone
Yeah,
said
like when I see my Kenyan people, I'm like, let's eat some ugali right away. You know?
I have a
Thank you to the person in the chat that said Mamize is pretty. I'm beautiful.
Oh, mommy, there we go. All right, guys, let's do our closing statements. So we don't go over time. So I can do
Mamizi,
another
what's
one.
up with you with the black
St. James,
American, man?
St. James.
What's up with you with the black Americans, man?
St. James, what about you? You were pandering.
No, I'm
all
asking
of this
Mamizi
time,
a
bro.
question.
St.
What's up?
James.
Listen,
St.
break
James.
it down for
St.
me.
James, you were pandering as well.
Shut up, Jude. Saint James, j'aime la justice, ok? Vous devez être juste envers eux.
Justice?
Justice, oui.
Which justice?
What?
Mama Z,
Vous n'êtes pas juste envers les Noirs américains. Vous voyez, vous êtes très
Mama Z,
injuste.
Maman, on n'est pas injuste. Nous
Vous
aimons
êtes
les
injuste.
Noirs américains. Mais ce que vous faites là, vous oubliez beaucoup de choses quand vous parlez des Noirs américains. Vous oubliez beaucoup de choses. J'aime ce que tu fais. Hein. J'aime ce que tu fais parce que tu es en train de militer pour des gens pour que les choses soient justes en Afrique.
Pour les
Mais
bonnes personnes.
faites beaucoup attention. Faites-beaucoup attention. Il y a des gens aussi. Il y a des gens aussi qui nous aiment.
Guys, please don't make the blacks jealous. They cannot.
Il y a des gens aussi qui nous aiment
He's
pas.
saying that they should pay attention. I've been offended.
Well, Tunaja's been all over.
Il y a des gens aussi qui n'aiment pas les Africains.
Tunaja's probably
Les
down
Africains
at
ne
the
savent pas
Eiffel
se
Tower
comporter.
with
Donc,
his
il faut faire
British girl
attention.
drinking tea.
No.
Saint James. Je ne veux pas que tous les Américains viennent en Afrique. Je veux ceux qui sentent la
Who
connexion
don't
avec
understand
les
the French,
Africains.
please?
Ce n'est que juste de les laisser faire ce qu'ils veulent parce qu'il y a
Missy, we don't
la
understand.
Qu'il
majorité
s'écoute.
des
I think
Noirs
this is a
américains.
good idea
Qu'il
because we
soit,
move
qu'il
from
soit
one
moins agressif.
colonizer language
Qu'il
to
soit
another
moins
colonial
agressif.
language. No African language here. Jesus Christ. Can
Look,
we?
Let the French speak, man. Listen, 5 hours in English. And
look,
30
guys,
seconds,
I
you
wanna,
guys breaking out.
guys. Hold on, guys. Can we please speak our native language here? Okay, guys.
Yes,
Let's speak our let's speak our native language because
They do
our
not
native
understand
language
Okay.
is Ibanics.
Okay,
In
send
fact, if you know Pidgin, is even better. You see
Okay,
this
send them.
Cameroon
Oh my
English side, I believe say they be mumu. They be the mumu. They be the big mumu of Cameroon.
Oh my God.
We never settled the mumu question. We never settled it.
So St. James, the majority of Black Americans don't even want to come to Africa. I just want people that feel the connection somewhere to go over there. It's an existential question. If you feel like your spirit is there, go there. They're like Europeans been there doing whatever they want to do for years. None of you has been here on YouTube fighting them. But why, when it comes to Black Americans, you guys have to be like, oh no, you should not come here. Oh
When
no,
you say
should-
you is who and who?
I mean, all of you Africans on Cable
God
channel,
damn.
all of you
You
sometimes.
see, now,
Hold on.
Why you try, listen, you see, it's gonna get difficult because you guys are creating scapegoats. You know, this is you see, if you call me a bad guy, I'm just gonna be a bad guy for you because you call me a bad guy, you gave me a name,
I'm
right?
not talking about
So I
you.
have to go accordingly because no one's here like that I believe even care about wherever anybody else is going in life. Trust me. Nobody
So let me
cares.
ask before I forget, Tunaja, how is Svetlana doing? Tunaja, are you there?
Tunaja is out, man.
Tunaja, how's Svetlana doing?
Tunaja hasn't paid his network.
What is Fleck? You say Fleck what?
No, Svetlana. He's a Ukrainian girlfriend.
It's 1 a.m. Oh, he has a Ukrainian girlfriend.
Jude, how is
How you claim African when you have Ukrainian
how
wife?
is Jennifer the Mormon doing?
Oh, Jennifer the Mormon, man. She just called. Today is their Sunday, so we actually went out and we went to Cracker Barrels in the
Don't
morning.
ever believe Judy, man. Don't ever believe Judy, man.
Judy doesn't even have a girlfriend. What women can stand Judy? Judy is a headache.
I prefer white than dark skin, right? Because the white are actually humble when it comes to taking care of their men.
Judy, you are versatile. You go in every direction. Your thought process
Shut up,
changes
shut up.
second.
Mamizi, shut up. Take yourself to Cameroon and start talking over there. You can't do that.
So Jude, you hang out at Cracker Barrels?
You cannot stay there for 1 month.
I'll be there for a month and a half.
Tunaja is back.
And I'm going to
Tunaja.
Nigeria.
Yes.
Tunaja, how is Svetlana doing?
Svetlana, who is Svetlana?
Is it Inga, your Ukrainian,
forget about that. No. Don't mind them. The people are giving me wife every day, so it's not a big deal. So what are we talking about? Is there any question?
We're doing the closing statements, because we have over 5 hours. So let's all of you have 30 seconds. Let's close out so I can eat something. All right, let's go. Since Mamizi is the co-host today, she would be the last one. So let's go, Rashid. Is Rashid there?
Thank you very much. It's been great. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rashid.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. It's been a great show. But the only problem is we over speak over each other and we don't listen to each other. And that's the only problem we have today. But the rest, it was really good. So what I believe is the African Americans, they are Americans. They are not African. So they need to, I don't believe that they are African. They are descendant of West Africa. That's their history. And the reason they denying Africans is because the current situation is maybe what happening is in Africa. Even some Africans, they don't claim, deny their own Africanity. like Judah, Judah, he denied he's African. So many people like that, even in Africa, denying they're African.
Wait. Who is denying his
No, hold
African?
on.
I'm a
Well, he's just
Amazonian. What are
Jude,
you talking
Jude,
about?
Jude. He's doing a closing statement. You don't need to attack. Hey,
Oh,
Rashid,
okay,
I'm a
okay.
proud
Rashid.
Amazonian and
Thank you,
Cameroonian.
thank
Come
you,
on.
thank you,
Thank
Rashid,
you, thank you very much.
and for the blacks that are listening, I'll translate what Rashid is saying. He's saying if you say you are African, Somalia is open. You can come to Somalia as well. All right, thank you very much, Rashid. All right, let's go with Judah since he's in.
Oh,
All right.
Afridamus. This is the thing, right? When see, oh man, hey, actually, let me thank you for letting me come into your panel. But this is the thing, right? I've always told people that people should allow African Americans to express themselves, and when they tell you that they were already in this country, it means they were already in this country. No one should argue them or trying to force them to say, "Oh, they are Africans," or because they look black, they are Africans. I'm appalled. I'm like I saw St. James today talking about how, oh, you have to be African because you are this. Like St. James. I mean, how did St. James become Pan African so quick? But this is the thing, right? This is the thing. We have created a research group. We are 9 of us in that group. We are still scouting, and we
And
are
what is it
developing.
called?
It's a group of African Americans mixed with. We have 2 Africans currently from the continent. We actually want to write a Black history.
Is
A Black
okay? Black history. So I mean, like, are you
a
guys
black,
looking for?
right? A
Like
black.
I'm a black historian. Are you guys looking to add onto your team? The
The,
Afridamus
the,
report
the,
is perfect.
right. We have 9 people. We are writing a black. When we talk of Black history, it means that most of
Wait,
the things that were written
who
were
is
white.
doing most of the writing? Is it you?
We have a group on Telegram. People write. We write emails.
So
Anything
you
that
guys are really. So you write too?
we write on various
No,
topics.
no. What I mean, you Judah, you write.
I actually do, man.
Okay, okay. Well, people, you heard it. Judah is writing a black history. Just
It's
so
not
you
me.
know.
I say we have a group of research, and whenever the things that we write, it goes, people read it, and most people on the group, they have to read it to find out if the realities are there. But this is the thing, right? What are we
Are
developing?
you
We are
willing to
developing.
share with the show here so
I, will-
I can read it one day?
I will share when things have come to a complete. But this is the thing, right? Most of the narratives that we have on this group, on this research group, is we have come to realize that most blacks take their knowledge from European history. They have accepted what Europeans told them. Europeans told them, "Hey, the slave trade started this day, at this point in time, during this date, and the time was this, from this point to this point." And black people have accepted it, and they confirmed and ran with it and took it as their history. White people told them that, oh, this was what happened. These people that look black are the same like the people
Judah,
on the
this
other side
sounds
that look
interesting.
black.
In fact, Judah, would you be open to, interview when you guys publishing this?
Of course,
Maybe interview you and some of your,
of course,
research
of course,
group.
of course. I have 2 people that are normally on the search for Huru's channel. So we are a lot. So we are scouting for people that have like Jay Washington on this channel, right? That would be
Well,
one person that we
Tunaja
have
is a
to
good
interview.
African historian. Would he have a space there?
Right, but this is the thing. Let me finish. I'll be closing now soon. But this is the thing, right? Because we have realized that blacks have not actually sit down to really change a narrative that they could actually explain to their own kid. Because what we are doing today will be what will become history tomorrow. Even if it's fake, but you can change the narrative of history. That was what white people did. White people took the religion of black people and changed it into white, and it now became a white religion, and black people are following it.
Judah, are
You
you
have
trying
to
to create,
actually.
Judah? You've been in Utah for too long. Are you trying to be the new Joseph Smith to create your own fake history here? Like, what's
Affidavits,
going on?
affidavits, there are a lot of things that black people have to come out for. This is the thing, right?
But
We have
are you black? Are you black?
let me finish. Let me finish. The black people, Africans, are being put in the bubble, and everything they consume They believe that is they consume a certain kind of thing that is given to them without no knowledge of having to sit down and create their own things. Come on, man.
Well, thank you,
When
Judah.
people
Thank
in that
you.
research group are sitting down, we are actually talking about, but if this was this, the white man says this, must it be this? No. What if the slave trade started a different day? What if it started just 20 years ago? What if it started just 50 years ago? What if it
So,
started
so
30
Judah,
years ago?
wouldn't you have known this?
What you mean?
Well, thank you very much, for that,
But thank you.
insightful.
Well, I
Thank you.
wouldn't want to go much because we are still
Yes,
working on it. It's gonna
I
take us
know.
time.
I know.
But
You definitely, you've shared enough, and we appreciate all the good work you're doing behind the scenes, even though we haven't seen it yet. But good luck with your research, you and your black group, and we hope to have you guys come up here and unveil your works. Because there's people watching who are gonna come to watch. They will be very interested in this, tectonic history. But thank you very much. That was Jude, Mamizi's cousin. Mamizi, that was your brother from Cameroon. So we have Tunaja, closing statement. Go ahead. It's perfect time.
Yeah,
Tunaja.
yeah, yeah.
I think Tunaja, don't tell me now you jealous of what Jude just said.
Oh God, I'm not
Go ahead.
jealous. I'm not
Go
jealous.
ahead.
My mind is just breaking. That's all. The guy is breaking my mind. I think what you did lacks is deductive reasoning. This is a guy that if you take two eggs, you put inside a jar, and you put your hand inside a jar and bring one egg out. He's gonna be confused whether there is one egg in there or not.
Wow.
Because he can't do deductive reasoning. He keeps saying that we are like listening only to white people. How about the Japanese? How about the Indians? How about the this in the North Koreans? All the other groups that have scientists that are actually capable that have done the research. How about our own fellow scientists too that have actually done the research themselves? You can't put everything on the white man and blame them. Do your deductive reasoning and use your analysis to say, you know what? There are chances that could be true. Does he have any proof of the white man's scientific method being telling a bold-faced lie? How many times has he found proof of that? The point is that scientific methods sometimes make mistakes and later on they correct it for their own good, because you notice when the
So
Europeans
so
started using
wait, Tunaja,
yeah.
would you, I just want you to promise me and the audience here that the day they are going to unveil this book, this history book, you will take the time and come here and
Yes.
and talk about it.
Yeah, if I see it, I will do that. And he has to. I hope there are other people in that group that have a very strong deductive reasoning, because that would be a laborious activity if you have to think. If you don't have any deductive reasoning, you cannot make any this is submission. You have to check every single detail because you're going to be confused like Jude. It's like, oh, everything is crazy. Oh, you can't believe anything because so the white man said it. But it's not only the white man that said it, other people said it too. And if you want to do your own research, show us the evidence. You can't just say stuff. The reason why Europeans did so well and they accelerated so quickly because they started employing the scientific method. The scientific method means that whatever you say has to be repeatable.
But Tunaja,
You
he's
can't
denying the
demonstrate it over and over
transatlantic.
again. You
He's
can't tell me
denying the
that you have juju. You can't tell me that you have juju today. Tomorrow, then when they try it on you, you die. And when they try to, you have a juju that can protect you from weapons, and then when the white man comes and shoots you, you die. One day, then the next day is magic. That's not how it works. The scientific method means that you have to be able to repeat it over and over again in the same different conditions. So Jude hasn't done any research. Now he wants to do research. I hope the research is quality, has quality to it, and has
Wait,
evidence
but
behind it.
Tunaja, you sound like you're not really, you already kind of putting walls up because the question. Okay, so the history is denying the slave trade already. So
It's crazy, isn't it?
yeah.
When I know people, he literally, that's what I mean by the dirty reason. He doesn't have it. When we know people in our own families, when we know people in our own tribes, when we know tribes that were involved in it on the continent, he's denying it.
Yeah,
This
but
is
those
madness.
people, it was a tectonic shift.
It still it happened on a large scale to the Arabic world. This is something that is well known, and is here they arguing about it. Like, oh, you have to be there 400 years ago to actually be able to know the truth. No, you don't have to be there, because the truth is passed down over and over again, and you can check it based on what other people also know. The African Americans now that say that they are not they are aboriginals.
Well, Teenager, personally,
Yes, go ahead.
I'm looking forward to his research book, for him to come and unveil it here.
Yeah, this is why I ask most of these African Americans that say they are just black people. They were always in America. I said, where are the Red Indians that were the next door neighbor to you, testifying that they know you, that they were fighting you and in wars, they were trading with you in wars? No Red Indian knows what tribe all these black people are from, that claim that they are black. It's like this is crazy. You can't just make stuff up without any clear evidence. This is what bothers me, and the kind of conversation we're having has to have high standards of evidence-based reasoning, because the people that are watching the program are enriched by it.
Have hope. He'll bring his book.
Because
It's all good.
otherwise, I'm going to be floating my alien theory, and that is going to be a fact based on no evidence. So if we start doing this type of stuff, our discourse will be decaying, and our decision making will be terrible. And this is why you two have a responsibility to make sure you. I like the way you did it today. To be fair, I'm quite surprised how you were questioning people about stuff based on actual reasoning. It has to be that way. Otherwise, our people will just be going around like headless chicken, making terrible decisions. Saying if anybody believes someone like Jude now, they start questioning their logic. Like, oh my God, slavery didn't happen. Oh, how did it happen then? By the time you do that, the whole world will be running circles around you. It's crazy. So we have to.
But why do you think he's doing this?
I don't know. There are people out there that he's gacking up with like-minded people to do more. But
He's got friends.
I'm not going to judge them yet. I'm just going to wait until.
Just wait for the book. Have faith. Let's wait for the book.
Maybe the others are more sane than he is. I don't know what happened to Jude, but he really to be fair, he didn't get his way today. People were questioning him and logically, and that's what we need. We don't need people just saying stuff and people living here with the wrong impression of what truly happened or what is evidence-based. Maybe people made it to America, but they didn't survive enough to leave genetic footprint. They didn't even leave any skeleton to show that they were there. Look, at least we can find it.
Let me tell you something. I live in America, right? Been here for a while. Africans will not come by themselves and live in the cold. That's all I can tell you. But thank you. Thank you. All right, St. James. St. James, you're up. Your closing statement, St. James.
Yeah, that was quite an interesting live, man. I really appreciate it.
Hey, no problem. And I hope you're looking forward to the tectonic research.
Hey, I put something in the back chat, man. Something that you said yesterday, man. It got me, man. I don't put it in the chat.
Yeah, I've seen it.
You see that? You gotta let Mama Z see it, man. I was laughing at it, man. You were laughing at it too yesterday when you said it. Like that was funny as hell. You know, but what can you do? I mean, I still think about what my father told me one day. He said, "Man, son, I know you're going far, but one day when you wake up and you speak to yourself and you yourself you don't understand it, please come back home." So Jude is saying things. It's very scary, man. I'm like, bro, I don't know if you even understand what you're talking about, but this lady said,
I think he's a Hebrew too.
No. So the fiction area still need books. If you're done with his book, we can go to the fictional area and read it and leave it there. We can do that.
Are you saying you don't buy the tectonic? Slavery?
Listen, why I don't buy it, right? The Washington lady, right?
Yeah.
She said they were here, right?
Right.
Isn't that what she said? And then she said they were enslaved.
Right.
But you live in
not all of them. So that would mean the ones that were free can keep their language.
Right. Most of the white American expansion towards Native American, you can see them in documentaries, right? Okay, so you telling me all these black people, they didn't resist the whites? We have no history whatsoever about what happened. How you were taken into slavery? We have no nothing. And you
This
telling me
is
you've been
true.
here and you were enslaved, and we have no history, historical event
And
that you
and
can
the
provide
blacks
to us?
and the blacks who were closest to slavery,
Right.
the blacks closest to slavery keep claiming they came from Africa. Who did they
Right.
hear this from?
I want to hear about those black who were here who were enslaved. What did you do?
No,
Did they
but the
came one
blacks
morning
who,
and grab you from your home? And I want to hear those stories.
yeah, the
I really
blacks.
truly want to believe, right? But I want somebody to break it down so we can understand. Like how did that happen? Because when we see the Native American, I took that class. I remember the crow dogs, I remember the crazy horse. These are
Mhm.
stories that you can read. These are places here in Colorado you can go. People will tell you this is what happened. But my brothers don't have that.
Well, maybe they want
That's
Indian casinos. You never know.
all right. But Mama Z, man, I'm really rooting for you for you to, I don't know if it's gonna be through a YouTube channel or a movement that you're gonna create in order to woo Black American to Cameroon. I wish you all the best, nothing but the best, right? You know, I'm not against you, my sister, man. Just do your thing, man.
You
Lord,
are
we
so
can see how.
dramatic. You are so, I don't know if you're just acting up or what. You are so dramatic.
Mama say, why you never believe in what
You
I'm
know,
saying, man?
we'll even let Mama Z do her closing while you hear, usually. But Mama Z, do your closing statement, Mama Z, and
Well,
please
all I'm,
make sure,
all,
Mama Z, talk about your Cameroonian intellectual. Spread the word. Let people know there's a Cameroonian doing research to, unveil the new Black history. Go ahead, Judah.
well, to be honest with you guys, my take is that I really want people to be themselves and people to pursue what their goal is in life and go wherever they want to go to feel good about themselves if they're struggling with anything, if it's a spiritual, because there's a lot of Black Americans that are going to Africa for spiritual reason. But you guys just pack these people into the same
No, but we're not talking. See if the shoe fits. Because there's some blacks who say they are not from Africa, right? As you heard. So
they're not.
obviously, if you're speaking to those blacks, it would not it, the blacks who believe know their ancestors came from Africa. That conversation is not for them because
But when the
they
way you
they
guys,
don't think they don't say they are originally from this land.
so but the way we Africans speak, it speaks to all African American
Yeah,
people.
but you watch videos, when they speak, they say
Sometimes
Africa. They don't
no,
even specify country. They say Africa, including
yeah,
even,
I know
remember,
what.
even, they even include our Arab cousins up north and our white
Let
cousins
me
in
tell you
South
something.
Africa,
When it comes to Africans, we have the same
Wait,
way.
are you saying the Arabs are not our cousins and the
No,
whites?
listen, don't get me into that
Oh, okay.
nonsense. No,
Well,
I'm
that's a
just saying
different
that the
topic.
whole continent.
Maybe I thought they lived with us for so long now, we're
Oh
related.
my
But,
God,
you never
Africans,
know.
you're gonna kill me. Like with you, like there's always a redirection. You always redirect the like if we
Well,
discussing something, it's gonna go somewhere else, and we're gonna miss the initial point we were trying to
okay,
discuss.
sorry. Do
But
your
whatever.
closing, Mamizi. Go ahead.
Okay, what I was saying is that would love for African people when they address Black Americans to really be specific on who they're speaking to because all these Black Americans don't think this. I listen to a lot of Black Americans. It's to me it seems as if like
Like,
each
do you have
person
any names? Do you want to provide names so that
name.
next time I can say the names in
Listen,
the
no, no, no,
shows?
no, no. Say the Black American that believe this. That's a good introduction. You can say to the Black Americans that believe that they're not from Africa, or maybe to the Black Americans that are doing this or that. Don't
Well,
just
let me
say
say
they. You
that's
and
too much.
Kidola.
That's
No, no,
too
no, no.
much work.
Kidola and you like these people, they. That is unfair. Let me tell you, one of the person that gave me my driver license when I came to America was a black American lady, and she saw me through the struggle. I failed the test twice.
And she gave you driver's license, so
No, I failed my
that's
test. No, I'm saying I failed my test twice, and when I failed it the second time, it was her, and she told me why I failed it and how I
wait.
should.
So you got your test driver was black?
Yeah.
Oh, so you didn't even have a real driver's license. You had affirmative action driver's license. Your
What you
the
talking about? I'm
because
talking
it's a
about
black.
what?
It's not real. It wasn't a white person who was there to make sure you passed. So you got a
The white
bootleg.
person has been there for me for other stuff.
Yeah,
That's
but you did not get it from a white person. So it's a bootleg driver's license. Okay, now I understand why
shut up, Afridamus.
you
I
love
don't know what the hell you're talking about. But anyway, what I'm saying is that you guys cannot put everybody in the same boat and just be like, there, these people, there. I really don't like when you guys speak like that because it's not fair. I have great nurses that are black African American
So
that look out for
wait,
me.
you got that FBA driver's license?
Wonderful nurses that are white, wonderful nurses that are Filipino. So when you guys talk
Wait,
about
wait.
people,
I noticed you didn't say wonderful nurses who are black.
I just say black American first.
No, no.
Oh,
Are these nurses? They are Jamaicans. They have to be
to be
Jamaican or
honest with you,
Haitian.
I haven't met.
Go back and ask them. They are Jamaicans or.
No, they were African Americans
No,
first.
they don't have many black nurses.
A
What are
lot
you
of this
talking?
African American lady, like they teach you, they hold your hands, they guide you. They are great people everywhere. You guys not gonna come here and categorize a group of people and say these people,
Okay,
these
what is
Mama
your
say, what
favorite
state do
black
you live in?
restaurant?
What state
what
do you live in?
Texas.
Texas, which city?
Houston,
Oh,
probably.
Texas. Oh, okay. Which city?
Probably Houston.
I just told you Houston, Texas.
Yeah,
No, you said
there.
state, Texas.
Yeah, she got. There's a lot of blacks over there. Yeah, Houston. Yeah, the blacks there are a bit competent. You're right. I've been to
No, don't
Houston.
say like that. Oh my God! Don't put people in the same.
Oh,
And if
okay,
you know,
okay,
you know,
fine. A lot of the blacks are competent over there. Are you happy now?
like whatever. But even on the internet, people are in Africa for different reason. I have seen people doing great
Like who?
humanitarian work on
Name one. Name one.
the Black family,
Oh, okay. The Bag family. What are
the
they doing?
arrival.
What are the, what? Oh, what are these
ES.
people? Wait,
I
wait.
love
What is the
ES.
Bag family doing that us, the Africans, are
Is
not
giving
already
job
doing?
to all those ladies.
Really? Mamizi, how many people do you think I'm employing in Gambia and here in America?
Oh my God! Is it a competition? It's not a
Well,
black.
because you went on a platform saying, I noticed you used the word. They sent me the video. You went there, you see, with the bag, you say, oh, the bag family got this nice land and they turn it into a farm. But when it came to me, you said Afridamus went and created a plantation. He's copying the bags, but he created a plantation. You called my place a
I told you
plantation.
that a plantation.
No, I heard you on a show. You called my place a plantation, but with the bags, you called their place
What's the
a nice garden. You called mine a
No, I never
plantation.
said garden. What's the difference between plantation and and
Well,
farm?
then, you should have called theirs plantation too.
No, plantation, farm. Even yours is a farm. I guess
But how come you didn't say a farm? You called it a plantation.
maybe I just use a different word.
Okay,
There's
okay.
no meaning.
You know what? Since you're French, I'll let
No,
that
we
one
call it
slide.
seriously.
But
We call it
I will be
plantation in
paying
French.
attention. I'll be paying attention
No, we call it
again.
plantation in French. To be honest, I don't know if
But
it means
but but,
something
but when
different.
I know, but when you call the bags, when you were describing theirs perfectly, you said it in English. You said, "Oh, the
It
bag,
wasn't
they got a."
intentional.
You
I
said
don't
they
know.
got a farm, and Afridamus went and got a plantation.
Oh my God, Afridamus, you just
I heard
anti-Semitic.
you. I
Right?
watched it. They
No,
sent
I
it to
know
me.
what anti-Semitic.
I was laughing. I said, "Look at Mamizi over here." You know,
You,
again,
I don't know what the hell you're
hating,
talking
hating
about.
on,
To be
hating
honest.
on Afridamus instead of saying, "Look at the good work I'm doing."
No, it's good. You're employing people. It's good. But
Thank
my
you.
issue with you is because in the beginning, I remember how the whole Africa was against the Black family. It was only Mamiza on YouTube defending the family. Everybody was making video against these people. It's not all
Well, they were
easy.
speaking the truth.
No, no true zero. They are so consistent. They are so resilient. They're the only one that even all of you, if you fell in Africa, they will be the last to leave that Africa. But us, we would, yeah.
I don't think people were picking on that family.
Nobody was picking on the backs.
Maybe they said a few things and people wanted to address it. Picking on them, nah. The back, I don't
No,
think so.
you guys are emotional. African people are way too emotional and way too judgmental,
Really?
way too emotional. And I feel like sometimes you guys are jealous of Black Americans because you guys are here in America and you see them going home and getting your woman, getting your land, buying land, doing
You
what
see,
you guys
Mama
are not
Z,
just doing.
Mama Z,
You guys don't, they know they're
you
doing those
are
things
if you
and
want
then
to
it
be,
gets to you.
Mama Z, if you want to be a
You guys are
problem
jealous.
solver, if you want to be a problem solver, right? I give you that. Then on the backside, on the flip side, right? If you
Yeah.
want to create problem, we will create solution for you. You see what I'm saying? So
You guys are
those things,
an
no,
American
those things that you
hustling.
said, right? I like when you talk and when you want to provide solutions.
KBM,
But on the
stop
flip
that.
side, when you want to create
Stop that,
problems for
KBM. You
Africans,
silly.
like I
No, I'm
said,
You
talking.
know, first of
a
all,
man,
Mami
a
Z,
man, when you talk about women, and I'm telling you, I said that before. Our culture, we are known to be giving other people's women. We shouldn't be jealous of anybody who's going to Africa to get good women to marry. This doesn't come from us. For you being African, you should know that. So when you come on this panel and you talk about African being jealous of Black American going to Africa
You
for
guys are,
women,
especially the men,
it
you
doesn't
guys
make
are
sense
so
because
jealous.
I don't
Mamizi,
know
none
what
of
that
us are
jealousy
jealous.
is about.
Mamizi, look, we are not jealous, okay? First of all, I know I can go to Bamaleke land and get me a couple of Bamaleke wives from there,
Of
right?
course. There's a lot of
Okay,
women
I
in
can,
Africa that's not
I can
marrying
go to
them.
Yoruba land, I can go to Igbo land, I
Please
can go
come
to
marry
Mali,
them.
you know,
Yeah.
all these places, right? You know, so we are not jealous, okay? We are not jealous of the blacks. So, but guys, thank you so much for this. And you know, we've been like almost 6 hours,
Yeah, six
but
hours.
we would have to do a part two. And I want to thank all the people that contributed to the show for the super chat. It's been a great conversation, and I want to thank all the contributors: St. James, Mamizi, uh, um, Jude, the tectonic philosopher, uh, to Niger, Rashid,
Oh my God, Afridamus.
who else am I missing here? Like, if Kidola, all the people. I want to thank all of you, and hopefully I see
Jay
you guys.
Washington. Thank
Jay
you.
Washington, yeah, I want to thank all of you, and until next time, this is
Right.
Afridamus. Let me send this out with the blacks. They are long time, music, because they love the white man. So therefore, I
Oh
gotta
my God.
remind them of the white man again. You see that, Mamizi? Mamizi, you never knew that the blacks love white music, didn't you?
Every don't even like the Black American are not different from Africans. Africans suffer from the same thing that
Well, thank
When
you.
you hit
Thank
the
you,
ground,
Mamizi.
I can
Thank you.
recall the time and place on the midnight walk through the old streets, trying to turn back the clock to the days of old. Back to the days when all the things we knew were made of gold. As the world moves on, time sings a song in the old neighborhood. As the clock strikes one, the memory lives just as it stood, like a quiet dream. The shadows of that time are cast beneath